to make sure when I stand up for the pledge that my shorts aren't showing.
Good morning, Evan.
Good morning, Sue. How are you?
I'm well. How you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Moving through the morning with elementary school kids.
Oh, fun. Yes, fun times.
Okay, with that, I will call to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022. We're going to start off our morning with an invocation by Rabbi Evan Ukar and follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Turnboom. Good morning, Rabbi.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Thank you again for the honor of sharing my words of invocation, and thank you all for your service on behalf of the citizens of our county. May those continuing to be affected by COVID know health soon, and may those caring for them and providing healthcare find strength and know our gratitude, and we can say together, Amen. We also pray for the safety and security of the Ukraine and its people. May conflict there quickly come to an end, and we can say together, Amen.
Amen.
Leadership is often found in moments when we as human beings are called to stand up when others remain seated and to stand out. Last Thursday, Jewish people around the globe heard the biblical book of Esther as we celebrated the holiday of Purim. The story itself is a call to all of us to know what lies within and hold close to our values and to our humanity. It is about the moments that demand leadership and ask us to stand up and stand out. The ancient tale gives power to the powerless and demonstrates responsibility displayed by those with power. May this board, you, the supervisors of our county, recognize the moments that call to you for your leadership. May you discover within the strength to discern and understand your deepest held values and those of your constituents to stand up and stand out. May you be empowered with responsibility as we entrust you with this sacred task to embrace such moments. From the minutiae to those that enable our county to navigate the future with strength, resolve, and promise. We pray, Hamakom, may the one who is ever present give each of us the ability to recognize the moments that call for our leadership. May we be brave in making decisions big and small. May our county, led by you, our Board of Supervisors, know what lies within and seek to know what matters most to your constituents, our county residents, as you lead in all the moments that demand your leadership. And we say together, Amen.
Amen.
Beautiful.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you,
for being
Rabbi.
with us. Yeah, thank
Beautiful.
you. Good morning, Sue.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry I couldn't make it. It's a little scary going over the hill today.
Don't blame you a bit.
Wasn't good.
Goodness, we have this technology.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
Ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
Of America.
and to the republic for which it
For which
stands,
it stands.
one nation,
One nation.
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Start over here today. District 2, do you have any changes? And then District 3? No changes. District 1?
No changes.
District 5?
No changes.
CAO?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff is requesting that item number 20 be continued to April 5th, 2022 for 2 weeks.
Okay, and I have no changes. I forgot myself. Easy to do. And so Kim will take public comment on the agenda and consent calendar.
Now taking public comment on adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from, oops, sorry, there is no public comment. Wait, I guess there's, now taking public comment from 179.
Good morning. Good morning, board. This is Jonathan Gainsborough. You will know what number it is as I haven't seen the agenda, but I was pleased, very pleased, having come there probably 100 times in the last 2 years, speaking up for the voiceless and for those that apparently cannot help themselves. And you know what item I'm speaking of. I'm proud of our County Board of Supervisors stepping up to the plate, as our rabbi has spoken about leaders needing to be brave. So I am totally enthralled with your extending the support of the nomadic shelter through the month of April, and looking ahead to get ahead of the curve for us to catch up and no longer be one of the 4 derelict counties that have had no emergency beds for their homeless out of 58 counties. We cannot continue that, and you are on a course to get us out of that position for where we all can be proud of your leadership and your humanity and the level of compassion that you are now showing. So forge ahead, move ahead, and be leaders from in front, not behind. And pray for my throat as I pray for you and your families. God bless you all. Thanks. Amen.
Thank you, Jonathan.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, today we're going to be doing back to the roll call vote, so I have to keep that in mind. And so we just have the one change. Kim, can you do our roll call vote for us, please?
Of course, adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following change. Continue item 20 to April 5th, 2022. Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Actually, I move approval.
I'll second.
Oh, you're right. Thank you for that, Wendy. I'm like, the roll call vote, I was so focused on it.
So we've got the first from Supervisor Thomas, the second from Supervisor Heidel.
Yes,
Yep.
now the roll call vote.
Now, roll call
Aye.
vote.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And thank you for that, everyone, for keeping me in line.
You bet.
Yeah. Okay, with that, we're going to move right to our 9 o'clock item number 32.
Item 32 is a hearing to consider the unanimous recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission on General Plan Amendment 2021-2029 Housing Element Update, recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. 1, adopt the California Environmental Quality Act revised addendum to the El Dorado County's General Plan Environmental Impact Report. 2, approve General Plan Amendment amending the General Plan to incorporate the amended 2021-2029 Housing Element Update based on findings as presented by staff. And 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to amend the county's general plan to incorporate the amended 2021 2021-2029 housing element. Supervisor Parlin, could you please open the public hearing?
I open the hearing.
Good morning, Board. I'm CJ Freeland with the Planning and Building Department Long Range Planning, Housing, Community, and Economic Development Program. We have a presentation for you today. It'll seem a little bit like deja vu, but we will go through some of the changes that are required in order to have a certified 2021 through 2029 housing element update. Kim, could you, oh, there we are. All righty. So let me start by introducing the project team again. We've been working closely with PlaceWorks, Jennifer Gastelum with us today, and Cynthia Walsh are with us today, and we'll be providing some detail on some of the updates, as well as our county staff, Brett Sampson, our planning manager, myself, Efren Sanchez, a senior planner, and of course, Rob Peters as our deputy director of planning. Next 2 slides, please. There we go. So we're back before you today with the housing element due to some anticipated amendments that are required in order to gain certification for the housing element. As you may recall, the housing element is one of 8 mandated elements of the general plan. It contains an assessment of the existing and projected housing needs, analysis of land availability, the resources and constraints. We do an evaluation of the effectiveness and appropriateness of the prior housing element, as well as containing policies and programs to meet housing needs for the next 8-year planning period. So when we saw you last, next slide, please, Kim. When we saw you last was August 31st, after meeting with the Planning Commission and bringing their recommendation to you for adoption of the updated housing element at that time. As required by statute, the adopted housing element was submitted to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, for their review that determines whether it is consistent with state law, and that's what results in that certification that we want. Without certification, we are not meeting threshold requirements for grant funding, both in transportation and in housing, and in other related types of grant funds. So that's important to us. Not to mention, without certification, typically when it has to do with land inventory, the county could face fines, could face losing its planning, local planning capacity, and the grant funding is a big piece of it as well. So we received a letter back from HCD after numerous phone calls and meetings back and forth to work with them on amendments that were required, primarily within the fair housing analysis of the housing element. Again, we had sort of anticipated that, and I believe in August brought to your attention that we would probably be back, having to do with the fact that the state was still refining their expectations of what they wanted to see on that fair housing analysis and how we needed to incorporate some of those findings within the implementation measures of the housing element. So the letter that we received back from them on December 6th is included as an attachment to this item, which indicates that if adopted as submitted to them and negotiated through the amendments, that they were giving us basically a conditional certification. So the next step is to go through with you those modifications and revisions that were required, and to explain those so that you have a better understanding of what you'll be approving today. So to go into detail of the response to HCD comments, I'd like to introduce Cynthia Walsh, who will be walking you through these, the analysis and the measure revisions. Cynthia, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, CJ. All right. So as CJ just went over, we did work with HCD after the last housing element was adopted. So we made edits to both the housing element measures and the background report. All of these edits are included in the draft housing element that you received, and I will walk through what they are over the next few slides. So as you're aware at this point, AB 686, or affirmatively furthering fair housing, is a new part of the housing element this round. And one of the requirements is to tie quantified objectives to several different measures in the housing element specific to fair housing. These quantified objectives are to target improved housing mobility, promote housing and economic mobility, alleviate overpayment and overcrowding of lower income households, and reduce displacement risk and target efforts near jobs and in high opportunity areas. So this list of measures from HO1 to HO40 were revised to include specific fair housing objectives. We revised measure HO1 to commit to an annual review of specific plans and that those would be revised as needed. Next slide. Measure HO5 was revised to commit to annually reaching out to create partnerships between developers and nonprofit housing organizations. HO9, this is regarding accessory dwelling units, and we did reduce the projected number of ADUs over the next 8 years. We also added in marketing efforts and committed to establishing a loan program as funding is available. HO18, this is regarding rehabilitation loans, and that we will emphasize marketing efforts in areas where the housing stock is more in need of that type of rehab, so an aging housing stock. Next slide. HO35, again, affirmatively furthering fair housing. This is measure was revised to include additional actions regarding factors that could impede student performance and solutions the county could pursue. It also now includes strategies to expand and promote CalWorks and employment centers, and to annually update fair housing information on the county's website. Measure HO40, this is regarding multifamily density, and this is a new program since the previous housing element came to you. This is to amend the maximum multifamily density from 24 to 30 units an acre. And as a part of the annual review of the zoning code, the county will ensure that there is consistency between the zoning and the general plan for all residential parcels. Next slide. So looking at the background report edits, table 24A was added to show the land use and zoning consistency, just to line up, this general plan designation lines up with this zoning designation or zoning district. We also revised table HO31 to include where project examples are located in the county. HCD requested to see where in the county the projects we had included were, so they wanted to see which were included in the eastern and which were in western. So the table points that out now. We also added in developer feedback to explain the densities that developers are really looking for affordable projects. And we revised the sites analysis to decrease our reliance on ADUs from 74 units to 49 units. HCD is really looking for us to rely on their formula for calculating ADUs, so that's why that number was decreased there.
So Cynthia, I have a question on that. Should we wait till the end or do it now?
Whichever you prefer.
Okay, I'm going to use the opportunity to do it now. I looked at summary on page 66 to 67. What it indicates to me, if I'm reading this right, is that in the current year, we achieved 0 very low housing. We achieved 0 low housing. We achieved 76 moderate unit housing, of which 61 evidently were ADUs. So that says the preponderance of where we are able to even make an inroad into getting into affordable housing is caused by ADUs. Without that, we're not getting there. So I understand HCD's input, but why would we de-emphasize, the opportunity for people to put in ADUs and achieve an accommodation for moderate or maybe even low income housing? That's the part I don't connect with.
Cynthia, let me answer that. So Freeland again, long range planning. The emphasis for the county is not to deny ADUs as a viable source of moderate and low income housing in the county. The focus from HCD was to make the projection more moderate. We frankly don't agree with that.
Okay.
And it is certainly within our right to exceed their expectations and provide more ADUs. And we're doing that through implementing programs of the permit ready ADUs. We have some permanent local housing allocation funding that can be dedicated towards those loan programs. So we're implementing measures to move forward with ADUs as a focus, not the primary, but as a focus of providing moderate and below housing. So again, HCD is just lowering their expectations. We are aiming to exceed their expectations.
Okay, and that helps me a whole lot because I think that's the one place we're seeing some
Right,
benefit
right.
for affordability.
Agreed.
So, and I think with some of the new modern approaches to ADUs where you can have it delivered to your lot, and set up, and they're all pre-approved. I mean, I think that opens it up for people who don't want to necessarily go through a major building process or a planning process to get approvals. So there's a lot of things happening there that I think is really opening up the viability of ADUs on properties. And I think that's an encouraging thing. The other thing I'll just mention is above moderate was 599 of the 675. So we're clearly dominating in that above moderate, which we know. And the emphasis again needs to be, how do we build those more affordable housing, which we're all working on, but there was no record of it in this current year. That's what I'm trying to emphasize.
Now, just to clarify for
Yeah.
the public and everyone else, what you're quoting from is the housing element annual progress report.
Yes.
That was on the consent calendar, not the housing element that's before you right at this point.
So
So
this is the
just for
numbers that
reference.
come off of page 66 to 67 within this agenda
that
item.
item.
So, yeah. Thank you.
were you through, Cynthia? Any other questions on that? I'm not sure if you got through the whole fair housing.
I think we were.
No, yeah, I'm just picking up on infrastructure. And to add a little bit to the ADUs, as they are developed, the county will get credit for those. So even though HCD doesn't want you to project out additional units, as they are built, you will definitely get credit for them.
Good to know. Thank you.
So we're going to be overachievers. There you go.
Yes.
Great.
Wouldn't that be good? We celebrate that,
There
right?
you go.
Only area.
All right, I think this is our last slide. So regarding infrastructure, we updated table HO 31A and 34, and this was to include data for all water and sewer providers. Originally, we were waiting on data from a few providers, so we were able to contact them and include that data then. For the fair housing assessment, we expanded this analysis of including demographic characteristics, resources and opportunities, and housing needs to compare patterns in the Tahoe Basin and the Western Slope areas. We also added data and analysis of the site's inventory capacity, looking at income level by resource area designation, demographic trends, and economic conditions. And then last, we included possible strategies to improve access to high quality schools and job opportunities. I believe I'm going to pass this back over to CJ.
Thank you. As part of the original vacant land inventory in the adopted housing element, the county was able to identify a surplus in all categories, actually the very low, moderate, and above moderate. One of the parcels that was included in that inventory was the subject of an item that came to your board on February 8th. As part of some land use and zoning corrections that were approved by your board. One specific parcel, APN 083465028, was identified as a mapping error. So that was corrected from a multifamily designation to a single family residential, along with some other surrounding parcels. But this particular one, when it was identified as multifamily, was included in the vacant land inventory. So because of the board's action on February 8, that was brought to the attention of the Planning Commission, they included in their recommendation the removal of that parcel from the vacant land inventory. By virtue of that, there was some revisions that were necessary on some of the different tables throughout the document in order to reflect that change in the reduction of those units. The county still maintains a surplus inventory, but just keep in mind that surplus over the years has gotten smaller and smaller, as it would naturally as you build out from the original intentions of the general plan. So you'll see that there.
Hey, CJ, before you move on, back on this one, just always, I get stuck on this one. On slide 7, it says, added to review and revise the zoning ordinance annually to ensure all residential parcels are zoned consistent with their land use designation. And I get that that's just trying to say that the zoning and the land use match, correct? But what about, we've had some corrections on some parcels. I'm guessing there's going to be more. What are we going to do with the ones where the actual use, there's actually a house residential unit on parcels that got rezoned during the TGPA ZOU process to commercial, so that the house doesn't, the use doesn't match what the county did as far as the zoning and stuff. So when those people want to do anything to their house, they have to come in and either, well, it's quite a burden, actually. They can't do anything. And I get it that the goal was to make those match, but if the actual use doesn't match, where does that get kind of
that is
fixed?
identified as a non-conforming use, and we have a lot of those. Obviously,
Yes,
with
we
the
do.
county as old as ours through Gold Rush and other things. Things have been built that did not necessarily conform when the first general plans were done. And then, with our current 2004 general plan, we have some inconsistencies or that non-conforming use. The measure in the housing element is directing us on a regular basis to take a look at inappropriately, not just inappropriately, but parcels that are zoned in error. So the county undertook a huge project, as you recall, in 2015 to align the general plan land use with the zoning ordinance. And that was the TGPA ZOU effort.
Right.
So a lot of those changeovers were done at that time. As we found out, there's still some little pieces here and there that don't work, and others that have a single parcel has multiple
Yes,
zoning
that
on it.
too.
That's
Right.
a little wacky too, but they exist. So at this point, the planning department looks at that zoning ordinance usually about every 2 years. So we're collecting those little bits and pieces, not only of language within the zoning ordinance that, may be in error, twisted or something, and then bring those to you for approval of an effort to go ahead and make those changes. Now, if a property owner has a request for
Right.
a zoning change, there is a process in place to do that. If
Okay.
there's a correction in place, we are taking that information and collecting that and doing it on a more biannual basis.
Okay. I guess what we're noticing is that until somebody goes to do something, they don't even realize that they're non-conforming quite often. And so I couldn't tell by the statement here if this was saying that we're going to start looking for those and be proactive. And then I'm hoping we would reach out to the property owner to work with them. It's just really difficult when people are caught off guard and don't even understand that their zoning may have changed and doesn't match that they're a residential house.
Yeah, or they purchase a property. not
Right.
understanding what that
So
zoning entitles them
is
to.
that kind of what we're slowly going to try and
With
find those or-
resources and staffing?
Yeah.
Do all of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise it gets down to, we do what we can do when we have. when we can
It's
do
just
it.
a tough one. I know.
Yeah,
But I think they're just going
tough
to keep
line.
popping up.
I think
Rob,
with the
did you
housing
wanna add
market hot,
anything
we're seeing
to
more
that?
and more of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rob can probably
Consistency is what we're
answer
trying
more.
to get to. and we still have
Yeah,
some
we have a ways to go, I
outliers.
guess. Yeah.
Rob Peters, Deputy Director. So yeah, we had a really interesting conversation at the Planning Commission recently about a special use permit for a swimming pool. And it had to do with non-conforming uses, right?
Right.
And so we had a long discussion about, we have the general plan, we changed the zoning to be consistent with the general plan. And that created some non-conforming situations for folks, but we all speak about the general plan being the guiding document and where we want to go. I think we've had, an understanding that there wasn't individual noticing, and we've had all of those discussions. But Karen and I, the planning and building director, are looking at those non-conforming provisions to see what we can and can't do.
Okay.
And I think the exercise that you saw with the Miraloma was exactly that. We were notified of a couple corrections that need to be made that didn't seem to make sense through all of the analysis that the planning department did and the criteria that the board set forward for changing those zoning and general plan designations. And so that was exactly that. We tried to package a few of them together
Yeah.
so that we could save efforts and not be doing them one at a time. And so we would continue to do that. And we have a long-range planning item on our matrix that says, zoning ordinance updates, general plan amendments as needed. That's kind of that capture all, so that when those come up and we're made aware of them, especially when somebody comes to try to do something, we evaluate whether it was appropriate or not based on the criteria the board set. And either we would make those corrections. Now, if it's a true zoning error, Matter of fact, the planning director has the ability to make that correction without bringing it to your board. But when it has a general plan designation change, that's when, those ones that were brought forward recently had both a general plan issue and a zoning issue. But the zoning ordinance actually allows the planning director, if it's a clear error and there's no question about it, to change those zoning. So you may not know all of the fixes that we do.
Okay,
If that
good
makes
to know.
sense.
I appreciate that because that's just something that, with those ones that bubbled out recently, I feel like, and then, we're going to be looking at this. I think they're just going to keep bubbling. So I'm really glad to hear that you guys are.
Yeah, and we're actually also looking
Making
at, and we're
progress.
getting a little off of the housing element stuff, but
Right.
we're also looking at some, establishing some criteria to say when we want to bring a conditional use permit forward and when we might not. And so trying to drill down on that, on what's appropriate for those non-conforming
That's
uses.
perfect. And it does make sense with the hot housing market. I think that's why some of these are coming to light. So thank you. And it is housing. So thank you. I made it relevant.
I just have to piggyback on Chair Parlin's comments and just thank all of you and our staff. You've been incredibly responsive this year to a lot of these inconsistencies, and just really want to thank you for working with our offices.
Working hard on those things as they come up.
We appreciate it.
So we are to the point where I will let you know what the planning commission thought about all this. So following the close of a public hearing with the planning commission, staff recommended that the board, number one, adopt the revised addendum to the El Dorado County General Plan Environmental Impact Report certified in July 2004, state clearinghouse is identified. Now, we revised the addendum because it needed to reflect the additional changes that were included in this amendment. So that's what it does. It doesn't change the environmental impact itself. It just recognizes those additional amendments. So those are on the record. Number two, they recommend that you remove parcel 083465028 due to the mapping and zoning correction from multifamily to single family residential, and revise related text as necessary. And finally, approve general plan amendment project GPA 21-0004, amending the general plan to incorporate the amended 2021 through 2029 housing element update. And you're welcome to ask additional questions if you'd like.
Anything? Anyone?
Are we at the end? CJ, did you still need to do page 12?
Go one more. Oh. wait.
Yep.
Yeah.
One more.
One more.
Okay.
Oh, that's it. Same recommendation.
It's the
Say-
planning
yeah,
commission.
Same
was-
recommendation. Then
Yeah.
I'll raise my hand.
Okay.
Go for it, Supervisor. Supervisor Novosel, did you have something you wanted to?
Yes, I did. Going back to the response to HCD comments on slide number 6, talking about measure HO-5, develop and adopt an incentive-based policy to encourage, assist, and annually monitor affordable housing development. We've had this conversation every time a developer comes into our board is are we meeting our goals for affordable housing, and why aren't we? And it seems like, CJ, unless something's changed dramatically, we're still not meeting our goals. Is that correct?
Now that we have new goals, I would say that's more apparent than ever. Frankly, when so this year's annual progress report that was on the consent calendar shifted to the new RHNA allocations, regional housing needs allocation numbers. So you're not seeing the full completion of the last cycle. In all, the county exceeded its RHNA allocation by number of units, where we didn't meet our goals was within the individual income categories. So our
Right. So
housing
we're
production.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I was just gonna, so let me paraphrase that. So we're meeting our housing production. We're just not meeting the low income housing production. I don't think we ever have reached that, at least since I've been on the board. It's a difficult one to reach. We're reaching the higher end housing. That's not so much an issue as our workforce housing, our low income housing. Therein lies a lot of the issue. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we are not alone in the state of California in that situation.
Right. And so this brings about my comments, and I know this is something that we're going to be talking about probably next month, but when I look at this about the measure HO-5, I think we need to somehow include in our conversation the idea of inclusive housing, and that is the idea of incentives are great, but they're obviously not working when it comes to low-income housing. We need to make requirements upon our developers, upon people coming to projects that require them to deed restrict for low income, for working force housing. This is done across the country, and this is the way you meet your needs if you can't do so by incentivizing, and we've not been able to do that. And I would encourage us all to have that conversation with our local developers, along with real estate, whatever we need to do. But we need to have this conversation, because just nitpicking this into one developer or the other, I don't feel is right. I think we need to put it into our housing element that inclusive deed restricted type of housing should be a part of our philosophy in this county. I just want to make that statement. I realize that's not what we're talking about here per se, but as a part of where we're talking to the state, I think this needs to be included at some point in time.
Actually, this is part of the housing element discussion, because as one of the implementation measures points out, and that was added due to public comment and comment from the Planning Commission and the board, was to launch that affordable housing ordinance and to specifically consider inclusionary housing policies as part of that effort.
Right.
So that project is underway. We'll be coming to your board in May to have that discussion with a lot of data that will blind you and please you at the same time. It is very rich in what our current housing situation is, in rents and overpayments, in housing gaps, and that sort of thing. But I think more importantly for your consideration will be some analysis of the pro formas or the financial impacts of what an inclusionary housing policy could have on housing development, and not just the profitability of a development, but the actually penciling out of a development. So one of the barriers that we've always known with the lower income housing has been the need for state or federal subsidies to help write down that cost, because otherwise it's very challenging for any developer, and certainly in today's market with housing costs, material costs, and labor costs, to be able to pencil that out enough for investors to see that as a profitable endeavor. Because the county's not building, we rely on that developer investment to do that building for us.
Yeah, and I would, and thank you for clarifying that, CJ, because I think that is a really important conversation, because we are not meeting our goals for low income housing or workforce housing. It's incredibly important. It's not just us, it's the whole state of California. And I see inclusionary processes that work around the country in a it doesn't have to be a large level, but yeah, there needs to be that discussion. So I appreciate that, and I thank you for letting everybody understand. But as we move forward, I just want everyone to understand that when we talk to, just to talk about new development and processes, that this should be an important conversation that is all inclusive for all that are building. And I just hate to see it brought up in a single project kind of way. It should be all for one and one for all, as far as we need to improve this situation. So thank you, CJ.
Sure, we'll take a look at that.
That'll be a good conversation in May. Supervisor Hydal?
I think I'm anticipating having some of that conversation with our strategic planning, because if you look at things like economic development, it talks about attainable housing for the workforce and jobs balance and stuff. So I'm expecting to have some of that conversation today. We'll see how that prospers. But I do have one follow-up question, and that is related to, again, this report on page 66 to 67, where it says we have a total developments approved with streamlining for under SB 35 is 2. The units constructed is 0 so far. But what I'm trying to understand is, do we anticipate low income housing or moderate income housing being associated with those 2 SB 35 projects? And if so, to what degree? Are we looking forward in the next year of getting an additional 60 units that would be in those other lower income categories?
So to qualify for an SB 35 streamlining process, the developer currently must designate at least 50% of those units as affordable.
Yep.
And the state rule is that affordable means 80% and below the area median income. What two projects are listed on that report this time?
It just tells me a quantity of 2. I don't know
Okay,
which projects they are.
So I can tell you what projects we've had go through. Your planning commission has looked at the SB 35 application for El Dorado Senior Apartments. At the time, the designation was 50%. A new developer has come in to option that property at 100% affordable. Those would still be restricted to seniors. And I'm thinking that's 473, 127 units, maybe 47. Don't quote me. Probably says. Another SB 35 project that came through was the Courtside Manor Phase 2. That was for 24 units, all affordable, 100% affordable. And for that mix, we have 50% designated for seniors, the others for 80% and below. Everything's 80% and below, but half of them will be designated for seniors. The Mercy Haven project has come through and been entitled, and that is 63 units-ish.
Okay.
I think it's about 63 units. That is 80% and below, no specific designation for senior otherwise, so it's more of a family thing. All of those projects and those that we have approved and entitled are still seeking that permanent financing that's so important to subsidizing those apartments. Now, one is private investor, so that's we may be seeing that a little bit sooner. The other developers are working on their applications with the Tax Credit Allocation Committee and all of the other state funding that's been that's become available for development. Now, keep in mind, with this new housing element and this new cycle for the RENA allocations, the county will shift into a new category, meaning that developers can qualify for SB 35 streamlining projects if they include at least 10% affordable units.
Okay.
So I would anticipate seeing more applications because that's a much lower threshold to meet and typically one that can be.
Was that recent
absorbed.
legislation that changed that
Now,
lower
when the
threshold?
when the legislation was passed, thank you.
Yeah.
El Dorado County had qualified in that 50% category because we had met our above moderate RENA allocation. So that's what qualified us for that 50% level. Now that we're starting over, we haven't met anything to that threshold because we're starting on the new cycle. We're in year 1 of an 8-year cycle.
Oh, interesting.
So it's
that
really part of
10%,
SB 35's legislation.
That 10% threshold is going to stay with us until we reach at least one of the RENA thresholds, be it moderate or above moderate. It's typically what we'll see.
So
I didn't pick up on that.
any housing project that has a 10% affordable component to it can qualify for SB 35? Is that what you're saying?
May
qualify.
if they
Interesting.
reach all of the other or meet all the other eligibility criteria.
So that might be a strong incentive to.
So if we pass an ordinance requiring 10% inclusionary housing, do those two play together? Does that automatically qualify each of those for SB 35?
It could.
Okay, interesting.
Wow.
I'm looking at Dave. I don't think we really haven't done the full analysis on that, but it could, which
Okay.
means the streamlining process would exempt them from many of the CEQA requirements, depending on the size
Wow.
of the development. So, yes.
That could be a game changer.
Yeah, I got to study that a little more. I didn't realize that those provisions were
All
in
the more
SB
reason.
35. So
Communities.
You need to get in
different,
front of it actually. in
standards.
my mind.
criteria.
So
Wow.
we may want to include that in the discussion of the affordable housing ordinance and how that could affect an inclusionary housing if the threshold is just 10%.
And is that the conversation you're saying we're gonna have in May or?
We should.
Yeah, it seems like that should be
Didn't plan on
included.
it to begin with, but now I
Right,
think
and
we
then
should.
Yes.
could you send us some links to follow up on that so we can kind of start doing some research and get familiar with that? Because I was not aware that we started over with this lower threshold and all that.
We'll provide some information to Rob and Karen Gardner, and then they can pass
They
it
can
on to
pass
you
it.
in the weekly meetings that they have with you.
That'd be awesome.
Perfect.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any further board comments, questions, anyone?
Lori, I just had one other quick comment, and that was when we talk about surplus lands, there is that movement for surplus lands to be used for low-income housing, and I'm hoping that when we have the discussion in May or whenever, that's also included in the discussion, is looking at inventories the county may have that we could repurpose for you know, to use for developers. Obviously, we're not in that position to build them, but such as the project up in Lake Tahoe, the Sugar Pine Village, 247 affordable units, which were only created because the land was given to them from the state via our conservancy. So it's a great use of public property for trying to attain this type of development. And developers certainly, they will tell you that the highest cost is the land acquisition. So if we have lands out there that could be used in such a way, you know, we need to make sure we're proactive in that. And I'm sure CJ, you're on top of that. I just wanted to make sure the board's aware of all that.
Yeah, and that inventory of surplus lands was in,
Well, just want to clarify, we're using the term in two different ways.
Oh.
So the vacant land inventory shows a surplus of appropriately zoned lands for the 4 different income categories.
correct.
There is also a thing of government-owned or county-owned surplus lands,
Correct.
which is a separate topic.
Right.
So state surplus lands like the Armory here in Placerville, other things like that have been moved by the legislature and by the governor to identify those possible state-owned surplus properties as suitable for affordable housing. And then there's a process to go through that. We go through a process quite often and annually, I believe we're required by the housing element, is to look at county surplus lands to see if those are could be identified as appropriate for affordable housing. In addition to that, new laws have come through. So when the county does designate a land as surplus, there is a process that must be followed in order to basically publicize that land, to see if there's any interest in developers. And again, also to decide if there's an appropriateness for affordable housing on that property. And so our facilities director and facilities people are aware of that process and are using that to meet the legislative rules and also to, you know, identify anything that might, you know, work out that way.
Do you report that out to the board on an annual basis?
I know that some facilities or someone comes to you as a board to get authority to designate those lands as surplus.
A surplus, right?
Right, but the idea of being able to then turn around and use them possibly for, you know, for the areas in housing needs, is that reported out as a part of that housing element?
Yes, in fact, the last page, not the last page, I think the last tab on that report has to do with the local early action planning or LEAP grant funding. But there is a tab within the annual progress report to identify surplus lands.
Yeah,
Okay, great. I'll have to take a look at that again.
Advertised or otherwise.
yeah, there was like a page or two of them listed out there, Supervisor Novosel. So I thought that's what you were referring to. Sorry about that. I
No,
jumped
that's-
again.
End of the report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
very-
Perfect,
Okay.
thank you.
Very good. And then Supervisor Thomas?
Yes. First of all, congratulations on getting one step closer to a certified housing element. That is a major accomplishment. And this document is so rich with information. It's just a tremendous resource. Quick question. You talk about high opportunity zones, and I mean, I could go figure out what that is. Can you just refresh my memory what a high opportunity zone is?
Sure. As a result of some analysis done by the Tax Credit Allocation Committee in partnership with the Department of Housing and Community Development, they have designated high opportunity zones that are rich in education, job opportunities, and community resources, if you will. So applications for tax credit allocation funding receive higher points if those projects are located within those high opportunity areas. So there's high opportunity, they go on a scale, but it was those areas were identified by the state as meeting certain criteria
Oh, interesting, for funding,
for funding.
funding options.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
very
now,
interesting.
As you see, the state is spreading that to more and more programs.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. And just like to remark that I think all three projects that you mentioned are in District 3. I think so. There's, I'm glad to see there's some progress for our housing to fulfill our housing shortage. And I know the city of Placerville also has 3 affordable housing projects currently in the works as well. So, I'm happy to see things are moving along to meet our needs. And although we still have a long way to go, and look forward to our conversation about our ordinance. So thank you for all your work on this document.
All right, we
Okay.
good? Ready for some public comment, Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Leo Bennett Koshan. Great pleasure to be here after all this time on Zoom. Little about myself, I just retired from teaching, moved up here because my wife wants to be closer to her family. Was honored to be in a Supervisor Turnbow's district in Shingle Springs. She decided she's not a hill folk, sorry. So now she's moving into Sioux, Supervisor Sioux, Pollock Pines. But I have Lori in between. It was nice to meet Lori the other day and all of that. And I'm trying to cover everybody here. So grandchildren are in your district, Supervisor Thomas, and I'm stretching Supervisor Heidel, but we all gather for church in your district.
All right.
Yeah.
Balance it out.
That was a wonderful presentation. New to this, but not new to public involvement, I will share that your agenda item, which is supposed to communicate to the public, is like overwhelmingly numbers and everything, and 13 amendments. And as said by Super Thomas, it's a super, that was a wonderful learning document. But trying to highlight so that more of the community comes for important things like that would just be a consideration. I so appreciated the summaries, my BAs in public administration, again, an exemplar report. Appreciate all of that. So thank you, Supervisor Parlin, now that I'm here, that the crowd is calm. I complimented her that as a teacher, she has awesome behavioral management. Hopefully that will continue. And just so that you know, that was a great invocation. Though when somebody says stand up, as a special ed teacher, I really want to stand up. So I don't know what your decorum is here. So I'll have a meeting or a phone call whether next time I can stand up. And then I believe it was Supervisor Handel that was sharing, his celebration. And I felt like, oh, I want to get up and dance. So you'll just have to tell me if this is a solemn or if it's a more Pentecostal in a religious context celebration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leo.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Frank Porter.
Good morning, board members. Frank Porter here from Housing El Dorado. Again, I want to thank staff, as you've already heard, for doing a tremendous amount of work on putting this report in front of you. A couple of comments just to kind of piggyback on what the board members have already commented on is that it is a daunting task to look at how much affordable housing has to be built in our county to get caught up and the shortfall in that housing, the reverberating effects of it on our economy, on our ability to house people adequately in our county. I mean, if you look at the chart, Appendix C, page 2, it summarizes what was done in 2021, which is a sum total of 88 units, according to my calculations, out of a need of about 3,900. So at this pace, we're not going to make it. And I think I know the board realizes that in your comments. I hear that, and I hear it from staff also. So obviously we need to push the throttle down and see an acceleration of the work going forward. And I think you've hit on a couple of things just in this board meeting on ways to go. One is, as Supervisor Novosel pointed out, public lands are a key, reconverting them suitably located public land, whether it be from a school district, from a county or city, or any EID jurisdiction. In my view, you should be scouring, and my suggestion, scour all those sources and really do a real concerted overlay on your planning process to find those pieces and work on developing them into housing rapidly. Because this is a little like the Marshall Plan for our county, essentially, in housing. And in order to get there, we're going to have to really think out of the box and push every possibility. I was delighted to hear from CJ that SB 35 revisions. It's a curious development that as long as 10% of the units are affordable, that they can fall under SB 35. This seems to be a real fruitful area. I think a couple of you commented on that, potentially, basically creating inclusionary housing by the fact that it falls under SB 35. So I think that's really worth some further exploration, and I would encourage staff and board to look at that. Thank you so much. Keep up the hard work. It's difficult, I know, but important work. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Frank.
Now taking public comment from 179.
Good morning again, board. This is Jonathan Gainsborough. Love the discussion and all the detail. Couple brief comments. Listening in, I didn't even expect to be pulled into this, but the coordinated entry of the homeless crisis is lacking a coordinated exit. And I'd like you all to write that phrase down, a coordinated exit. And we all know that affordable housing actually listed before the need for emergency beds in the strategic plan. But moving along, I was great to hear Supervisor Heidel and the others highlight the fact that most of the gain was in ADUs, or additional dwelling units. Years now, 3 years in Sacramento and now 3+ years up here. I have brought this up multiple times. Please, 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 one of your secretaries, please call Santa Barbara and get a copy of their county and city. They created a booklet on for ADUs to help their citizens go through the maze and to accomplish that. If we had 59 units, just imagine here, with me, what if we had 100 units or 150, if we doubled or tripled that? Second thing, with the housing element in 2013, we had the words, "We commit as a board and a county to do all we can to eliminate homelessness in El Dorado County." I advocated that for this new housing element. There is not enough strong language to deal with the crisis now that COVID and Caldor is taken care of. At least now we need to repair the damage from that. Maybe we can grandfather into the housing element when it comes back in April, something more than talking about services. Please put the phrase navigation center into the housing element. There is nothing for a year-round shelter, which is our county disgrace, not having emergency beds as one of only 4 counties out of 58 to have no homeless that have no bed. And finally, surplus land. I have never heard the board speak about Shin Ranch. Please deal with that as one of the surplus lands. And can we use that as a navigation center or at least for affordable housing? God bless you all. Keep up the great work you're doing.
Thank you, Jonathan.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing. And is there any further board questions or comments?
No, I'm all right. I'm ready to make a motion.
Perfect.
I will move that consistent with the staff's recommendation and planning commission that we adopt CEQA revised addendum for this project, that we approve the general plan amendment, and we adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 046-2022.
I'll second it.
Perfect. And a roll call vote, please, Kim?
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to take this last opportunity to individually thank Cynthia and Jennifer at PlaceWorks. Their partnership has been instrumental in getting the housing element to this point before your board. Their patience and experience has really led the way in our dealings with HCD and as we get this information along the way. So thank you, and we appreciate you. And thank you, board.
Very good.
Congratulations
Thank you for all your hard
again.
work.
Yep.
Great team effort.
Okay, with that, we have 2 minutes before our next item. I think that's enough time to stretch our legs and we'll be right back. Okay, thank you, Kim. So it's 10 o'clock and we have a 10 o'clock item number 33.
Item 33 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the Board of Supervisors, 1, receive and file a presentation from the Vegetation Management and Wildfire Resiliency Working Group, 2, approve and concept the establishment of an Office of Wildfire Resilience in the Chief Administrative Office, and 3, designate $3,375,000 of excess contingency funds as the local matching funds for a federal hazard mitigation grant to conduct defensible space, home hardening work, and hazardous fuels reduction in the county.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. I'll make a couple of opening comments and we'll turn it over to the team that's been working on this. As you may recall, on September 21st of last year, the board asked my office to convene a working group on wildfire resilience and vegetation management. You see the team we convened is all here, and I want to express my appreciation to all of them. And we'll get into the specifics of everyone who's involved, but the individual participation of each of these organizations, without them, this would not be possible. If we're going to be successful in improving fire resiliency in our county, and quite frankly, all the counties, especially in the Foothill region, is going to take a collaborative effort of multiple agencies and jurisdictions. And you see that here. So you should be proud of that. And our community should be proud of that, the commitment to this effort that everyone is going to make. One of the things we'd like you to keep in mind is that the current situation of fire resiliency in California wasn't created overnight. The challenges we face, they've been decades in the making, and we're not going to fix it overnight either. And one of the key points we're asking you to keep in mind when you go through this conversation today is we need a long-term sustainable program to be successful. It's very easy to start going off in a lot of different directions to make people perhaps feel good about what's being done, and great efforts were being done. But if there's not a strategic approach and a concerted approach to in protecting each community, it simply won't be successful. So we ask you to keep that in mind. There is a big ask in this. We fully recognize that, but we believe that's what's needed to meet the board's objectives, at least as you described them back in September. So with that, I will turn it over to staff and kick this thing off.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Parlin and members of the board. Ken Pimelot. I am the management analyst that the CIO's office brought on board to help facilitate the working group. And I think I was the only person that didn't step backward when they asked who was going to speak today. So here I am. No, I want to echo Don Ashton's comment about how lucky we are in El Dorado County to have the professional expertise that we have available to us. This is the highest level of professional and organizational structure we have, the forest supervisor from the El Dorado. We've got Cal Fire in the management structure. We have the fire prevention officers, fire chiefs here in the county, the resource conservation district. These are the organizations, the HEs that are engaging every day in the business we're doing here in the county. They have been engaged from day one in this process. So put together a short presentation for you as the CAO indicated. You provided us direction. Oops, trying to figure out how to move this forward. There we go. Provided direction on September 21st, really to look at several key elements at post the Caldor fire. What are some lessons learned? What are funding streams that are available to El Dorado County? And how can we look at a robust community-based resilience effort in the county that really increases the pace and scale of the efforts going on to make our communities more fire resilient? So immediately went to work establishing a small but effective working group. And those are the list of the organizations under the leadership of the CAO's office. So again, the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council, which I also represent here today as the chair, Cal Fire Amador El Dorado Unit, Forest Service El Dorado National Forest, Fire Chiefs Association, Fire Prevention Officers, and the Resource Conservation Districts. What have we done so far since we've been meeting late last fall? It brought me on board to help facilitate and organize and bring the group together. We have contracted with the Resource Conservation Districts to hire a fire safe coordinator through an 18-month grant provided by the California Fire Safe Council. That coordinator position is currently in the process, or interviews will be taking place for that here within the next week or so. So we bring that person on board in partnership with the RCD. Probably the largest task that was happening and will continue to go is we have submitted the notice of interest for a grant proposal through OES and FEMA through a hazard mitigation grant program that will focus on a variety of treatments, including defensible space, home hardening, and hazardous fuels reduction. The total project cost of this grant is $13.5 million with a grant request of approximately $10.2 million and a required local match of about $3.3 million. The Office of Emergency Services accepted our notice of interest on February 28th. We are currently now working to identify what the focus area or areas of the project are going to be. The sub-application is due April 8th, and there's a lot of work that's going in right now to populate the information that's required to meet that deadline. Over the next 3 years, once the grant will be about 3 years once it is approved. It'll be in 2 phases. Phase 1, we'll complete the environmental review. And phase 2, we will obtain right of entry agreements for the project area and the participants that will be involved. And then phase 2 is the actual project implementation, which, as indicated, is a 3-pronged approach of defensible space, home hardening with ignition resistant construction, and hazardous fuels treatments. Again, what we found, El Dorado County lacks an organized and unified approach to addressing wildfire hazard and risk. And although there's many efforts going on that are very valuable all over the county, the Resource Conservation District is a shining example of how work is being done and money and technical expertise is being brought into the county. But we really don't have a single process for establishing priorities, coordinating those projects across all disciplines, and then allocating resources, especially those that are scarce. Recent examples of where outstanding projects could have been coordinated better. Transportation Commission Evacuation Planning Grant around the greater Placerville area, an amazing project. We just didn't touch bases and do all the touch points with everybody as that was going forward. Department of Transportation Roadside Right-of-Way Clearance Grant. They're a year ahead of us in terms of getting through at a grant process for doing roadside right-of-way hazard abatement and clearance on many roads throughout the county. Well, at the same time, there's a community wildfire protection process that is led by right now the fire safe councils, but ultimately the responsibility of the county to sign off on. Many of the same projects are proposed within that CWPP that are being addressed or proposed through the DOT grant and others. There just hasn't been that cross-pollination, if you will, to adjudicate where there are conflicts or where there's duplication of efforts and where we can do a better job of coordinating. Public outreach and messaging. Each of us as organizations and agencies are all putting out our messages for our mission, for the things that we're doing that are really great, but we're not doing it in a coordinated approach so that we can really leverage the information flow out there. Our population, our public is being inundated with the message, but they're not understanding how it all relates together into one large fire safe El Dorado County. And as I think you all know very well, the Caldor fire revealed the lack of defensible space in many areas, requiring firefighters to complete that defensible space ahead of the approaching fire front. That's not what we need our firefighters to be doing our jobs when they're out there in the middle of the fire. So clearly some work to do. What did work well? The Caldor fire demonstrated that cooperative and strategic vegetation management projects can be successful when they're done in coordination and with the engagement of stakeholders across jurisdictional boundaries. And again, Fire Adapted 50 really rises to the top. All the efforts of the RCD, CAL FIRE, the Forest Service, and all the partners in between, fire agencies, the fire safe councils, really made a difference in areas of that fire. And that's really a shining example. The Caples prescribed burn, although recognizing that it was challenged, as a prescribed burn and had its issues, ultimately the footprint of that fire was very effective in splitting the head of the fire and reducing and providing some tactical and strategic opportunities to contain that fire in that area. And then, of course, the Myers fuels treatments. The Tahoe Fire and Fuels team, as we know, has been working aggressively since the 2007 Angora fire to really put partnerships on the ground and get work done. And
it's spelled Myers is misspelled MEYERS, just so you know.
All right. Apologize for that. We will fix that.
Thank you.
The El Dorado County is responsible for maintaining and implementing. There are a number of documents that people don't see every day, but we right here in the county government is responsible for the county hazard mitigation plan, the safety element of the general plan, building codes as they relate to wildland urban interface building standards, particularly Chapter 7A, which was adopted in about 2008, directly responsible for hardening homes. And of course, the county vegetation management ordinance, all things that the county, when a fire occurs and a community is burned, who does the community turn to? It's the county. And these are the things that we as a county can have direct responsibility over and really charting our own destiny and mitigating that loss. So the group's put together a timeline. So 3 months and ongoing, we're looking at establishing a data hub and a collection point to standardize tracking. And I think the one key message across everyone in this work group is let's put all the information in one place. So as we're planning and talking, we can look to see who's doing projects where and do a better job of coordinating. So we're working to put that together, and that's going to be ongoing. A coordinated approach to public outreach. It's really no different than having a joint information center during an emergency. That's what we're talking about. This is an emergency. It's just one that's going to be, as Don Ashton talked about, going to be taking a long-term approach. Well, this emergency is continuing to unroll. We need to be thinking about it like that, and our communications plan needs to represent that. And just an example of a data hub, here's a map with CWPP projects on it, scattered over the north part of the county, different colors, roadside work, other projects. And then we can add another layer, the SOFAR projects, both Chili Bar and the Camino Pollock area there in yellow. As you can see, as you start overlaying where work's going on, the footprints are overlapping. This is a perfect opportunity to continue to put this in one place so we can coordinate. 6 months and ongoing, we're talking about performing a countywide risk assessment that identifies the areas most at risk in the county. So rather than looking piecemeal and spreading our efforts like peanut butter across the county, we're going to step back, take a 50,000-foot look, and really analyze what are the highest risks in the county so that we can start prioritizing where some of our efforts are. Identify measures of success. We really need to be able to talk about what we've accomplished, what we've gotten done, and be able to track that and report that, and be able to track it over time. Talked about a broad stakeholder group. It was clearly in your direction, in your board action. Ultimately, we need to establish a broad stakeholder group based on a defined membership with roles and responsibilities. And this includes utilities, government organizations at all levels, our NGOs, most importantly, our existing collaboratives. So much effort's already going on through SOFAR and other efforts. So there'll be time and opportunities to when to plug in different stakeholders based on where projects are occurring or what the specific activity is, what we're looking for. But we'll have the ability to communicate and share information and engage folks as needed. Over the next 12 months, conduct an evaluation of the current vegetation management program and ordinance and provide recommendations back to the CAO and back to you as the board. I know on March 8th, you've had a presentation. We're moving forward this year with a plan for the veg management program. We've reviewed the statistics from last year. That's really guided where we're going this year. But now we really need to take a step back and look at where is the best approach to engage that program. As we identify priorities throughout the county, opportunity maybe to plug this program in to support those priorities. So we really have a leveraged effort with grant funding and other work on the ground with a strong public education message through our veg management program and ordinance. So we'll be taking a hard look at that over the next 12 months. And then it's truly, we need to have a plan. And I'm not recommending that we stop all work and build a plan and wait for that. We know what we need to do, but in the interim, we do concurrently, we do need to define our strategy for El Dorado County and have a strategic wildfire resilience plan. And it's utilizing the information that's already available through various watershed assessments. The state and at the state and federal level, plans already exist that we need to be implementing here in El Dorado County, both the 10-year strategic plan from the Forest Service that was released earlier this year, and California's wildfire and forest resilience action plan that has very clear goals, and funding and opportunities come with those goals. And so again, it's not reinventing the wheel. We're taking advantage of opportunities and plans that already exist, but making it customized for what we need here in El Dorado County. Large multi-stakeholder efforts and a prioritization of scarce resources. The group felt this was so important that we needed to add and recommend the addition of a new theme to the county strategic plan. And that theme is lead and facilitate the creation and maintenance of fire adapted communities. It's important enough that we need to be building off of and have the direction right in the strategic plan. And the proposed task under that theme is to prepare the countywide wildfire strategic strategy or the wildfire strategy. And then really down to I think the meat and potatoes of what we're asking today is establish a process and governance structure led by El Dorado County through a dedicated wildfire resiliency office to prioritize and coordinate efforts on a countywide level based on a comprehensive wildfire protection strategy. The resiliency office will report directly into the CAO and consists of a wildfire resiliency program manager, a fire safe coordinator currently under contract with the RCD, part-time or excuse me, temporary implementation staff for the hazard mitigation grant, because that will be significant workload over the next 3 to 4 years. And then ongoing support from the surveyor's office for their GIS support and the vegetation management programs. The resiliency office key responsibilities are very much the things that I've highlighted prior to this. It's implementing that countywide strategy, coordinating and preparing and coordinating wildfire and vegetation management related updates to the hazard mitigation plan, the general plan, informing the ongoing need for changes to the building code and how that impacts home hardening and ensuring that's happening throughout the county. Managing the grant, facilitating program priorities and stakeholder engagement with the county vegetation management ordinance. How are we going to implement that going forward? And convening a broad countywide stakeholder group, as I discussed. Essentially, this office is not replicating other efforts going on in the RCD. It's not an operational program. We have, quite frankly, as we've talked about, best organizational structure in our interagency fire response, emergency response structure here in the county. This is not proposing operations. It's not proposing evacuations, code red, all those things that come into play. This is really focusing on the pre-fire fuels treatment, hazard reduction, home hardening, community resiliency aspect before the fire occurs. To the extent that there's crossover and need to be informed about evacuation planning so that we can prioritize where fuels treatments occur and roadside vegetation work, absolutely critical. But we really need to keep this to be effective, is to stay focused on coordinating these pre-fire fuels work and just really being the glue that brings all the efforts that are going on in the county together and not replicating what those folks are doing, but provide the support at that 50,000-foot level to help get the work done. So again, we presented you our proposal today. The two, in summary, obviously approving concept, the Office of Wildfire Resiliency, and also to designate $3.3 million in funds to serve as the local match against the hazard mitigation grant. And with that, what we'd like to do is we have the suite of the work group members here, and we're happy as a team to take those questions and for you. So thank you.
Oh, Supervisor Novosel got her hand up first.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Obviously, this is incredibly important work that you're doing, and I thank you and your group so much. The one phrase I did not see in there, which is important to me being in District 5, is the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. Have you been in contact with them? Were they a part of the working group? Because, obviously they are a very important part of our forestry management. And being that Caldor Fire, brought in this huge issue to that, that we can start a fire on the west slope and it ends up in that basin unit. And so it's incredibly important. I feel that the working group should have included that basin unit management from U.S. Forest Service. And if so, what were their recommendations? Because you as where you're at, you probably understand that we have the TRPA. It's a different land use model in the basin, and that requires conversations at a different level.
Absolutely. And to be honest, we've had that discussion from the very beginning of the working group. We had not engaged the Tahoe Basin and the management unit yet, because quite frankly, they're way ahead of us. The Tahoe Fire and Fuels team, as we talked about post the Angora fire, it's become a model of how to organize these efforts in the basin. And we are trying to at least get an organizational structure here on the west slope so we can take it back and sit down with them and how to bring this broader group in. Supervisor Marcellet has been our conduit through the Forest Service to the basin. We've had Chris Anthony with CAL FIRE until he retired has come and presented to the group, who was instrumental in the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. So we've reached out and interacted to try to gather information so we can be prepared to bring more in and engage. But you're absolutely right. We ultimately planned to bring in all of the groups and not leave the Tahoe Basin out. You're just ahead of us and we need to catch up a little bit.
And I appreciate that. And yes, they've been very instrumental on a lot of this. I would just highly recommend that we work from the beginning as one group. You're talking about countywide program. This needs to be countywide. It's not countywide if you're not inclusive in the entire county. The entire county does include the Tahoe Basin units. So I would highly recommend that you start that conversation now, and that they are included in all conversation and all parts of this management program. Otherwise, you are, as you say, missing some of that knowledge base that they've already had. And if you truly want to name this countywide, they need to be included now. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Novosel. Supervisor Hydell?
Yeah, thank you. And Ken, I want to thank you for stepping up and taking on this opportunity because your unique experience, your background, your involvement with the Fire Safe Council, I think this is a really good unification of knowledge, experience, and leadership that's going to take us to a successful project. So I want to personally thank you for stepping up and doing that. Not everybody would do that, particularly when they get into retirement. But there's such a great need here. And I think that we're definitely headed down the right path in that regards. But I do have a couple of questions, and I'll just refer to the slides so that to make that a little bit easier. On slide 11, there's mention of the county vegetation management ordinance is something we have to maintain. Will your group end up coming up with a set of recommendations on changing that to the ordinance? Because when it was written, we knew it wasn't perfect. We knew we had to get inspectors out in the field and determine what's going on. We knew that there might be additional references that we want to put in there. We knew that the good neighbor aspect of it may or may not be successful, but it was the starting point. So do you anticipate recommendations from your group coming back into that discussion of modifications or amendments to that ordinance?
Yes, absolutely. So
Okay.
this year, we just didn't have time to make any new recommendations before defensible space season approached. So obviously, we're working to get that implemented based on last year. Going forward, absolutely. If the Wildfire Resiliency Office is approved today, it will take a central role in helping coordinate and facilitate that program and provide that recommendation going forward. But yes, right now, the working group is taking that on, is prepared to make recommendations for next year and beyond.
Excellent. So then on slide 15, we talk about the countywide risk assessment. And I'm aware of at least 3 risk mapping processes that are out there. We have a CAL FIRE one. I think we have a Forestry Service one. We have a PG&E one. And I think we also have in fire insurance companies looking at what is these risk assessments. And we don't seem to have consistency in how we do those assessments. But with respect to the fire insurance companies, I'm hoping that this group will be able to use a risk assessment tool and mapping and stuff that the fire insurance companies would look at and consider relative to insurability of given properties, because that's a big part of this. We all know that in the rural regions, there's a lot of residents, constituents that are not able to get affordable fire insurance anymore. We kind of experienced that in Caldor. We have the FAIR plan that's being changed all the time. And I think there is some effort there to make it more available to people, but the affordability part is the part that nobody seems to be able to address. But if insurance companies are really required to look at risk mapping, and where we've done our work, we can show that the risks have been reduced in a given area based upon the implementation of our processes, that should be something that insurance companies look at and say, okay, we need to reconsider, whether we can cover that particular home because it's been hardened, it's had the defensible space. Because there's a lot of people struggling right now with how am I going to pay those insurance bills? And if I can't, I'm at full risk. And that's not a good situation for our rural residents. So do you have any thoughts on that insurance company aspect relative to our risk mapping?
Well, first and foremost, the goal of this group is to have El Dorado County become a fire resilient county.
Yep.
Our communities and areas fire resilient. Part and parcel to that comes the ability for insurability, comes, quite frankly, protecting our residents. And so it's really, the insurance piece is one goal in this overarching direction to make our communities fire safe. Yes, one of the things that we know about is the utilities have their tier structure for identifying risk. We have the very high fire hazard severity zone requirement that CAL FIRE oversees. And yes, we have insurance risk models that almost every company has a different one that's out there.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we're engaging and incorporating all of that. Ultimately, though, we're doing our own we collectively are using the expertise to do our own evaluations of hazard and risk in the county, bringing in all that modeling, but really using fire behavior analysts. Both CAL FIRE and the Forest Service have committed their fire behavior specialists to this project, so that as we're looking at areas of the county, we can run models using the latest fire behavior predictive models and overlay that, see how that compares with the other models that are there. The end being is we really want to have the most comprehensive evaluation of hazard and risk, implement projects based on that to reduce that. And then the idea is, yes, ultimately we can go back to really let this be a model. We can go back to insurance carriers and others and say, we've been able to do this on the ground and be able to have that conversation about insurability.
Excellent. And then I'm going to refer to slide 18, and this was the new county strategic plan element. And I guess I was a little surprised that healthy communities is where that's landing as opposed to public safety. But we as a county do not have a fire aspect within our public safety element. We work with the fire districts, et cetera, but there's no county provided other than planning resources that really address the fire resiliency. So I can understand how the healthy communities connection might be a better fit. Well, was there a discussion rather, because the first thing I think of is defensible space and all the things we've talked about is a public safety issue, right? The well-being of people who live in areas which are subject to firestorms these days, as opposed to just wildfires. They're totally different in their nature, their behavior than they were 10 years, 20 years ago, right? So recognizing that the public safety aspect of it is the part that seemed to be higher level than healthy communities. But I think when you look at our county structure and organization, healthy communities is probably the better fit. But did that discussion occur? I think it fits in both categories. And that's probably, a question for staff here, but.
We did have that discussion, and it was tough because I think, like many of the themes in our strategic plan, they really do cross over several of those goals. At the end of the day, what we wanted to emphasize, and there already was a theme under healthy communities with regard to healthy forests. So we wanted to bring those two pieces together, and we again wanted to just emphasize that we're not in the response realm. We're talking about the pre-fire planning, which gets back to many other aspects of healthy communities when we're looking at either building new communities or planning new areas for development. I mean, this is going to be one of those considerations that would go in with all those other kind of land use pieces as well. So we were trying to touch on both, but certainly the crossover and the coordination against, certainly hits economic development. You can make an argument for that as well. So, but healthy communities is where we landed. Open for suggestions though, when we have our next item.
Okay, and the final one I have is, first of all, I want to compliment the whole team because I think the whole team has done an outstanding job here. This is much more than I think I anticipated we were able to accomplish. It's incredible. I've never seen this kind of a collaborative effort, people coming together, recognizing there's a common need, being open and willing to share information and doing the best we can for all the residents in El Dorado and all the properties as well, because those properties have significant value, not only to the resident, but to the county in terms of tax base to provide services. So there's a huge connectivity between what we do to protect our forests and healthy communities and people's living lives, et cetera. So my last comment is sustainability, which Don kind of started out with. We're looking at a 3-year grant and that looks great. And I fully support this, but we always have to look at what happens after that if there isn't a new grant. And we have some time to do some planning, but I'm always looking, is there a new funding effort to go into this survive with respect to the possibility of an economic downturn or something like that? Because we all experienced 2008, 2009. Who knows what the future may hold, but I would hate to see the county at that point have to say, we have to retract on these things we put so much effort into and we made so much progress on because there's no dedicated funding stream that keeps this alive and going. So was there talk about that relative to resiliency? I'm sure there was, but can you help me with where we're expecting to be able to get additional grant monies or some other new source of funding?
Well, first, I think we all agreed that it was important. And I know Don and I had this discussion about really being committed to putting in county resources and general fund resources to address this problem and make sure that we're resourcing it appropriately and not doing it a disservice by not appropriately funding it and staffing it. So the core office, that in our view wouldn't be very large. It would be, really this manager person with support. With regard to the grants, we're really hoping with this first grant, we're getting a lot of encouragement from FEMA and from Cal OES. They really want to see us do well in this grant. It's kind of cutting edge, this idea of using the public money to do the work on these private properties. as you'll remember, when we talked about adopting the vegetation management a few years ago, we identified that as an obstacle because at that time it really was unheard of. This kind of work wasn't happening for individual homeowners, with the exception of some of the chipping programs for, that the fire safe councils were coordinating for certain populations. So we're getting a lot of encouragement there. There is a lot of money coming down from the federal government and Supervisor Marsley can speak more to that in a minute. So the hope is that if we're successful with this grant, we do a good demonstration on this focus area, then it might be where we're participating in a regular grant cycle through this hazard program. And then I think there might be other programs coming down through the state. So it's looking really good now. That said, this is all coming down from state and federal levels, and, an economic downturn or something like that could affect that. But the idea is we have this core office. You're always going to have that need, and that always should be something that the county is committing to fund. And then we'll scale up or scale down based on what kind of grant activity and activities we have going on.
Excellent response, because I think that satisfies my need to understand there's something beyond 3 years. And it looks like we're in the line for that stuff. We're working aggressively to get the grants. This first grant is going to be the opening of the door with successive grant applications and stuff, and hopefully funding so we can keep this going. Because the last thing I would want to see is this end up like our Parks and Recreation Department several years ago, where basically shuts down and there's no more activity. That is unacceptable in my mind, but I appreciate the planning and all the effort that's gone into this. It seems like we have an opportunity relative to future funding that exceeds what we knew even 2 years ago when we started the vegetation management ordinance activities. And so that's really encouraging. So thank you for that. Appreciate everybody's efforts and well done.
Okay, Supervisor Thomas.
Good morning. I'd like to piggyback on Supervisor Heidal's comments and express my extreme gratitude to all of you that have answered this call. Each of you are working professionals, in your own jobs, and yet you've set aside time to come together to meet this need in our county. And that is not something to be taken lightly. And so your efforts are very, very much appreciated. And the effort that you have come together and coalesced around is, I think, a very appropriate response in light of the crisis that we weathered this last year with the Caldor fire. So, thank you for helping the county answer that call as well. And when we put together this board item that was conceived after the Caldor fire and, envisioned what this might be, the lessons that you identified and the process that you have undertaken is exactly what I had hoped would come out of this. In fact, I agree with Supervisor Heidel. It's even more than I think we hoped for. So, thank you so much for that. It's so important for us and for this board to know what our current gaps and challenges are. And that can only be informed by the working professionals, who understand this arena. And the more we understand it as well, it helps us make better decisions for the good of our county. So that's just another benefit. And it's so important that the county be a central part of this collaborative effort in bringing this together and in sustaining this effort going forward. And I too very much support our county dollars supporting this effort long term. A few questions. One more question. I also want to thank you for being so responsive to our board direction. I mean, I see in your presentation how you took our direction and have answered all of those components of it. And that's wonderful. Question. Can you help me understand a little more what this pilot program might entail when we get the federal hazard mitigation grant? You talk about home hardening and fuels reduction, of course. Would this be monies for homeowners to access? Would it be groups that come in and help homeowners that cannot do the work? What is this pilot project?
Very good question. So this concept is really, quite frankly, it's being piloted only in a few places around California. The Office of Emergency Services has identified San Diego County, one or two communities, as well as Shasta County, Whitmore, where they're piloting this, a similar sort of concept. So we are on some cutting edge territory here, but well-versed territory. It's not one tool to fix or address the wildfire challenge. It's really using every tool in the toolbox. And so when the team first met and we started talking about what would really be effective to demonstrate, and that is bringing in this multifaceted approach. So the hazard mitigation grant requires defensible space happen as a minimum. So if we're going to treat 200 parcels, 200 structures with whatever we're going to do, as a minimum, it has to meet defensible space requirements, the existing laws that are on the books. So that's number one. Number two is what we're seeing in these large conflagrations, just as late as the fire in Colorado a few months ago, is the home-to-home ignition. It's not just wildland fuels. It's when the homes are igniting, and either through radiant heat or ember intrusion from embers being lofted, and finding those weak spots within the home construction and igniting. So, and then of course, tying in and wrapping up the whole package with how do we reduce fuel loading in and around a community so that we as firefighters have a strategic location with which to make a stand, and also maybe reduce the intensity of the fire. So this project engages, again, to the extent that, based on the amount of funding, we're looking at focus areas that would address 100% defensible space work around a subset of homes. Those same homes then would receive ignition resistant construction upgrade. And that's obviously priorities are things like ensuring they all have non-combustible roofs. And that's in most of California now, because we've been implementing that for years, most of that's been done, but not everywhere. So the first priority is to cover the cost of getting a roof replaced, which is expensive now, $30,000 or more dollars. But then it's also looking at the rest of that building construction. And the National Institute for Standards just released a very comprehensive document last month that talks about all the things that are accepted and recognized scientifically now for ember intrusion and home hardening, the siding, windows, vents, all of that. So this program would implement that for landowners. We're still discussing and looking at the other models. Is this a 100% funded up to a certain cap amount? Is this a cost share?
Right.
We're looking to see what the other programs are doing and seeing what might work and what would be effective for our community. Because at the end of the day, we want our focus area, the area we're doing to want to participate in this. And, we're looking at the low income, we're looking at the our senior community. We need to look at where can we be effective in implementing this program where it would not necessarily be done otherwise. And so what incentives, what level of incentive can we provide to ensure it gets done?
That's remarkable. My goodness, that is absolutely remarkable. Look forward to seeing this unfold. Let's see. As part of the new office that is being proposed, will that work also include identifying county-owned properties and how we need to manage those? Because I know there's a lot of concern about county-owned properties, as there should be.
Yeah, this is something we've started working with facilities on. They've compiled an extensive list of all the county-owned parcels, and it turns out many of them are related to DOT and past DOT projects, current DOT projects. So we're working really closely with DOT to find a solution for that, and certainly that will be something that we can help with through the office in the future. So that's in progress.
All right, that sounds wonderful. And my last comment is, as you move forward, perhaps engaging with the El Dorado County Water Agency might be an important partner in this work going forward in terms of watershed and resources and advocacy at both the federal and state level. So,
well, Ken Payne's been engaging with us at the Fire Safety Council, and he and I were just chatting the other day. And quite frankly, in working with the GIS office, we're modeling some of our GIS work and maps based on some of the work that was done in the water plants. We've already kind of used a lot of their work as a model rather than reinvent.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all again. This is quite remarkable work.
Great. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, Ken, thank you. You guys done a great job. You really have putting this together. It's been needed for a long, long time. Trust me. Especially when in the year last year, we spent over $3.1 billion in fighting fires in the state of California. And we need to reduce those costs, especially when you had to take that money and put it into fighting fires that was set aside, especially doing good management, good forest management or fuel reductions. We had taken that money and put it in there to fight fires. So there's no money there left to be able to do that. So we need to concentrate on that. One of the big issues, that my personal thing is we need to work real closely with the Forest Service to make sure we bring this back, good forest management. I have a fire map that's dated back in 1915 to current. And the last two fires that we've had, the King Fire and the Caldor Fire, is horrific. When at that time, the Pelican Fire was one of the largest ones we had. it's small compared to what we have recently today. So we need to work on that. And I commend your group. I really do. I think it's great that we're going to work together to solve the problem in this county. It's been going on for decades. We need to work on trying to, build a biomass, especially a lot of the cleanup in the forests and stuff, and bring that. I talked about that for years, about bringing biomass to our county, and we're working on it, and it's going to happen. I really do believe so, especially working with Greg Stanton. Greg Stanton has done a great job. He really has. And he is really looking in all the different areas and stuff and doing a lot of research to make that happen in our county. That is one of the biggest things that we need in our county and stuff. And we need to bring logging back. That's one of the another issues that's been going on. When we took 144,000 board feet in 1994, out of our forest, and we took a measly less than 11,000 board feet in 95. There's a problem, and this has been going on for decades. We need to look into solve these problems and make sure that we don't have this, especially with the overgrowth of a lot of our forests that's happened. So anyway, thank you very much, Ken, for what you're doing. I think this is going to be a great thing for our county.
Okay, with that, I have a few comments and questions. So I think when this item was suggested by the board, I think I was the only no vote. And the reason why is I was very concerned. It was very vague. And I personally don't like vague motions. So just so you know, I was very concerned. But I have to say with that the group of folks that have come together and looked at this issue actually came up with two of the biggest things that I have been complaining about for the last 2 years. So I'm like, right on. My brain's working well and aligned with you guys. So I've been assigned to attend the governor's task force, meetings since I got in office in 2019. And what I was finding is I would go to those meetings, they would talk about grant opportunities or things that counties should be doing. And then I would come back to the county and go, what do I do with this information? And that especially happened with this FEMA grant. I was being pinged all over because everybody knows I go to the meetings and they're going, Lori, the county needs to apply for this. And I'm like, well, who should apply in the county? Who's going to take the lead? That's been this question. Who's taking the lead on things? Poor Dawn gets all of my emails and phone calls. What do I do with this grant opportunity? So the need really is there for a focal point for all these issues. So I appreciate that you guys came up with that. Perfect, spot on. I was like, wow. And then the other bit that I've been complaining about, and I think this will fulfill that need, is that at least in our county at this time, I've been saying, and to the California Fire Safety Council, people that come to the governor's meetings, I've been saying, we are relying on our resiliency. We've been putting it on the backs of volunteers. And some of those folks have done an amazing job, but volunteers come and go and burn out. And as incredible as their work has been, I've been saying that we need to have paid staff there to support those efforts and coordinate them. And that's exactly what you came up with. So I'm really glad to see the results of your conversations and this efforts. I think it's spot on. I do think some folks are going to be concerned. I'm just going to say it out loud, get it out there, that we're creating more government. I know that's going to be a concern. But I do think that this effort needs it. I think that we need that leadership, because you're right. When anything goes wrong, people are like, what's the county doing about it? And then we have to look around and try to figure out which agency fits to take it on. So I think this is much needed. I think that from what I'm hearing about this hazard mitigation grant opportunity, that the pilot program you guys have come up with is exactly what those at the state and FEMA are looking for from everything I've read, that this is what they want to see communities do. Insurance, absolutely, Supervisor Heidel. I'm so glad you brought that up, because I think that by creating this office and this pilot program project, I have a feeling more of our communities, I'm concerned that we're going to pick one or two communities and everybody's going to want this. So, because you can see the benefits for these poor folks that can't afford insurance. And the goal, my understanding, is to attract the insurance companies to come back once we're fire resilient. We need the regular market of insurance companies to come back so that we're not relying on the FAIR plan, because it's just not, that's not what it was intended for. So I really appreciate all of your work. I do have one question, because again, I just like to throw these things out there. Are other counties doing this, or what do other counties do? And who wants to field that question?
So I can give you from the perspective of what other counties are doing as part of an Office of Resiliency. Not a lot. A lot of counties are trying to get to the same place. A few months back, sat down, we were working on this. I sat down with Butte County Fire Safe Council, who have like 12 or 15 paid employees in their fire safe council, because the council sort of absorbed to take the responsibility that the county wasn't doing. But even the fire safe council leadership is really pushing Butte County to have an office like this, because there are so many things bigger than the fire safe council. Sonoma County, after having so many devastating fires starting in 2017, they did establish a resiliency office. It is within the CAO's office. It morphed over time. Over the last 3 years, it's now a policy and several other responsibilities, but it continues to administer grant money. It continues to coordinate within the county how the departments and organizations are coordinating their projects, so that one department isn't doing something different. So it's a very similar model, but really couldn't find a lot of other places that have been able to really move this needle forward, which is why this proposal is really such a great opportunity. It's well needed, and other folks can talk on if you want specifics on other county ordinances, et cetera. But
Does anybody jumping up want to talk about that? Because I thought that was great. So that's always one thing when we're embarking on something new. We always want to see what others are doing. It's just the counties often also share, beg, borrow, and steal from each other. So very good. Any other board questions, comments, Supervisor Thomas?
Just one more thing. I understood your comments regarding the motion, but I wanted to just mention that I think the motion was intended to be flexible, to allow the professionals to determine what our course needed to be. And I think that's exactly what happened. And so really, encouraged by that. Because, we don't know what needs to be done, but we knew the county needed to step up and take a role. And so, thank you for filling the gap on that and determining where we need to go with this really important issue.
Yeah, I have another follow-up question. Ken, have you guys looked at the Share Institute, some of the good things that they have done?
We did some pieces. Mark Egbert he's engaged with so many in different places that he's brought a lot of those resources and references in. To be honest with you, we spent so much time trying to get prepared to meet the grant deadline and try to really put this proposal together. We're still just discovering, just as Supervisor Noblesell said, we've got to restart thinking about broadening out who we're outreaching to. And as we begin to formulate the plan, there are a number of regional and collaborative efforts that go on just beyond El Dorado County that are important to informed efforts like the Sierra Institute.
Okay.
I had a quick question for Jeff Marcelli, if he's there. I'm not sure he's there.
He is here. He's here. He's coming up to the podium.
Hey, Chief.
Hey, how are you? Supervisor Noblesell.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you being here. I did want to follow up on my question, and that is, what's the collaboration like with the Tahoe Basin unit? I know it can be difficult at times, but I do want to emphasize we do need this. If we're going to make this countywide, make it countywide. And it's not countywide unless you include the Tahoe Basin as a part of your working group and as a part of this grant.
Yeah, so Supervisor Noblesell, great question. And Madam Chair, members of the board, let me just start by just saying from a federal perspective, what a bold stroke you took in September to convene this group. And really appreciate Supervisor Thomas, you sharing that, you wanted the professionals to kind of work it out. So I'll weave that back into the response to the question. The Tahoe Fire and Fuels team is working. In fact, they're in many sectors, they're a model for how to do this. Though the Lake Tahoe Basin, as you know, has a different kind of a footprint than the west slope of the Sierra, where we are. And so the challenge is with geography, entities, number of non-governments, number of other agencies with a stake in this. I think we focused really clearly on like, how do we solve that part of the problem, building an organization to try to create the coordination where there is very little, as opposed to engaging with the already very effective Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. But I can tell you, as this becomes a county-wide effort, there will be no shortage of engagements with the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team to figure out what right looks like. And quite frankly, it may be that the county veg management officer sits on both of the different coordinating entities so that we don't disrupt success already in progress, but we create coordination opportunities. It may be that the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team makes a choice to make a strategic change in the way that they're organized to also fit what's happening on the West Slope. But I can tell you, both with, as you know, I worked in the Lake Tahoe Basin for a decade, personally responsible for being a part of many of those fuels implementation projects right there in Myers that stopped the Caldor fire. I know we could not have done it without their participation. And I think there is a bold reality that we're all waking up to, that once the notion of a fire crossing the Sierra Nevada crest it didn't happen until last year, and twice. The Dixie Fire and Caldor Fire, first two recorded fires in history that crossed the Sierra Nevada crest. So we absolutely, Supervisor Novosel, as this gets going, we'll make sure that those coordinating efforts allow in my view, the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team to figure out where they want to be in relationship to this emerging county entity. Of course, I would look to Don Ashton to make sure that, ultimately it works for him in the way that the proposal is organized. And so clearly the Forest Service will all bring to bear the entire federal government's support, and however that looks like. And I can make that commitment here to you, Sue.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. And thank you again. As a resident of Christmas Valley, I can't tell you again how much we understand, especially there, what your work personally, how much it saved our community, and can't tell you, we're forever grateful for your work up there. And I just want to see it continue. And I always get a little nervous when I hear agencies talking in silos. El Dorado County does include South Lake Tahoe and Tahoma and Emerald Bay, all areas that are in incredibly dangerous situations. Yes, it's great to have the Tahoe Fuels team up there, but we should all be working together. And when I hear a countywide commitment, I want to make sure it's countywide for obvious reasons. So just make sure, I'll just put that exclamation on there again, that I hope you all will continue to work together, and as I know you are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good point, Sue. Thank you for that. Any further board discussion comments? Are we ready for public comment then? Kim?
Supervisor Parlin?
Yeah.
Really quick, just before we move on to public comment, I'd really like to call out the individual members of the team. I know we've been motioning to them. So just really quickly, we have Chief Pimlott, of course. Then we've got Chief Ron Phillips representing the fire prevention officers, Supervisor Marcellet. We have Sarah Doherty, who the surveyor Brian Fraser has been generous enough to loan us. She's been excellent in helping with our mapping and data gathering. We have Chief Nate Barclay from CAL FIRE Amador El Dorado unit. Also, the unit chief Mike Blankenheim is in our group. He just had another obligation today. Of course, I think you all know Mark Egbert, Executive Director of the Georgetown and El Dorado County RCDs. And we have Chief Tim Cordero. In addition, we've had support from our vegetation management staff, been doing a lot of work on our grant application, our notice of intent and sub-application too. So just wanted to acknowledge all those folks.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate that. All right, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hello, Chris Payne, Patterson Ranch Fire Safe Council, also a member of the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council. I'm a board member. Just to start off, I just want to identify a couple of things that were not discussed today, but I wanted to say that the The council, El Dorado County Fire Safe Council, was organized in 2001. So it's over 20 years old. It's got over 150 individuals from the public and private, some here that are members of this. We have a communication network. Also, we meet monthly, and we had a meeting last week. Usually meetings are over 2 hours. Very consistent and a very good agenda in terms of the business that's going on right now, some of which is being discussed today. But I just wanted to highlight that. Also, some of you I commented on, there's an ROP fire control technician program that's at Union Mine High School. Starts at 7:30 in the morning, goes to 9:30, 2 hours a day. It's worth 10 units of the 240 units that a high school student would be graduating with. It's being operated by or taught by Chief David Witt, and 16 years and older. So typically juniors and seniors. There's 35 maximum in the class currently. They've been going this year with, at this point in time, before graduation, they have 28 that have continually been part of this program. Essentially, what you get is a American Red Cross CPR and first aid training certificate. Also, you get a NW/CD basic wildfire wildland firefighter certificate. And essentially, it gives you the education to be able to go on, hopefully with an internship, and that may lead to a career. So this is a career opportunity through our El Dorado County Union Fire, High School District. So I'm thinking this part here in our discussion should include education. There should be an element that we tie into the Office of Education. And certainly I've enjoyed the discussion today, and I'm obviously a supporter. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Good afternoon, Lars Knutson, Pollock Pines. Thank you for putting this together. And Don, thank you for getting this back in September. Lars Knutson, did I say Pollock Pines? Because usually I forget. A couple things I just wanted to mention. You know, we're always looking for people to blame, and I used to be a firefighter, and when no one took the blame, I always raised my hand. I said, my fault. We're all responsible for this. To me, we got to get back to some common sense things. First commandment is to love the Lord thy God with all your heart. Second commandment is to love your neighbor as thyself. America's lost that. When this fire started, I went up and prayed multiple days up in Grizzly Flats, and I've always had a bad feeling about that area. Not putting blame, but if you look back in July 4th, the Tamarack fire sat for days before they even really aggressively attacked it. But sometimes things work for a reason. We can blame, and maybe God allowed that to happen to wake us up. This fire cost the people in this state $271 million was the firefighting cost. And I give kudos to Chief Tim Cordero. I gave him a phrase, we're going to do more with less. When this fire was going, there was 1,600 firefighters when it had burned over 100,000 acres. The King Fire, 97,000 acres. They had 8,000 firefighters. And I'm not saying a waste of money. I was a fireman for 31 years. We've got to get back to some common sense. Nice to see you, my friend. John 15 mastication project is in the works right now. I came to this chamber years ago, and I said that we don't start for disasters to come to pray, we pray now. And I pray that God Almighty will be a part of this plan. I rededicated this county back to the Lord Jesus. And there's enough faith in this place right now to move mountains. there's a miracle, and God bless the family of the Galt PD officer that died on the way up here, but we didn't lose anybody. That was a miracle. My chimes. We got to get just back to some basic common sense. Be good to your neighbors. And I've been volunteering on my street. Come up, I took Supervisor Thomas and Heidel to my place, and I've been working on people's property. We need to start reaching out to our neighbors. If you can't see, we have a crisis in America that's spiritual. God bless you.
Thank you, Lars.
Well, good morning. Chair Parlin, Supervisor, CEO Ashton, Maurice Johnson, Fire Chief of the El Dorado Hills and Rescue Fire Departments. Really, I just have a very few short comments. And one is, during times of crisis, if you will, or times of trouble, leaders lead. And that's exactly, in my estimation, what the CAO's office has done. Our team back here, the resiliency group, has done. And that's what we're hoping that you all do as well. I know that you will. But please understand that we do have this window now. We have a short window. The Caldor fire reminded us of the challenges that we have in our county that has been here for years. And the Caldor is just one fire. There's been many fires before the Caldor, and there'll be many fires after the Caldor, hopefully not as devastating. But we have to live with wildfire. That's essentially what I'm telling you. That window is the insurance companies out there right now. And so, yes, we have about a 2-year reprieve. But understand, if we don't do something, it will be a crisis at that point. So I'm tremendously proud of the work that this team has done. They gave us a great presentation. I can tell you on behalf of Rescue and El Dorado Hills Fire Department, I'm in complete support. I want to recognize the CAO's office for everything that they've done to even bring this to you all and say, this is what we need to do. It's an important step that we need to take. It's an important step that other counties are going to be looking to us to be leaders. And I'll end with that, is that in these times of crisis or tough times, leaders lead. And I know you guys are those leaders. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Seeing no additional public comment from,
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I do have a couple of comments and a question to pose. As you've all probably seen and heard before, I live in Coloma on historic Mount Murphy. I've had 7 arson fires that either started directly on my property or within a quarter of a mile of my property. The 2000 arson fire started at the trailhead at the base of my property at Bain Road. Was ignited by 3rd generation firefighter Ben Kunha, who was under $10 million bail bond, same as the King fire arsonist. He had been going throughout El Dorado County and igniting fires. And then, hello, I'm, the hero on the job, first to arrive. But long story short, that was swept under the carpet of government bureaucracy. I was working for the city of Sacramento Mayor Heather Fargo at the time. And the pictures that I actually showed of the helicopters landing in my backyard and the firefighters being dispersed. By the way, my beloved golden retriever died as a result of that arson fire. Long story short, there's been too much of that type of activity, but I keep an excellent defensible space. Despite that, my insurance premiums have been going up $1,000 a year. This year, I nearly had another heart attack when my insurance premium with AAA nearly doubled. So I called my insurance agent up and, again, okay, what can we do? I'm a senior citizen right now, and the rates are exorbitant. Fortunately, I was able to make adjustments to my policy and bring down my yearly premium by over $3,000. So again, we've got the insurance companies. They're not taking any new individuals, but they're also not allowed to drop anybody at this point. I want to get to another issue about the grants and how these and this is the question, and, is basically the grants and these individuals who are being authorized to undergo training to go onto private property and to inspect for defensible space. A lot of concern has been brought up at meetings before, including the Cool community as well as in the Coloma community. By what authority do these individuals have to come onto private property? And are we going to have a tattletale kind of a situation where neighbors are tattling, your rose bushes or your lilac bushes are too high and you don't have a defensible space? What kind of actions are being mitigated to, again, and under what authority do these individuals have?
Thank you, Melody.
To, again, come onto private
Melanie,
property.
thank you.
Again, I'm finishing my
your
sentence. I'm
time is
finishing my
up.
sentence. I would like.
And we'll
I
ask
would
your
like-
question.
I
We'll
would
get you an
like them
answer.
To respond.
We'll get you an
publicly.
answer.
Again, I'm
Thank you.
asking this and stop interrupting. You're
You
violating
need to
my
finish on
First
time
Amendment
like
rights.
everybody else, Melody. Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kimberly Pruitt.
Good morning. On behalf of Congressman McClintock, I just want to commend the county and the Resiliency Committee for the work that you're doing. Very, very important work, and we support you completely in this. I want to also make a comment about the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. As Supervisor Novosel mentioned earlier, we've had the privilege of working with them for many years, and the work that they're doing up there, like Mr. Pimlott said earlier, is definitely a model for what needs to be done everywhere. The collaboration and the work that they're doing. So I highly recommend, like Supervisor Novosel mentioned, that we loop them into this. I think it's very, very important. And thank you for all that you're doing, and anything that we can do to support you in these efforts, please let us know.
Thank you so much, Kimberly.
Now taking public comment from Woody Deloria.
Good morning, Chair Parlin, Supervisors, Woody Deloria, Eldorado County Transportation Commission. First of all, I just want to commend your CEO, Don Ashton, for leadership and your board for leadership on this effort. Clearly a much needed effort here in Eldorado County. As those of you who serve on the Transportation Commission know, we applied for a Caltrans planning grant well before the Caldor fire hit to secure some planning grant funds to do the greater Placerville, what we called then the evacuation plan. We're now calling it the evacuation preparedness plan, because after coordination and consultation with all the experts sitting in front of you today, we as not being wildfire evacuation experts in any way, shape, or form, understood that our role really is to analyze the transportation network and find some of those weak points and gaps, and work those into our planning efforts and secure funding to help alleviate those. But we're very excited, to work with this working group and help in any way we can. We're confident that this planning effort led by the commission will help to inform the working group, and we're going to be reworking the scope and meeting with Mr. Pimlott and others to make sure that our scope of work fits the needs of what the county is doing here. And again, just really grateful to the county, to your board and the CAO for this leadership. And secondly, I'm going to take my EVCTC hat off, and as a District 2 South County resident who was evacuated on August 17th for 21 days, I really do want to applaud the CAL FIRE and those first responders. And I think there are a lot of great examples of where defensible space that was done well saved a lot of structures. And I think that's something that we need to potentially work into this working group and be able to go and have some site visits and look at those cases where that was a very effective strategy for responding to this fire. So thank you all for your leadership, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Woody.
There's no additional public comment.
Well, I want to make a motion.
Hold the phone.
Okay.
Thank you for that, though.
Yeah.
Melody did have very specific questions. Who would like to take a stab at answering her question about what authority do individuals have to come onto property? I was kind of looking at Nate perhaps, because I thought.
Poor Nate, everybody looked at him.
I do recall a couple years ago where you explained it pretty well, Nate, so.
Thought I'd get away without having to speak to you today. But, yeah. Well, thanks again for having the working group, Madam Chair and Board. Much like everybody else said, Don, we appreciate the participation and you get your leadership to the CEO's office for this too. I think to address the question, it's more of a two-part. So I'll talk about the state's defensible spaces I've presented before the board before. And then do we want to talk about the amount? I'll leave it where the state is. So our defensible space program with the state, affectionately known as 4H91, as we know, has been in our community for well over a decade now. I have done some inspections in Coloma. I've worked with a lot of the fire council groups as well. And really, I guess the overarching answer to this is we understand and we respect people's privacy, their amendment, and the Constitution 100%. I mean, I live in Mr. Tierenbrew's district too, as a community member here as well, and I've had my own place inspected. So I understand everybody's opinions and feelings about it. By no means, do we ever want to force our way? And there's a two-way conversation. And some ways that we do that, we do send out mailers to work with those community members that are just a little bit nervous about the government coming on their property. And for the people that just don't want us there, that's, we do our best to give those mailers and educate them where we can and work with them and try to meet them face to face. So there are public resources code that could allow us to do an inspection as a state agency onto public property, but I can tell you right now, I've never had to enforce or use that code ever in this county.
Wow.
Our educational approach has been 100% effective in my eyes, and that's about all we can do, right? I need, much like this program, we need the public's buy-in and their support to make it successful too. So hopefully that answers it in a broad aspect there for the state program.
And that's very helpful. And then the other bit of her question was about, and this is just the reality of things, but the tattletaling complaint driven.
Yeah, so
it's a reality.
To be completely transparent, we get quite a few complaints about neighbors, calling on neighbors and the rose bushes, weeds, whatever it may be. One approach we've taken for a very long time is it's all anonymous. We don't tell a neighbor that another neighbor called and that's why we're there. We actually inspect the complainant's house along with the other house and all the surrounding neighbors. We actually do the entire street. Again, to get education out there and whatever we can do, not to point out one house. Again, defensible space isn't just about one property. It's not even about small roads and communities. It's about the county now. We are, as we've seen this year, a fire burned from one side of the county to the other. So the approach to this, tying it back into the resiliency program, is it can't be by community and roads. It's got to be a county, a state, and a federal cooperation. So, yeah.
Thank you, Nate. I appreciate it. Sorry you couldn't get away without talking today. All right. With that, I think we answered all the questions that were asked. Great comments. Effort is very appreciated. And
Madam Chair.
Sure.
I just want to add a closing comment, and all the appreciation and commitment has been well said, but I think we need to highlight Sue Hennicke's efforts. Sometimes, I was involved in the first meeting and maybe the second, and then I figured I better get out of the way and let these people do their work. So I appreciate everyone's comments to me, but it was really the team effort and Sue Hennicke's involvement as well.
Very good. Thank you for that clarification. I was looking, I didn't see your button, just, you have a button too.
I know.
You caught me off guard. I'm trying so hard. Anyhow, thank you for that.
I just want to commend all of you for all your hard work and putting this together, because it's a great thing. And I think it's going to be great for our county. It really is. So with
You can
that,
just say, move to approve as recommended by staff is a short way to say it.
all right.
County council, I'm just letting you know, county council.
Well, I
told me
was going to
this.
make it long, so it make it feel better. Why
Move
not?
to approve as
Well,
recommended
let's
by
see.
staff. So you don't leave anything out on accident.
Approve the concept to establish the Office of Wildfire Resilience in the Chief Administrative Office and designate $3.375 million. The excess contingency funds to the local matching funds of the Federal Hazard Mitigation Grant to conduct the defensible space, home hardening work, and hazardous fuels reduction in our county.
And I will second that.
That was fast.
May I have a roll call vote, please, Kim?
Of course. Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parliament, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Thank you, everyone, so much.
See you later.
So with that, I think we're going to take a 10-minute break because we really haven't, and then we'll move on to our next item. Is everybody good with that? All right, thank you. Okay, very good. So it's 11:30. We're back from our break and we're going to move on to item number 34.
Item 34 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive an update on the county's strategic planning efforts, 2, approve the current vision statement, mission statement, and core values, 3, approve the current 5 strategic plan goals of public safety, good governance, infrastructure, economic development, and healthy communities, 4, discuss and approve recommended changes and additions. And 5, direct all department heads to continue incorporating the county's strategic plan goals and priorities into their department short, middle, and long-term goals.
Good morning, Tiffany Schmid with the Chief Administrative Office. I'm going to open up the item and then I will hand it over to each of the individual goal leads to present to the board the accomplishments that have been made over the past year. Just as a kind of to set the stage for those, I know we did an update last year, but just to remind everyone, in 2014, the county embarked upon an effort to adopt a strategic plan. And that process included reaching out to community members and doing a survey, a citizen engagement survey. And with that feedback, the county compiled that and ended up developing and adopting a strategic plan in 2016. That plan included 5 goals. It was there, economic development, good governance, healthy communities, infrastructure, and public safety. Then staff went about diligently implementing that plan over the next few years, and the board received periodic updates during that period. And in keeping with standard practice for the implementation of a strategic plan, which generally has a shelf life of 3 to 5 years, staff conducted a comprehensive overview of the plan in 2019. And that was kind of one of our last big public participation meetings that we had before COVID hit, really. So that was down at the fairgrounds, and it was great. I attended, included stakeholders from all groups, from fire, schools, county officials, county staff, the public. And with that process, we ended up with the same five goals, but we transitioned from more of a task-oriented plan, which it was initially, to just a higher level strategic plan. And I think that transition was appropriate because we had implemented the plan for a few years. I think it was relatively new for the county to have a strategic plan in 2014. And so we just refined that plan and really focused our efforts. And then in 2020, we didn't really conduct a comprehensive review. We just, implemented their continuing on. We, of course, had COVID hit, and despite that, staff made just significant effort and progress in implementing the plan. Last year, department heads collectively reviewed the plan and decided that we would not undertake a comprehensive review, but instead essentially appoint or select goal leads. And those goal leads would go out into the departments, work with the departments, review the existing plan and make any recommendations. So we did come back to the board and a few revisions were made. And this year we decided to take on that same process. So we are now would be entering into the 4th year since our last major update of the strategic plan. Let's see if there's anything else that I wanted to say before I hand it over. And there's one, and we'll open it up to the board, but the only recommended change, and you received some insight into that with your previous item, was to add the fire resiliency theme to the healthy communities goal. And so the plan here is to go through each of the goals with a review. Board is welcome to provide input. Emma is available here to track those changes as we go, and we can bring them up on screen. And with that, we will be handing it over to public safety first with Lieutenant, help me out here, Lensing.
Lieutenant Mike Lensing. And I believe that, thank you very much
for having us here. I'll keep this short and sweet. We have a lot of people that are going to be standing up here and speaking just as I have. I wanted to look at this presentation based on the core values of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office: total care, total professionalism, and total enforcement. And can I? Oh, there it
There you
is.
go.
Okay, total professionalism through training and by example. That is something we hold true to our hearts and try to accomplish that in everything that we do. In 2021, we have been attending the most relevant and up-to-date training, bringing the latest strategies, tactics, and philosophies to our agency. 2020 and 2021 have been very trying for law enforcement. There's been a lot of new legislation and a lot of new training and a lot of new things that we've had to grasp and change ourselves. So as an agency, we've tried to be ahead of that, be involved with legislators, be involved with the board to try to make those changes that we need to make it by ourselves without being forced to do it. We are actively involved with student internship opportunities through local high schools and community and state colleges, trying to pass that on, getting to the next generation and hoping to get people from our own community involved. Total care for victims, witnesses, in the community. Again, in 2021 and years prior, the homeless outreach team, the psychiatric emergency response team, have worked together with county agencies to serve these special populations. This has been a trying few years with COVID, with law changes and the communities. This is a very sensitive situation, as you all know. Everybody has seen what has occurred here. It's very contentious, but as law enforcement, we're stuck in between. We try to do the best that we can for the people that serve this or that are within this community, and that includes the homeless. We are there day to day with them in the streets, attempting to get them off the streets and trying to get them the help that they need. Correctional staff has also been assisting in that by developing exit plans for these people that have been previously homeless, that have been incarcerated, to give them a plan to do something when they come out, to get a job, to get counseling, make sure that they connect with probation, because that is a big issue with the homeless, is they drop off the face of the earth once they exit our systems. And this is where our new records management system has come in. RIMS will allow the sheriff's office to share data, resources with other law enforcement agencies. That's probation, the DA's office, Placerville PD, South Lake Tahoe PD, and also at the state level. We share the data that we receive for the homeless and various arrests and things that we have. So it enables us to do a better job with less resources being expended. Total professionalism through training and by example. Our narcotics team continues to navigate the new industry of cannabis, establishing policies and procedures so we can be more responsive to the needs of our community. The Office of Emergency Services is leading the way in protecting and rebuilding our communities from the Caldor fire. That is a continuing effort, and as we've seen today, that's something that you are continuing also. The Sheriff's Office is in the process of implementing the body-worn camera project. Recording technology has proven to increase transparency and public trust. It seems in California is we're getting into this body-worn camera aspect that we're a little bit behind some of the larger agencies, but we wanted to see how the implementation of that program or those programs affected those agencies, so we would know and be able to spend money wisely without having to experiment, as you will. Essentially, let them make the mistakes first so we know how to do it right. Total care for victims, witnesses in the community. Our SROs and narcotics work collaboratively with local schools to bring awareness to the dangerous drugs and preventions of overdose. And we know the threat of fentanyl overdoses that we are seeing in this county, in this state, and the country.
This, I feel, is very important work that we're doing. We're doing work on the ground level with the kids in the schools as they're there. We're relating to them as human beings and giving them the information that they need to have to make educated decisions when it comes to drug use. Our hope to eliminate fentanyl overdoses in El Dorado County. I know that's difficult, but we're going to try. Correctional staff has received funding to provide all staff with 16 hours of additional mental health training. That is very important, as El Dorado County Sheriff's Office as a whole has been attempting to add more and more mental health training. I will talk about it a little bit more in the next slide, but that mental health training can save lives. It can save our life because we know what we're dealing with when we go out there. It can save their lives, again, by us knowing what is going on inside their mind. We may not know all the time. We may not know exactly what's going on, but at least if we go into it, we can make an educated guess. We can try to do the right thing for these people. Total care for victims, witnesses in the community. Remote services were added to each jail facility. This increased availability to services to the jail. They were able to get mental health workers in there through teledoc. They increased the efficiency of care within the jail, and that was an innocent byproduct of having to make the changes. And what it also did is provided more security to the jail, because we no longer have as many people milling around the parking lots and entering into the jail. We've reduced the amount of, well, almost eliminated all drugs going into the jail, all paraphernalia. So again, it was an innocent byproduct of that, but they're continuing that use to maintain that security. The sheriff's office is now using an all-band handheld radio system, which allows interoperability with outside agencies. With the Caldor fire, we found that we requested allied agencies to come to our agency, and we had to give them our radios. We were not able to communicate with every agency that responded. We had law enforcement agencies literally from Santa Barbara all the way to Siskiyou County that were responding here, and we couldn't communicate with all of them. So these radio systems that we now have the ability to communicate with fire, medical, state, federal, and local law enforcement. Total professionalism through training and by example. SROs, patrol, and OES train on campuses and alongside school staff in proper and safe responses to active school or active shooter threats. This is something that has been going on for quite a few years, and it's been talked about a lot, and not as much recently with what's been going on, but it's still a threat. It is still something that we strive to perfect every year. We strive to work with the schools, work with law enforcement, work with fire to either eliminate that threat, or if there is an active shooter, that we work collaboratively to take that person into custody and make sure our citizens are safe. SROs are actively participating in the Student Threat Assessment Program in collaboration with the El Dorado County School District and allied agencies. The introduction of patrol vehicle take home. Oh, this was something completely separate from the other one. We've introduced, this is under public safety, we've introduced patrol vehicle take home policy. Again, an innocent byproduct from COVID that actually happened to work very well. And it saved our agency money, and our community got an extra benefit. That take home policy and virtual briefings resulted in 10 extra man hours of patrol time for each shift. And we have 2 shifts per day. So that's 20 extra hours of patrol cars on the streets, patrolling our streets, making things safe. You extrapolate that out, the community has definitely benefited from that. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Do we want to do questions as we go, do you think, in between each one, you guys?
I think we're better with
I
this
do
than
too.
this.
So are there any board questions or comments on this particular issue?
I have a couple. This is a great report, obviously from our sheriff's department on all the elements within the strategic plan goals. I'm focusing on the public safety one. And I'm going back and looking at the specific items, the goals, the sub goals, or I guess they're objectives that were defined for public safety. And there's 5 of them. And I'm trying to connect the accomplishments that have been done here with where those tie. For instance, there's things in there like support fire districts, reorganization and consolidation when requested. And I'm not seeing any connectivity. These are all good things, but how do we connect it back to those original goals? How do I connect the dots?
That part there, I don't know.
Okay.
I honestly don't. Other than our Office of Emergency Services collaboratively working with fire and fire personnel.
Right.
That would be where we connect with fire and train with fire. If you look into the school active shooter program, we work with fire on that also for the medical end of it. So as you look in there, it is a part of some of them. The interoperability with fire amongst with our radio system with Cal Fire and with El Dorado County Fire and U.S. Forest Service.
I think Don wanted to comment.
Yeah, and that's a great question, Supervisor Heidel. And I think Supervisor Thomas asked me a question similar to that yesterday. And I think one of the things we really are trying to accomplish with these goals is we have the tendency to think, well, public safety is the sheriff's office. And
it's more than that. I understand. Yeah.
And I'll give a couple more examples. Econ dev, we have a tendency to think econ dev is Kyle. And that's what people, so when you ask about support fire districts reorganization, the sheriff's office doesn't have nothing to do with that, but other county departments will. And one of the things I like about the strategic plan is it forces that collaboration, that cross communication. Because if we had a public safety element that only had sheriff's office in it, or public defender, or district attorney, or probation, and no other county involvement, we're not, quite frankly, we're missing the mark, in my opinion. So that's why in your question earlier today on the fire resiliency, it was a great question. Where does that belong? Public safety, healthy communities? I don't think it really matters, because every department's gonna have to work together on it to accomplish it. And I hope that makes sense and sets a better context.
But what I'm trying to do is understand the approved summary of what our goals are and how all of these presentations connect to accomplishing that. And are we really making progress on it? And there's examples where you use stoplight charts to show we're green, we're accomplished that, we're yellow, we've got it at work in progress, we're red, we haven't started it. And I'm trying to just get some sense, if I go back to the last presentation, and how we connect these things with the presentations, because I see a lot of great work that's been done, but I can't connect the dots. And maybe it's just my short-sightedness.
No, I'm having the same issue, John.
And I think that's just an improvement area that we could look at. It's not a criticism. It's just ultimately I'd like to be able to connect those things back, because that says the organization is aligned with the strategic plan, and we as the board can recognize the accomplishments. Other than that, it's difficult to recognize what you've been successful with and what you haven't at our level. I mean, you understand it, Don. Tiffany understands it, but we don't necessarily understand.
Maybe the question is, how does our organization use these strategic goals?
Well, and if that may jump in also and say, when we started looking at strategic planning, we had objectives. We had goals and then objectives. And you had, it was measurable objectives. And the idea was to be reported back the next year or whenever on how we did on those measurable objectives. And I don't see that in any of these reports. And it's not, I don't mean that as a criticism. I'm just saying it's hard for us to be able to understand where we're at, because we don't have any measurable outcomes here. The only one I see was in the infrastructure one, but so it just a comment on that too. So.
Yeah, and I'll just add, keep in mind, I mean, and should I've had conversations with multiple department heads about this. In the past 2 years, how can we think strategically? How can we address our strategic plan? You recall before COVID, we were having quarterly updates on each of the goals. That's the better way to do it. Pick a meeting last year where we could have had an update on the strategic plan. There wasn't one. And the charter requires us to bring and have the board set our priorities every year. That's why we're here today. And if you also go back, and Tiffany addressed this in her opening comments, the first strategic plan was very task driven. It was very easy to say this was accomplished. The board and everyone agreed, let's get away from that because that's not strategic. That's very
tactical. That's in the
tactical.
trenches,
Yes.
right.
And the key part of the recommendations before you is that's why we want you to direct department heads to all look at these themes and develop their strategic plans to accomplish these tasks and these goals. And what you're not seeing here is every single department's, quite frankly, some departments don't have strategic plans, and we'd like them to get there to identify where they fit into each of these. And that's my office as well. I mean, supporting fire districts reorganization, that really falls on the CAO's office because that's where the requests come into. And right, so far, we've only had 2. And you're right, we're not getting into every single example. We'd be here
I'm
all
not
day.
yeah.
So, but we absolutely, and Supervisor Heidel, we've talked a lot about dashboards and things in the red, yellow, green. I'd love to get there. I think your staff, your departments would love to get there. It's quite frankly, it's a resource issue right now. And it's one of our challenges. So I will try to do better in that regard.
Understand. Well, I just want to make the comment. I think the sheriff's department has made great accomplishments in what you've done. This isn't a criticism to you or any of the organizations. It's just trying to understand the connectivity of the strategic elements versus what appear to be some of the more tactical deployments of things that are contributors to achieving those strategic goals. But I can't necessarily connect the dots without some help. That's kind of where I am. So, but thank you for the presentation. Well done.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So to follow up on that, then I think I get what is going on here with, we do like to have checklists and show our accomplishments and all that. And so the presentation is showing how accomplishments have been having to fulfill these goals. But I'm looking at these goals. I don't know if there's very few of these that we will ever remove from this list because these are ongoing goals. So I don't know if we're going to want a separate tool to mark accomplishments, or do we actually need that so much as to know that because when you look at every single agenda item, it is supposed to say which strategic plan goal it's following so that we know we're following our plan all along. So I do think this is something that we're going to have to reconcile somehow in our minds, how we want to go forward. And you're right, the past couple of years, it's been impossible to focus on this. So but I know Supervisor Heidel, you like tools and dashboards and checklists like and I'm not sure that the goals and the way that we moved away from that first draft did have things that could be just checked off as we went. So we'll have to think on that moving forward, where we want to go with
that's
that.
where the stoplight chart tells you things are good. For instance, what Don shared with us is we're red relative to this element because we don't have the capability within the current staffing to address it, right? Within the support fire district reorganization. So we are supporting incremental requests as they come in, which is support. But we're not necessarily trying to work to continue the consolidation efforts that some districts have made, et cetera, and resolve the issue with the funding for the fire districts ultimately. So I don't want to get off on fire district. That was just an example because I really am trying to connect the dots, and I think we can get some benefit out of that if we can find a way to do it. So.
Okay, and Supervisor Novosel has her hand up. I didn't miss you.
Oh, no, you're fine. I apologize for interrupting on John's. So Lieutenant, I had a quick question about the hot team. Moving forward, we are obviously very focused on homelessness and how we move forward. And it's very, there's a lot of different views on how we should move forward. But I have to say the hot team has done an amazing job. It's just a credit to our community on trying to connect with our homeless population. And I so appreciate that. I'm just wondering, is there a plan for coordination with our group that came to us? It's not our group, but the EDOC, COC, Continuum of Care group. We have the Tahoe Coalition for Homeless up in Tahoe, and there's a lot of different moving parts there, and I'm hoping there's some coordination between all the groups, including the sheriff's office. I just didn't see that in specific, and I'm just curious on that. If you speak to those groups and coordinate with them.
Yes, we have been in the works with all of those groups so far with what is going on with the homeless. We work with those groups pretty much on a weekly basis on housing. They call us and ask questions in reference to locations of persons. We assist them out. We are the people that navigate our homeless population into the services that El Dorado County Knox provides.
Yeah, and I just want to make a point because I keep hearing, I heard a couple times today that we don't have a navigation center. We do up in Tahoe. It's I just visited it yesterday. They don't like to call it navigation because it's all in one services. But you know, but it's the kind of system we need on the West Slope, and we are missing that in the West Slope. And they commented on how Hot Team works and how that collaboration is so important. So I appreciate all that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we're doing it in the streets and not within a facility. It's with a cell phone and a 4-wheel drive.
Right. And it's working. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. I think we're good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so we'll continue on with the public safety element. I want to acknowledge that this particular presentation is a little different. It shows we have multiple presenters that represent public safety, and Sheriff's Department takes a kind of a broader strategic plan approach and presents how they achieve each of the elements, whereas the other goals are a little more specific. So next we have Brian Richard. I think is he with us? No, he's not. Okay.
Is he online?
So no.
Brian Richard texted me last night saying he wouldn't be able to make it, but someone else from probation would be available. So I don't know.
Well, would you like to?
Are you here to speak for probation?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Gary Romanko. I'm a deputy chief with the probation department. I'm in charge of our adult field and court services for both West Slope and the South Lake Tahoe area. Brian was a last minute step out. So in full transparency, I wasn't prepared to give a presentation today, but I can certainly answer any of your questions or any of the projects that we're working on. One of the big things that we are focused on is the mentally ill, right? And through the Stepping Up initiative that we have been heading for the past 2 to 3 years. We recently received a grant from the Department of Health in the state to kind of further that progress. So we're going to be continuing addressing the prevalence of mentally ill offenders in the jail and trying to reduce how long they're staying and what services would be available for them. As you know, a lot of the initiatives that have occurred as a result of COVID has been an increase in electronic monitoring. And that's something that is specifically with our department. So, and that has ballooned, and our court has been utilizing that quite frequently. So, one of the biggest initiatives that we see as the probation department is that people is everything that we do, right? So, is that from the community, from our stakeholders, from our collaborative partners, and the individuals that we supervise. So a lot of our initiatives are really focused on, what we do with people and how we ensure public safety from our aspect. We have a number of responsibilities within the county. That's the Juvenile Treatment Center up in Tahoe. We also are in charge of adult and juvenile community policing, right? So we often focus a lot of our attention, on those areas. On the adult version, I can talk about that a lot, but so we have the Day Reporting Center, which we call the CCC. We are leveraging our partnerships with some different entities, including CDCR. CDCR, we have a tentative plan to start in July 1st. Parole right now does not have a footprint in El Dorado County. Most of the parolees are supervised from parole agents coming from their Auburn office. And so we are using our Day Reporting Center as a way to provide programming for those individuals so that they're getting the same programming as anybody that's on probation, because at the end of the day, it's kind of the same population, that we're trying to address. I think our vision statement says it all is change, safe communities through change lives, right? And so that's what our focus in the probation department is what type of services, what type of attention can we bring to these individuals to hopefully change their strategic or their path, in life, to try to reduce the victimization of the community and to try to just improve, their overall situation and help them, become, contributing members of society. And I know Brian's probably talked about this, several times, but we are really trying to focus on a continuum of care in the probation department, right? So we have our day reporting center. We've also have the Bridge House, which is a way for individuals who are homeless and experiencing, they're involved in the criminal aspect of things, but have committed to trying to change their life, is try to help them get a leg up so that, they don't experience that homeless issue. But then we also have our NCCT program, right? NCCT is Northern California Construction Training. It's our vocational program that we try to provide people with actual living wage jobs, that they can support their family. They don't have to involve themselves in the criminal aspect, but they can also support their families. And so there's this continuum of care that we've been developing over the past couple of years to try to connect healthy communities, public safety, and just overall good governance. And I think that's what the focus is, from what I'm understanding, the board is really after. We are leveraging a number of grants so that it takes the onus off the county, so that a lot of that money is being focused to try to improve all these areas that I spoke about today.
Okay. Board questions, comments?
Yeah,
Supervisor
I have a
Heidel?
question. Recognizing there's been a lot of realignment that's done by the state over many, many years, and recognizing the governor now sounds like he's going to shut down all the youth prisons, and they're going to flow to the counties and stuff. It seems to me like that should be included in our strategic planning as to how do we start preparing for that. I know we can feedback information that says we don't like this is going to not work for us, et cetera, but ultimately we have to plan for the inevitable. And to me, that's the way you do strategic planning. You see a change somewhere that's being driven to you that you can't necessarily say we're just going to ignore that. And then you start thinking about how do we put in place the infrastructure, the communications, whatever it is, to try to do the best we can given that mandate. And so those are the things that I would hope we would see as the living document part of a strategic plan, that we add that. And unfortunately, most of these things end up coming from the state. The state is making changes and the county's been given the obligation to fulfill what the state did before, but yet no resources to do it. And so that's my conundrum, is how are we supposed to do all these things that the state doesn't want to do anymore, unless they give us the equivalent amount of funding the state has had to run these programs. But to the extent of strategic planning, we need to figure out how to best address that. So that would be my one comment relative to this area.
And I've worked for the county for 23 years in this business, and that's always been our conundrum, right? Is the unfunded mandates that always get handed down to us, and then trying to figure out how we do that. It's always been do more with less. We do our best. We don't complain about it. We just say, okay, how can we meet this requirement?
But number of beds that we're planning with facilities and all those things have to be reconsidered, I think, given what the state's now throwing at us. So,
and I know that's a focus of Brian, and he's been working with our superintendent at the JTC to make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Supervisor Thomas.
I just have to say, not being prepared for a presentation, you did a darn good job. Just always appreciate, I've always been inspired by the whole person care for individuals within the probation department. I just think that's a remarkable approach to probation and changing lives, and just always inspired by that. So thank you for being with us today.
Okay. Are we good, everyone?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we'll move to our last speaker on public safety is Terry Monteroso, your public defender.
Good afternoon now. Thank you for hosting us today. It's a topic that isn't always that interesting, but I appreciate your comment in particular. I think that's an excellent observation and one that I think that all of us in law and justice should really pay attention to. Oh, Terry Monteroso, Public Defender, sorry. For not being prepared, Gary did an excellent job. I would add that holistic defense is something that we've been practicing for at least 20 years, probably 25 years as all public defenders throughout the state. So we actually call it holistic defense because it focuses on not just the criminal case, but on the person. So it's something that even before strategic planning was in my vocabulary, we did even when I was back in Los Angeles. So I didn't have a computer this morning, no VDI. So I have something called paper notes. So forgive me for not being totally online here. We did submit our slides and we did try to tie it back to each goal. For example, when I describe what we've done under public safety, good governance, healthy communities, because all of these do overlap. But up top, we put the specific goal under law and justice that we are meeting. Support for clients in crisis where public safety issues are present. I'm going to do you all the favor of knowing that you read everything that comes to you and not go over the slides, but just talk a little bit globally about some of the things that may not be on the slides. So COVID has been horrendous. You would think that it would have opened up new opportunities for communication. I think with everything that's been added on to plates, that it's been very difficult for law and justice to even meet at all, let alone to talk about our mutual goals and fit them into the strategic plan. So I'm glad it's back to the forefront because, and you all know this, and the CIO is an expert in this and his office is an expert in this, but for the wider audience that may be listening, it informs everything we do. It gives the structure to what we ask the board, whether it's the sheriff's department, whether it's us, whether it's the DA's office or probation. It is what in times of thin resources can be sort of our touchstone for what is our core value and what do we do in those times. And so it literally is everything that we measure ourselves against in order to move forward as an organization. So with that, in terms of coordinating with other agencies, we do that every day of the week. We're always dealing, obviously, with the ones that you would know, the DA's office, the probation department, the sheriff's department. We also partner a lot with HHSA. We're on multiple groups with them, obviously, but we deal with mental health. I mean, if you think about what our clientele consists of, it's a lot of mentally ill on that caseload. The addicted offenders, again, that's HHSA. So there's a ton of crossover. The courts who aren't here, of course, because they're not a county organization, but it is something that we are ever mindful of having to deal with. And some of the stuff coming out of Sacramento, as you've identified, Supervisor, is going to involve the courts. And we talked about it on Friday when the chair and Madam Thomas were there. The care court concept is something that is new, and it harkens back to the state, unfortunately, saying, here's a new mandate. Oh, and by the way, you're going to have to use your existing funding. And I was chatting with Don Simone outside, and he confirmed that the state sounds like they're not going to be loosening the purse strings very much, if at all. And I trust his assessment of the situation. We also deal with the Public Guardian's Office. We deal with APS, the Adult Protective Services. We deal with a lot of the county agencies because, again, everything we do isn't just about the criminal case. It's about the client that is in crisis that needs a referral to, outpatient services or for conservatorship or what have you. So we're always coordinating with the other agencies. It's part of our daily lexicon. Support for the mentally ill, homeless, and addicted. Again, everything we do, like I just outlined, I don't think I need to elaborate on that any, but we deal a lot with diversion. Diversion has been part of our world for at least 20 or 30 years, but it's really picked up the pace. We now have mental health diversion, misdemeanor diversion, et cetera. So the ability to pivot and provide that support has been really challenging over the last couple of years. we can't just Zoom into court all the time. We have actual people and people that are in crisis. So one of the things I have to do is give a shout out to my staff for being willing to go to court and not just Zoom in appearances and really dig into that support on a very granular level, not just, phone calls and Zoom court appearances. So we're a key partner with all of the agencies that deal with diversion, mental health diversion, Veterans Court. We deal with the Veterans Administration through that. The HOT, my investigation team, it's a fantastic program. And I certainly hope that the Sheriff's Department even expands it. It's really groundbreaking. So kudos to them. Prevention and early intervention. We have a new grant, as you two know from Friday. And that's to staff our arraignment court so that we can start pushing people into diversion services early, because the sooner you get people into services, the sooner you can attack the underlying problem and hopefully make somebody a productive member of society again. It's the first time in the history of the department, and we've been around at least 50 years, that we've had the opportunity to do that. It's one of the few things out of the state that they actually sent money for. So we applied for it and got it. And as I mentioned on Friday, we have been approved for a new grant that will hopefully broaden a bit our ability to do some post-conviction work, which is to rehabilitate a bit the people that suffer from convictions that then have collateral consequences, whether it's jobs or employment or housing. I don't know if all of you are aware, but subsidized housing, it has limitations. You can't have certain kinds of crimes and successfully get on that 2-year-long wait list and then be successful getting into housing. And so that kind of work will have hopefully some tangible benefit. So all of this stuff we do with about 25 staff, I think collectively, and I'm not even including the outside agencies, we're dealing with over 300 to 350 employees between the DA's office, the probation office, and EDSO. So we have to be incredibly efficient and deal with the resources we have. And my staff has been great, because 25 versus 350, or you include the outside agencies like CHP and Placerville Police Department, I'm sure it's approaching 500. So with all of these things, we have a piece of it. We're very interconnected with the community and with the other departments. And everything that is presented here today, we have some piece of, like the body cameras. Body cameras, great concept. I think overall, most partners are very supportive of it. But for example, we're going to have that footage, and we're going to have to review it, and we're going to have to store it. So every program that's brought before this board that is in law and justice, I'd say probably 85 or 90% of the time impacts us and our resources and our ability to provide that high level of service that we try to. So I think that's about it. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
No, I don't see any hands up from the board. Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Terry.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
So before we move on to our next goal, I just wanted to ask the board how you would like to, do you want to look at the goals and make any recommended changes
On each
Or
one
do
as we go
you-
along?
Mhm.
Okay. Did
Or-
anybody
or
have
would you
any
like to wait?
suggestions for changing the public safety?
Just
Yeah,
relative
I
to
did.
the youth prison system, and how are we going to address that in the public safety sector? I think that is something I'd like to see as a goal.
It's hard to make goals when they just throw it at you whenever.
Well, it is, but this is real time, right?
So Supervisor Huddle, would you be okay adding that under the public safety goal?
Yes.
As a theme or as an objective or how, whatever, because
It involves all the elements of
Right.
it, yes. So I would think as a general theme, because
so Kim or Emma have it pulled up, so we can add that right now to make sure the board is
Is
okay
that
with.
Emma?
Yeah.
I can't, I don't know
Very
who's
good.
driving.
It's Emma.
Emma.
and the only other
I
one.
couldn't tell.
The other one was brought up was CARES Court, and I don't know where that, I don't understand it well enough yet to have a feel for it, but
And maybe we can talk about a suggestion, talk about that a little more once we hear from healthy communities.
Yeah.
My initial thought on that right now is it doesn't rise to the level of being in the countywide strategic plan simply because it's so nebulous right now. And
I
quite
would
frankly, I don't
agree.
know what
I
we'd
would
say,
agree. Yeah.
at this point. So Supervisor Haddle, can you help us with that language, the children's, the element you'd like added to the public safety with Garomenko? Was it, help us with the wording if you could, I apologize.
Plan for the evolution of the transfer, realignment, whatever the term they're using of the, I guess it's juvenile prison
justice.
system
Okay.
from the state to the county. Because that's where I think it lies. Counties and cities,
Yep.
as I understand, are going to have to take on the burden. And I don't know how we do that personally, but we got to think about it. And maybe there's some things we have to stop doing in order to do that. That's ultimately what these mandates drive you to do, is a lot of the good progressive things we've been trying to accomplish, we can no longer pursue because we're forced to do other things that I don't believe are our responsibility, but the state's making it our responsibility. So.
Well, I like how you said that, because you said we don't have the answers yet, and that's why we put it in here, right? To find the answers over the next couple of years.
Exactly. And as the rollout occurs and stuff, what do we do to respond to those things as they get better defined, right?
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
I don't know if you can see my hand.
Oh, sorry. I was watching the typing. Sorry. I was very focused on typing. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Not a problem. I have a suggestion because it was brought up, Terry brought up the housing issues, and I would hope that we can put in here something about housing. It's not just about homeless. Hopefully you get people housing before they become homeless. So in number 3, I would just suggest that we add housing support for mentally ill, homeless, and housing, because that's, again, we're hopefully we can get them housing before they're homeless. And I think that's an important process that is coming to light with our juveniles coming of age and our probationary adults becoming homeless as soon as they get out of prison or jail. And it's just kind of, I think it just meets the conversation we've been having a lot in our communities about trying to prevent homelessness.
And I would agree with that, given the operative word is support. Don't lead, but support, because I do think that is an important aspect of this that Sue's bringing up. So, and I think it's a simple add.
And just as the board is discussing this, I do want to point out that housing is included in the healthy communities and the economic development. Just
it is.
Terry, I think it is important though to have this with public safety and understanding that it is an important element in there too. That's that coordination.
So I think you just add the word housing right after home.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Just wording wise,
I know, it doesn't
make
for
sense.
the mentally ill, homeless, housing vulnerable or at risk of homelessness, and those with substance abuse disorders, because we're talking about people.
I would say housing needs for those with substance abuse disorders. I would just change that a little bit. Maybe just housing needs, either one is fine, but I think for those with, and the word needs and ties the whole thing together, I think. Is it mentally ill, the homeless, housing needs, and for those with So the needs is the verb basically, right? So
yeah, that works better. That works better, I think. Everybody. Thank you, Emma. Okay, so we got that one in there. And then I'm trying to decide.
Tiffany, are there any other goals that can be short? So we probably not.
I know.
To allow time for a lunch.
Yeah. We have an afternoon.
So one suggestion is trail this discussion and the remaining goals till 3:00, till after the broadband meeting. In some ways that might be beneficial because broadband is part of your strategic plan and you can hear those updates.
And refreshing our brains.
So my only thought is, do we want to take public comment on public safety? Do we want to take public comment on the whole thing, which would be probably the preferred way to do it? Right?
Usually we've done it, public comment on the whole
thing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to let the public know. We'll take all that comment this afternoon.
Yeah.
Because we can certainly go back and add a goal. If
Absolutely.
something pops out of that that's the board feels is fully it's essential that it be in there,
Absolutely.
so that we can do that. So
okay. And 3 o'clock should work fine, you think, to trail it till then, or?
Well,
Because we can't just say trail it till after whatever item, or can we?
we can say trail it till after the 2 o'clock item.
I think that would be
That's
preferable,
better.
actually,
Yep.
just
We
gives
don't
us
know
some
how the afternoon's
flexibility. I
gonna go.
like that
Yep.
flexibility, and we'll
Right.
see how it works out. And we do have a couple closed session items and a department matter item, actually,
Uh-huh.
I noticed. So we have plenty to do this afternoon, so we'll be flexible and get these done if everybody's good with that. So, you have any concerns?
Maybe a suggestion, Madam Chair, is if we're looking at council, we go to closed session for a couple of minutes now, so then we can, because you have to have that closed session discussion before you hear the department matter.
Oh, good to know. Okay. All right, let's do that then. We'll go to closed session. So with that, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 37 and 39 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. For closed sessions? No, for closed session.
Closed session.
Okay. I'm seeing no public comment, from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, with that, we'll go into closed session and be back here as close as we can to 1 p.m. Thank you. Microphones, very good. Okay, we are back from lunch and closed session. County Council, do you have anything to report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board met in closed session and heard item number 39, and there is no action to report out.
All right, very good. With that, we're going to move on to 1 p.m. open forum. And I just want to make it clear before we do that, the way that the agenda was written, item 35, Supervisor Turnbull's appointment to the Commission on Aging will follow open forum. They're two separate things. So if you're here to speak to item 35, please don't speak to that during open forum. We'll get to that right after that. So I just want to provide some clarity because the way they were on the agenda may have been confusing for folks. And with that, we'll move on to open forum.
Madam Chair, would you give us some insight on item 10 that was moved from consent to department matters, as when we might expect to have that come in rotation? Is that very late in the afternoon, or do we know?
I believe that it, as a department matter, we were thinking that because we do have a full day, it will be probably at the very end of the day, is my guess. Is that how everybody sees it?
Okay, right.
Yep.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Start. Bob Bradshaw, U.S. Army veteran. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm responding to a claim made at the last Board of Supervisors meeting that Chris Cockrell had been invited to portray Santa Claus at the December 5th, 2020 Toys for Tots event. Despite the very public denials by both Toys for Tots and the Marine Corps League. These official postings are still up on their sites. Toys for Tots and the Marine Corps League stand by them. After that 3/15 Board of Supervisors meeting, I contacted both the Toys for Tots and the Marine Corps League and asked them to address this claim made by Mr. Cockrell's supporters. I received the following response. Hi, Bob. Neither the Staff Sergeant Skymote Detachment of the Marine Corps League nor our tireless Toys for Tots organizers, the awesome Stacy Walls, have any affiliation with Mr. Cockrell or Mandy Rodriguez. And we did not invite them to the date in question or any other Toys for Tots event. We are sorry this urban myth is still being perpetuated and prefer not to speak of it further. There is nothing to this story, and there never was. Respectfully, Eric L. Nelson, PhD. I also spoke with Stacy Walls from Toys for Tots, which was appreciated since no one from the Board of Supervisors had reached out to her to discover the truth of the Toys for Tots event. She explained that I have the letter from the Commandant in your package. Since no one had reached out to, she explained that Mandy Rodriguez had created a separate event. That flyer is also in here. A We the People Christmas celebration at the Bell Tower, and then portrayed it as a Toys for Tot event with Mr. Cockrell as their Santa. As the flyer is provided, please note that there is no red Toys for Tot train logo or other mention of the Toys for Tot permitted event. This is how they are gaslighting you. At no time was Mr. Cockrell a Toys for Tot Santa. Toys for Tots and the Marine Corps League say that what you were told about Mr. Cockrell being the Toys for Tots Santa in December 20, in February 21, and now March 22 isn't the truth. Speaking as a veteran, it is not appropriate for people like Mr. Cockrell, who would claim to represent a children's charitable organization like Toys for Tots and a veterans organization like the Marine Corps, to be a commissioner on Veterans Affairs Commission. In closing, despite the continual cleansing and trying to mask his accounts, much work has been done to discover and bring to light how you were misled and asked to approve Mr. Cockrell's nomination. The linkages are now very clear. Please review your original approval, which was biased with false information, and reverse the appointment because of that information, misrepresentation of events, and the growing volume of facts. Mr. Cockrell is not fit for the Veterans Affairs Commission. You're aware of these links now. We'll have to make the hard decisions on what's best for our county. Please do this before it impacts our tourism industry and business growth to show Eldorado County does not support those who would use our local charity
Thank you, Bob.
activities to further their
Thank you,
personal
Bob.
political agenda.
Anyone else in the room for open forum? Because once we go to Zoom, we're not coming back. Come on up. So items not on the agenda, just for clarification.
Only items on the agenda.
You can speak to open forum now, which are for items not on the agenda.
Hello, board. As you know, I'm Toby Madison. We were Grizzly Flats fire victims. I am proud to tell the board today, as I stand here, we are now Grizzly Flats fire survivors. Go ahead. Yeah, I first would like to thank the entire board of supervisors from the entire community. We are now moving forward in the right direction, in a positive direction. We have overcome many obstacles, and with the help of the BOS and the Eldorado County offices, we have come a long way in a short amount of time. When you passed this proposal back roughly 8 months ago, that was the hugest thing for our community. You had to be different. We are different. We made it that way. We worked with the fire department and the roadblocks that we've encountered, and we've basically solved these roadblocks. People are moving back to their properties as we speak. That's just the hugest thing for us as a community. Right now, I'd just like to give some thanks to certain people. First, my thanks is going to go out to Dawn Ashton, sorry. You lined up the powers to speak with me the last time I addressed the board. The very next day, I got a call swarmed with people willing to help. And we solved it. That was a huge, turning point in all of this. Deputy Director of the county, Rob Peters, was huge in facilitating this. He was actually shocked that there was, some issues that he did not know about. So that was great to be able to get that addressed. Ken Earl, the battalion chief, Pioneer Fire District, I want to thank him. Big thanks to him. He is doing everything he can to bring us back home within the law. Okay, we have to follow the law, but he is doing what he can. I want to thank Moki from the Sheriff's Department, Carla Haas, our communications director. I want to thank Candace Tyler. She's not here today, but y'all know her. Very huge teammate for me in all of this. Last thing, and I got 28 seconds, but I might take a little bit more time if I could. George Turnbull. All I can say, this isn't a written down speech. This is just from my heart, sir. Nobody has reached out to our community and helped us as much as you. You are a pillar of this community. You are a true public servant. We love you in this community. We thank you. And we really, really appreciate everything you've done from the bottom of our heart. Thank you for fighting for us.
Thank you, Toby. And you made it in your 3 minutes. You're awesome. Thank you. Open forum.
Hi, my name is Leo Bennett Koshan. I live in Pollock Pines. No, I'm moving to Pollock Pines and I live in Shingle Springs. And I'm turning 70. Should be evident. So I'm addressing the issue that keeps going on, Supervisor Turnbow. We've spoken about this. And I've told you, that I have spoken personally to both Mandy and Chris. Wonderful people like me, very, very passionate. And if Lori wants to point me to something, I'd say no. We all have different roles and we have to respect the perception of others. And I do not know how these folks come about, but they're all coming from a social network that is very much part of polarizing. When we spoke, I suggested to you that you use some of your ministerial skills in terms of what our shared faith tradition speaks to, which is peace to everyone. Conflict is no stranger to Christianity's 2,000 years. And I thought maybe you would like to have a little kitchen cabinet where you would definitely hear people on all the different sides, but not at the commissions. The commissions are supposed to help this county move forward, and having this kind of polarizing issue that we do have to bring to you because we're concerned with the national agenda, which perhaps isn't occurring here, but the objective data speaks to connections that have been well documented by many people. As was pointed out, there is misinformation. Mandy is on tape apologizing, which I appreciate, to Toys R Us for hijacking their event. Chris is on tape recently at a radio event assuring that he was invited by Toys R Us. Perceptions can vary, but there's evidence that no, that's not the case. The official Santas were there the next day. I reach out, I try to communicate. I hear from both Mandy and Chris, no more. I don't know how we're going to fix this, but I plead for your help and everybody else's. In the radio show, I heard Chris say that he had nothing to do with the insurrection. Common ground, good governance, common ground, civility, common ground. Maybe we need a workshop on being good citizens together. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. For clarification, it's Toys for Tots. You said Toys for Us several times. I want to make sure everybody understood you were talking about Toys for Tots. So yes, you're welcome. I just don't want to cause any more confusion. Any more open forum from the room? Because if not, we're going to go to, come on up, Terry.
I should be so lucky. I'm at 70. Young whippersnapper. I'm in my place. Well, I just got back from Siskiyou County, and I've been on the run, as I said I was, and have been for the last 2 years, working on various different kinds of things. I'm handing out something today that's only part of what I had hoped to hand out. Between now and the end of this calendar year, I am going to be coming to these meetings as often as I can and providing a backlog of information on a variety of different kinds of pertinent issues that are genuinely pertinent to county government. And one of the things that is most pertinent to county government, based on my years of experience in government, quite literally going back to about 1965, is that a great many people who call themselves citizens don't read. They don't take the time to read. They don't take the time to familiarize themselves with the facts. And so they get all upset and all worked up about all kinds of things and start fulminating about things they know nothing about. And then they complain about what experts say. Experts are like everybody else. There's varying levels of competence. There's varying levels of honesty. There's varying levels of ethics. I'm wearing a N95 mask right now, basically as a statement, because since January, there have been at least about 8 different variants and 2 different hybrids of the COVID vaccine has been ongoing, but the news of the Ukraine has pushed it out of the news. And since the news media is not giving it priority, everybody's forgotten it. Everybody's talking about going back to normal, even though the fact that some of these variants and at least one of these hybrids is back in the United States. And in 4 to 8 weeks, we can expect another major surge. My intent over the next several months is to get you folks up to speed on what the facts are, the unvarnished facts, because there's been an awful lot of blundering throughout this whole thing. Last week, I gave you an article that describes the amount of Russian propagandizing that's been going on all over the world, not just in the United States, regarding the vaccines. But this is all part of a larger picture that goes all the way back to the 1980s. The Russians and other countries have been involved in cyber warfare at various levels to confuse and cause all kinds of problems in our society as well as others. We are now going into another major phase of cyber warfare, as President Biden has recently emphasized, to especially the infrastructure people, electric power grid and so
Thank
forth.
you, Terry.
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else in the room?
Melody Lane, founder of Compass the Truth. This weekend, I had some guests over for dinner, and in the course of our evening conversation, we discussed the political and spiritual state of our entire nation. And one of my guests shared a story that I'd like to share with you. And he told about a jar of fleas. These fleas were put into a jar, and these fleas could easily jump out of the jar until somebody put a lid on it. And these darn little fleas, they kept jumping up and hitting their heads and jumping up and hitting their heads until they finally learned they're not going to be able to jump out of that jar. And then finally, somebody takes the lid off of the jar. By that time, the fleas didn't even try to jump out of the jar because they had been conditioned to learn that they cannot jump out of the jar. Such is the state of El Dorado County right now. And I am absolutely appalled at how few people have been showing up in person to exercise their First Amendment rights here at this Board of Supervisors in person, eyeball to eyeball with you and holding your feet to the fire. If people don't know their rights, they have no rights, and they're certainly not going to be able to recognize when government has overstepped their bounds. And that's a paraphrase of constitutional attorney John Whitehead. Lori, I've watched you, again, even here today again, interrupting people before they've even finished their sentence. Apparently, you don't know or haven't read or don't give a damn about the Brown Act rights of the public. You have conditioned individuals to believe that whatever county council or Don Ashton or the Board of Supervisors says is the law, that's the law. The public has broad constitutional rights that are constantly being violated by this Board of Supervisors because they have been conditioned either to wear masks or not speak up, or they don't have time, or you don't want to hear what they have to say. And you're discriminating, and essentially what you are doing is you are maintaining the status quo, thereby foreclosing meaningful public dialogue. That's all I have to say, other than you ought to be ashamed of yourself, all of you, for again, claiming to be public servants. And again, Lori Parlin, you are one of the main instigators, I should say, Comrade Parlin. Madam Clerk, please enter this into the public record.
Thank you, Melody. Anyone else in the room? Open forum.
Okay, you may remember me. I spoke to you folks once before. And since everybody's jumping on you, I'm sorry, I've already jumped on George about this. And I'll tell you why. First of all, I'm one of those, I'm 74 next month. And I grew up with the goal or the ideal of truth, justice, and the American way. We're hearing now about truth. And I don't see much of it anymore. I'm getting very disillusioned. The government's at all levels. Okay, the thing, I told you the story before of how, I'll make real short now because I've got time clicking. I was in Grizzly Flats. I'm a Grizzly Flats person, burnout. My family's been there over 100 years. I remember back in the 1950s and 60s, before the town had been taken over by forest, there were still orchards there. They were old and dying, but we still ate the apples and the plums and all that. Well, I told you about all that, and I told you what needed to be done. And I saw at your meeting on the 9th, you gave a bunch of money to El Dorado Hills Fire Council, whatever it is, to enforce the same stupid rules that aren't working. I have seen nothing come out of here or anybody that really helps. And then when I heard Governor Newsom get up and say, and use the name of Grizzly Flats, our fire, in the same sentence with climate change, I'm sorry, but I was so pissed. I was yelling and screaming. I couldn't believe it. I hope you people know better. You here in El Dorado County. I'm not saying there isn't climate change. I've got a bachelor's in history. I did archaeology. I know how the California has changed over the years. That's not the issue. The point is, on the short list of reasons why Grizzly Flats burned, climate change isn't even there. The forest taking over the town is one. Forest management is another. I mean, there are issues that do matter, but that's not one. And I don't hear anybody in this state at all levels calling out Newsom on it. He's getting up there telling a big lie. And nobody says a word. I would hope this council would at least pass a resolution or something, say something that, no, this isn't why Grizzly burned. I can tell you why. Then there's some things you could do that would help. And I see I'm out of time. I can't go into it. But there's more you could do, people. I mean, and not support a lie.
Did you want to share your name to be on the record? You don't have to. It's your choice. Okay.
I go by Mac.
Mac.
Mac,
Okay.
M-A-C.
That
That's
works.
because my name's McNeil. It's actually Roderick William McNeil. I'm all for presenting ID wherever it's asked. I have no problem.
Thank you. No ID required. All right. I think with that, we're going to go to Zoom now. Kim?
Now taking public participation from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Don Wolfson.
Good afternoon. I'm Don Wolfson from Cameron Park. I wanted to say that I would hope this public forum is a safe place where people can exercise their First Amendment rights to address their elected officials about their concerns without fear of harassment. But in the last 6 months, I've observed some pretty appalling behavior. I've observed booing and jeering, people being shouted down. One person told she had blood on her hands as she walked out of the room after speaking. And now people are being followed out of the room and harassed. Some of those same people called me a child abuser as I was leaving the courthouse Tuesday afternoon, which I realize is kind of out of your jurisdiction. But I know there's a perception by some that the progressives in El Dorado County are just as extreme as the people I'm referring to. But when did you ever see this kind of behavior from any of us? I appreciate the board's effort at keeping meetings civil. I'm not sure what you can do when the incivility spills over to the government building outside of the boardroom and into the parking lot. Maybe Leo's idea of some kind of a powwow is good. I don't know. There have been attempts to talk to some of these people, and it's kind of turned into backstabbing, in my opinion. Anyway, the incivility is out of control. I don't know what you can do, but whatever you can do would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Oh boy, 2 weeks in a row. It's Ken Greenwood from the fabled, famous Triple Junction out there on Sly Park Road. Anyway, I I don't know what to say here. But there's been some interesting comments that everybody's been quite rude to everybody else. So I will add that on top, and really it's got to stop. I agree with that. But there's been lots of vitriol from both sides as far as I can see, and I'm a little tired of all of it. But the real reason I called was to suggest also that Grizzly Flats, it wasn't just this, that, or the other thing. It was, why did the county allow those hundreds of recent properties to be subdivided back in the 60s and 70s with no way out? But that's another thing. I'm also reminding us of our, and asking the question, what is the timing of the WTF ordinance revision? Is that coming up? Are we nearing a short fuse on that one? Because I would certainly, I've got lots of ideas and would love to be involved with that. Wendy, if you could, Supervisor Thomas, if you could get back to me on that one, I'd really be appreciated as to the timing for the wireless telecommunication facility ordinance revision to be start getting going. And see what else. Individual assistance. What is the status of our request to the Biden administration? Have we talked to them again? Have we talked to Ms. Harris? Have we talked to Ms. Feinstein? Have we done everything we can to get the individual assistance program going and keep Joe Biden to his word? I'm very, very curious to that, because people are having a tough time, and hopefully that will be addressed here soon, and we can get some good communication going on. It's a beautiful day out there. I wish it would rain and snow a lot. So we'll see you next week if I can make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment, but Supervisor Parlin, Joe Harn has his hand raised. Oh, I'm
Joe,
sorry,
it's-
there's,
yeah,
after,
it's-
we also, I'm sorry, someone just raised their hand for public comment.
Okay, well, Joe, 3 minutes, public comment, open forum. Nothing on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to give you a short report about a matter. On April 2nd, it appears that a department head's final paycheck was overstated by $28,000 because she was paid for unused sick leave hours in violation of the salaries and benefits resolution. Upon the department head's resignation, a computation of final wages due form was prepared by an administrative technician, reviewed by a fiscal manager, and reviewed by an agency CFO. The payment of unused sick leave was approved by the then Human Resources Director. My office conducts risk assessments to determine the level of resources to expend, verifying the accuracy of payment requests. Based on the review by the agency CFO and the approval of the sick leave hours by the Human Resources Director, my office processed this apparent overpayment without a thorough review. On February 23rd, 2022, about a month ago, the aforementioned agency CFO called this former department head, explaining the situation and requesting reimbursement on behalf of the taxpayers of El Dorado County. After discussing this matter with the CAO and the county council, I mailed a letter to the former department head on March 16th of this month. I'll keep you informed.
Thank you, Joe. And then Mandy on Zoom's our last comment. Open forum.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hi, everybody. Yes, it is unfortunate that people keep twisting the truth. And so I did a couple weeks ago send Mr. Heidel some messages between Stacy Walls of Toys for Tots and I, which was before the infamous Toys for Tots bell tower thing. And I have sent those to Mr. Heidel, and his response was, at this point, you know, what's the point? And the point of it is that if I knew something to be true and I kept my mouth shut and I let people get hammered for 1.5 years, I'm not sure if I would like myself very much. Like I said, I did send four screenshots to John Heidel, and his response was, "Thank you, Mandy, for the input. Not sure if there's any public value in publicly countering the claims made by Mr. McConley. I'll briefly discuss this with Don Ashton so he is aware of it." I'm just wondering if he did discuss this, Mr. Heidel, if you did discuss this and show the text messages that I have from Stacy Walls from Toys for Tots, which definitely does prove that she absolutely knew. Here's one of them. "My event will be ready to go by 9 a.m. And I would say that if a number of people from the public just swarm the bell tower and put it up like we did the 9/11 event, not much the city can do. I usually take the area that's to the east of the bell tower where that temporary parking for delivery truck is, and the city won't let me have that, have my DJ, so he usually sits in the bell tower. Swarm it." So anyway, I have these, reach out to Channel 7, let them know what you're going to do. And this was, you know, the intention was to just live our lives. It had nothing to do with, you know, the progressives or anybody. It had to mostly do with moving on from COVID. Never in my wildest dreams did I think things would be taken to this level. And I do have those text messages. And I'd also like to add that the constant, do you want to talk about harassment? Let's talk about the over 3,000 emails that the Board of Supervisors has from Joseph Conley back and forth. I'm waiting for those public records, but as you can imagine, over 3,000 emails is a lot to gather. So that is the kind of harassment that this man has put against myself and my friends. So if anyone would like proof that I have from Stacy Walls showing that she was well aware that Chris was going to be dressing as Santa, and she provided the suit after it was left for him.
Thank you, Mandy. Oh, and that was it. I forgot. I said that was the last one. I only picked up lots of comments, couple questions. Ken Greenwood, and Ken's on the phone, so I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. He didn't see that Supervisor Thomas was nodding her head. Yes, I'll reach out to you. So Ken, she will do that. I think Ken also, I was a little distracted, sorry, asked about our plea to President Biden. And just so the public knows, our petition has launched. All the supervisors will be including that in our newsletters. It's out on social media. Please share it far and wide. We really want to reach out to the president to get that individual assistance. And then the last question I picked up on was Mandy just asked Supervisor Heidel, did you share those text messages that you said you would? She just wanted to know.
The answer is affirmative.
Okay, very good. I think we got all the specific questions out of open forum. Anybody else? Okay. With that, we're going to move on to item 35. And there's some new folks in the room, and I just want to make things really clear. So I'm going to go to page 3 of our agenda to remind everyone. I hope it's on page 3. On page 3 in our protocols, it says the board wants all members of the public to feel welcome to speak, especially regarding controversial items. I'm really kind of actually sad that this has become a controversial item. That's me saying that personally. But it is. So we all need to be respectful and let others speak. Do not harass others. You want your chance to speak, let others say their mind also. And that's why on the last sentence of this paragraph, it says, and I think we need to update that with some explanatory language. It doesn't really explain it, but that's why it says in here, applause or other outbursts are not allowed in the board chambers. And that's because we don't want that used to intimidate others. So please be thoughtful of others and let everyone speak their mind. Okay. Let me go back. We're on item number 35, Kim.
Item 34 comes from Supervisor Turnbull, recommending the board make the following appointment to the Commission on Aging. Appoint Linda Grimaldi, member District 2, term expiration 1/1/2025.
One of the reasons why I appointed Linda Grimaldi is because she's a good person. She has a big heart. And I'm tired of some of the stuff that has been going on, especially the accusations against this person. It's totally unspeakable. It's ridiculous. And what did Jesus say? He said to love one another and love your fellow man, no matter what. And that's what we haven't been doing in a long time, especially in this country, because there's no God in people's hearts like there used to be. Let me read you a little thing that came from Leona Van Pelt. My name is Leona Van Pelt. I'm a 10-year member of the Marshall Hospital Auxiliary and the past president of the organization in 2018 to 2019. I have known Linda Grimaldi almost 10 years and is an auxiliary member for all those years. She is conscientious, committed in her duties as a chairperson of the Patient Wing Volunteers. In the capacity, she serves the members of her team with training and support. She interfaces with Marshall Hospital staff and she volunteers on a patient floor once a week. She meets patients of all ages and abilities and is familiar with many of the health issues older people encounter. Linda and I are both senior citizens being in our 70s, and we each know many of the problems of the elderly as both of the experience taking care of the elderly parents. She is currently taking care of her mother, who is in her mid-90s, as her mother navigates and she has some medical problems. I believe Linda would be a big asset to the commission with her experience and her perspective. She is a great person. And if you really knew Linda, you would understand why I picked her. She cares about our county. She cares about our community, and she cares about seniors. And when people go out and attack her and don't even know her age, and they bring that into context, that's wrong. Don't judge others unless you really get to meet people. And she is a great person. And I recommend that Linda be appointed to my commission.
Is there any other board members have any comments now, or you want to wait for?
I do have just one brief comment, and that is, I am pleased that the board is basically said that all commission members and committee members need to take implicit bias training.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that people need to understand where their feelings come from. And there's a combination of things that contribute to how any one of us feels or what our opinions are. But I felt, and my takeaway from the implicit bias training is we all have inherent biases. And when we get to one of those things where you feel you want to attack someone else, you need to take a pause and you need to reflect upon, am I reacting because of the emotion involved? Or am I reacting because I really studied this and I feel so strongly that somebody's service is inappropriate that I'm going to stand up and make a statement? And I think that discretionary decision-making process is what's lacking a lot. People respond because they're emotionally driven by something. And a lot of that today is social media. So those are the things that I am concerned with. And as we go forward, it looks like we have to consider at least some kind of a policy change as to how members of committees and commissions are recommended for approval to serve. Because the social media aspect of it and what people say out there is a reflection on themselves, whether they recognize it or not. And that does harm to the county overall. Does that affect the performance of anyone visual in a committee or commission? Maybe not, but it's not a good reflection of who we are as people. So we'll leave it at that. But I do think we have some work to do in that area as a board.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Agreed. Supervisor Novosel, did you have anything? Because I have a
No,
comment.
I just say well said. Thank you.
Okay. Normally, these are routine, they're on consent, we don't talk about them, so this is a little unusual. I wanted to tell, to acknowledge that we received a lot of emails on this issue, and a lot of folks that personally know Linda spoke highly of her and her volunteerism at Marshall Hospital and the auxiliary. I also received some emails that said that when they looked at the application, they didn't see how she was qualified. And I thought, well, it's right here. It says right here, she's been on the Marshall Hospital Auxiliary since 2012. And then I thought, well, maybe somebody doesn't know what Marshall Auxiliary is. So I just went and did a quick Google search. It was really easy to find, and it's about volunteerism at the hospital. So anyone that volunteers at the hospital since 2012, that says a lot about someone. And I think that if that person had any serious character flaws, I think it would have been determined by now. So those are kind of my comments. And because this is a little bit unusual, I know Linda's here today, and I don't know how to pronounce your name properly. So when you come on up, you can pronounce your name correctly for the world. But would you like to take a few minutes?
Thank you. I just have a few things that I want to go over quickly. Could I have more than 3 minutes, Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. It won't be that much. I'm Linda Grimaldi, and I have been in this county since 1996. And I did start volunteering at Marshall in 2012. And currently, I'm the chair for North 1 and 2, which is all patient rooms, publicity, and membership. And then while volunteering, I talk to patients who half of them are seniors. A few years ago, this county had the most and oldest seniors in Northern California, and it was very well documented. For the past 7 years, I give out Christmas cards to every patient in the hospital on North 1 and 2. And I gave one to a senior lady one time who just absolutely started crying because it was her only card and it was Christmas Eve day. So then for the past 5 years, I give out guardian angels. And 2 weeks ago, I gave one to a lady who lost her husband. She cried and grabbed my hand and said, God guided me to her that day. Made me feel good to see I made her feel better. Sorry. I'm a caring person with a kind soul and a big heart. And I also know I have a mission and purpose to be at that hospital and was guided there, especially in the positions I have. I am my mother's 97-year-old mother's advocate, helping her and taking care of her. And she had a lot of medical issues last year, and it was touch and go with her. And she probably would have driven here, but I won't let her drive anymore. I want to address the following. Concerning my age, California has a discrimination law that bans age questions on any job application, and it is illegal to ask. There is no age limit under this commission, but requirements say, quote, preference will be given to individuals aged 60 years and older, unquote. A senior in the United States is considered 50 or older. Age technically is a mood item having little or no practical relevance. 2, this commission is supposed to be nonpartisan, and it is. So political affiliations or anything else is a mood item. The purpose is to address needs of seniors. Groups 3, groups that I've been affiliated with are Marshall Hospital or have been with. Marshall Hospital Auxiliary, I usher at Green Valley Church, Diablo Arabian Horse Association, where I was president and vice president, and the Walnut Festival Board, where I was parade chair. 4, people slandered me the other day, admitting that they didn't even know me, and some still are. In my opinion, they're doing defamation of my character, which has 4 requirements. 1, false versus fact, they were false. 2, made to a third party or to the board and others. 3, doing so negligently or recklessly. And 4, intention to ruin my reputation. Defamation is either libel by writing, which was happening right now, or verbal by slander, which they did the other day. And that in turn is trying to damage my reputation with my character assassination in an effort to damage my reputation, credibility, or good standing, which is a civil wrong that is an infringement of my rights. Who are these people and who pays them? Because I have different views and thoughts, I'm to be discredited and not worthy. And I'm pushing my agenda in the county red, one person. What are they doing? I don't have an agenda. What exactly have these people done positively for the county or community? In my opinion, by listening to them, they are bored, toxic, unhappy, and mean-spirited who love doing character assassination of me and others, which says a lot about them and not about me, and they should grow up, get a life, and stop acting like 5-year-olds. On a side note, it was brought up, I know, Boots on the Ground Cali. Let me make this very clear. This is a nonprofit organization run by a veteran for the past 8 years, collecting food, clothes, gift cards, water, and delivering to the people in need, such as the Caldor, Dixie, and Paradise Fires. They're a great organization that receives a lot of donations from a lot of our local businesses. I'm more than qualified for this position and have thoughts already on how to help our seniors and would be an asset. I'm willing and able to assume this position, feel qualified to do the business of the commission, and would feel honored to be appointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any further board question or comments right now? Okay. Again, let's be respectful. No applause, booing, cheering, or any of that. And let's go to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 35. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, board. I'm going to read an email that I sent in to support Linda. My name is Deanna Austin. I'm a 54-year-old grandmother and have lived in El Dorado County for 26 years. I have known Linda Grimaldi for 2 years. I consider her an outstanding citizen of this county. Linda is a fun-hearted, caring woman and is always there supporting our law enforcement, veterans, and elderly. I see her at every VFW breakfast and at anything to support our community. Linda has been on the Marshall Hospital Auxiliary, volunteering her time and devotion for 10 years. As a senior herself, she knows what the seniors need. She is a point of care for her 97-year-old mother and deeply understands the needs of the elderly in our community. Anyone who knows Linda Grimaldi knows she is spunky, passionate, intelligent, and a go-getter. She would be excellent as an addition to our Commission on Aging, as she has more experience dealing with the elderly in our community than anyone I can think of. The elderly patients at Marshall Hospital have been blessed by Linda's time there, and she is sometimes the only contact they have on holidays. I have heard a couple of stories that pull on the heartstrings of Linda being there for the elderly in their time of need. We need a compassionate person like Linda on that commission. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room want to make a comment?
Good afternoon, everybody. Supervisor Turnbull, just to be very clear, I'm speaking here because I care deeply about our county as well. And I have been judged harshly. I was followed out of this room last week and harassed all the way to my car. And my family fears for my safety because of the exacerbation of those attacks directed at me. Last week, there were no letters of support in the record when you considered Linda Grimaldi's nomination to the Commission on Aging. 3 speakers urged you to vote no, including me. I've since read all the subsequent letters praising Mrs. Grimaldi's care for her mother and her dedication to the Marshall Hospital Auxiliary, and I join in that. I applaud those commitments, but it doesn't change my objection for the following reasons. I would oppose any nominee. I'm not here to oppose Linda as a person, but I'm here to oppose this nominee who did not disclose their membership in a group that includes neo-Nazis and Proud Boys. And I would oppose any nominee.
Stop. We're not doing that.
Can I pause my time?
No, keep going.
Okay, thank you. And I would oppose any nominee who also did not disclose that they were a moderator of that group. Both of those facts about Linda are unrefuted. You didn't hear her mention that group a moment ago. I've given you an online profile of one of those group members. Her name is Chelsea Knight, and that profile includes her friendship with Proud Boys Matt Bingen and Cosmin Merca. Matt Bingen has joined the Hangtown Proud Boys for many events in Placerville, including marching alongside the recent Christmas parade with Patrick Keel, the leader of the Hangtown Proud Boys. Patrick was an organizer of the infamous 2020 picture with the Proud Boys Santa, Chris Cockrell. The Keel family and Cockrell are also both members of this group that Linda is the moderator of. Cosmin Merca was in Washington, D.C. in December 2020 with someone wearing a Hangtown Proud Boys shirt. This is not a faraway issue. It's right here. You have those images in what I shared with you. They marched with a large group of Proud Boys who returned to Washington in January 2021 to attack our nation's capital. Cockrell attended a party with Cosmin 4 months later here in El Dorado Hills on Memorial Day weekend, and Cockrell has a direct link to the Capitol attackers. These are the undisclosed associates of Mrs. Grimaldi, no doubt for good reason. Chelsea Knight and her husband have neo-Nazi affiliations as covered there. He has a large tattoo of a Nazi SS skull and crossbones that covers the back of his hand. That group was responsible for the death of millions during the Holocaust. And an SS doctor, Joseph Mengele, experimented on, tortured, and killed over 2,800 twin children in Auschwitz. In Washington, D.C., a Proud Boy wore a shirt with 6WME, which means 6 million Jews killed were not enough.
Thank you, Joe.
Am I gonna
And
be
no,
allowed-
you're not getting it back. Have a seat. We're done. Let's go. You gave it all to us in writing. We're good. Thank you. Come on up, Leo.
All right. Thank you. My report is on the record.
It is. No, Leo's coming up, Gabe.
My name's Leo Bennett Cochon, resident of Shingle Springs. For future reference in other boards, I yield 30 seconds to Joe, but
No,
don't do
we
that
don't do
today.
that.
Well, it's a gray area, just letting you know.
Nope.
I'm trying to start funny.
Let's go.
Okay, I hesitate to do this, but since everybody is really throwing it out there, like I say, everybody's great. We all do the very best we can. I agree with Supervisor Hydell that when people put on social media, needs to be looked at your process. When Linda states that our president is a dementia boy, that he's not facing the problems in the country, and that, hey, you asses in DC, grow a set and protect our country. Do your job. If we live until November, I will love seeing all the dead weight and Dems go. That's not what I want as a commissioner. I'm really happy that Linda came.
Leo, face us. Us.
I'm learning your profiles, but so anyway, her phone number wasn't there. Mine's out there in public, 916-307-8525. Always open to a conversation. Linda strikes me like my grandmother, a dear lady, did the same kind of care in hospitals. I was blessed to do the end of life care for her. I wouldn't want her on a commission because she never moved beyond internalizing the anti-Semitic stuff she was raised at. People can be different in many different situations. I hear how upset you are, George, but we're upset also, and we're just trying to have a conversation where eventually we can all focus on the positive, not have to do this here. Implicit bias training, as far as I know, occurred virtually. If that's the truth, I really encourage you to consider other formats. Repeats, nothing beats sitting down, Linda and I, and others, and try to go through the business of implicit bias. I also think that sometimes if people just can't find the right words in order to engage with each other, George, that sometimes the things that you were celebrated for appropriately, and the same things that Linda is celebrated for, is working side by side. And I'd be happy to help in Grizzly Flats, and I would be happy to help in Marshall Hospital. because I think that's how we need to build our humane. Thank you for teaching me your protocols. Can I dance around it or no?
Thank you, Leo. Anyone else in the room? Come on up, Gay. Jerry, stay standing. You're next. I know. Stretch your legs, stretch your legs.
If he wants to go.
Come on, Gay, let's go. You're fine. It takes a
Okay,
while.
I don't have a lot to say. I haven't known Linda very long, but I do know Linda. I also took care of my mother for 3 years. It takes a lot to take care of people. And anyone that has the stamina to do that, I applaud them. And all the work that says she's done at Marshall Hospital, I applaud that too. From what I know of her, she's a great person. I've seen her in many different functions all over the county. And I think she would be a great appointment to the agent. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. Come on up, Terry.
Terry Case, District 3. This provides, obviously, there's been a lot of hoo-ha going on over the last many months. In fact, it's been going on for many years. And I want to, as a matter of course, I don't know the situation with Linda. I don't know her personally. I haven't done the investigations. I don't go to social networking to do my research. I go to primary peer-reviewed sources that are reviewed by professionals who have a detailed knowledge of how to conduct investigations, who I know to be ethical. But I want to say something about language, and this has to do with a handout I gave you. The word civilization has the word civil in front of it. 5,000 years ago, when human beings were coming together into communities from warring tribes, the first thing they had to figure out how to do, and it took them, according to the cultural anthropologists, 2,000 years to figure this out, that you cannot have a civil society or a civilization if everybody pulls out the battle axes and starts going to war with everybody that disagrees with you. And as far as John's personal opinion and my emphasis on reading, do your homework. There's a book out there written by a top-notch cognitive neuroscientist who works down at USC called Anthony Damasio. He wrote a book many years ago called Descartes' Error, in which he talks about how the emotions override rational thought. And there's a whole body of information out there that says emotions are set up and instilled in us from early childhood by things we experience, what our parents told us, what our society tells us. One of the hardest things for any human being to do is to stand back from an issue and be objective about what is being said, and to listen objectively and hear, not just hear people, but listen to what they say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Terry.
Madam Chair, board members, thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Blaine Cunningham. I would like to read to you a passage from the Bible. It's Psalms 37:7. Be still in the presence of the Lord and wait patiently for him to act. Don't worry about evil people who prosper or fret about their wicked schemes. Wicked schemes is what we have here today. For people opposing Linda who don't even know her. I have never seen this woman raise a hand or raise her voice to any person ever. I have never seen her associate, or would I even imagine her to associate with neo-Nazis. It's not her. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Blaine. Okay, anyone else in the room? All right,
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. I wanted to say I 100 support Linda Grimaldi as someone who took care of my mother with early onset dementia, which I think some of the earlier callers or speakers are suffering from. I think that Linda would be a phenomenal candidate to serve the aging community. She is a volunteer. She is full of passion for elders. And I think people should start doing some background checks on these other folks who are slandering, libeling, and lying. We have Joseph, who's so obsessed with Proudways, and Chris Cockrell, that he's bringing Chris Cockrell. Chris Cockrell's not on here today, but his name gets brought in. And some gal named Chelsea. It's like, who are we talking about today? Get some mental health help, please, Joseph. We have Leo, who everyone should look up. Look up Leo Koshan Bennett in Manteca. And he likes to say that people like him and me don't belong on commissions. So we're activists. Well, that crazy motherfucker tried to run for school board. So yes, I just said that because I'm getting really fed up with the way you're allowing psychopaths to treat us and slander us and libel us. Your 1A rights don't give you the right to lie about people. We have a picture of Chris Cockrell that this clown has attached to Linda Grimaldi's file. Chris wasn't in DC. I don't know what this psychopath's putting out there now, but he needs mental health. He needs mental health. And you guys need to stop giving people a stage that are doing nothing but causing division and need mental health. And we spend so much on mental health. I'm sure we can get these people some help. You know, get these people some help. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Now taking public comment from Dawn Wolfson.
Don Wolfson, Cameron Park, and there went a prime example of what I was talking about under open forum. Anyway, as far as Linda goes, no, I don't know her personally. Nothing I have said is defamation. Everything that I have said is information that is publicly available. My only two objections to her nomination are, number one, her application, failure to disclose. She didn't disclose her affiliation with Boots on the Ground, and I would have the same objective to anybody who failed to disclose something that significant. Has nothing to do with her age. I'm getting up there too. Nothing to do with her political affiliation. I don't care if she's as conservative to be. Failure to disclose is important. Secondly, she jumped all over Mandy Rodriguez's post where she was harassing Joe Connolly on video and told her what a good job she did. That to me is condoning extremist behavior. That's publicly available information. It's not defamation. I would hope that you could find a nominee who's a little bit less divisive. I take care of elderly parents too. Lots of people do. I'm sure she's a nice person. Her friends seem to like her. I'm sure she's very, very nice to people she gets along with, but failure to disclose and excusing extremist behavior, to me, that excludes her. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay. Does the board have any further questions or comments? And I'm thinking of asking Linda to come up. I know I want to ask a clarifying question. Does anybody else want to ask Linda a question? And I'm really sad, Linda, that we have to do this. And I don't know why you'd want to be on one of our commissions or committees at this point, but I appreciate you being here.
Because I have a lot of respect for him and he has respect for me, and I think it would be good. I
Okay.
see a lot in the county being at the hospital.
So we've got, who wanted to, anybody on the board want to ask other than me?
You go ahead.
Okay.
You want to go?
So I don't know how to
No,
frame
okay, wait a
this.
minute, I'm going to say something. No, I am not a neo-Nazi. No, I'm not a Proud Boy. No, I'm not. And as far as Aaron and Boots on the Ground, that's a nonprofit organization, has no affiliation with any of that.
I appreciate that clarification about the boots on the ground.
mean, it just
So it
bugs
sounded
me.
great. I guess what I want to say, Linda, is Well, first I want to give you a word of caution, quite honestly, and you're probably knowing what I'm going to say. Stay off the social media.
Oh, I have.
Okay. I'm going to recommend everybody stay off of social media. Just generally speaking, it's just become toxic and poisonous.
Oh, it's awful.
And I mean, I post on there for information. I try to make factual statements and, you know, people skew things, so whatever. So
Well,
that's just
I
cautionary.
do have a couple sites I follow, like
Sure.
rescue horses and dogs and that.
Just letting you know. But my question for you is, I mean, I don't foresee this happening, but if for some reason your behavior on the commission, the other commissioners felt you were becoming political or partisan, and I know you're not going to, I get that. But if it does happen, do you understand that we will probably just remove you?
Of course, but I understand at the hospital, no political. ever.
Absolutely.
All my friends, no political ever. We never talk anything. As a matter of fact, I have to say, I did work the recall. I mean, like it or not. And my best girlfriend of 45 years, total Democrat, we grew up to just about grew up together. She was like a sister. She found out through her sister and she won't talk to me anymore, which is asinine in my opinion, that you cannot have different views on stuff. In our 45 years, we have never talked politics, ever. And I just don't do it.
I get that. So with that, does anybody else have questions?
Just a quick comment on my line is, you know, I think the most important thing we can have is a commissioner who's respectful of other people. That's all I ask. You know, I heard comments about Linda's, you know, her ability to take care of seniors. We don't ask for you know, for your qualifications generally as a commissioner. It's not a requirement per se, so I don't have an issue with that. Just ask for respectful conversation. When people cuss and are vulgar, I think I'd remove somebody for that. It just doesn't, it's not necessary. So that's all I ask, is that you have respectful conversation. And I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying.
At the hospital, I mean, we don't talk politics, and that's not my job anyway. My job is, I have a team under me for North 1 and 2, which is all the hospital rooms, not excluding ER, ICU, maternity. So we go into and do work in 80 some odd, I forget how many rooms, but some of them have double beds. And we do different things. That's part of our job. We replace gloves. We talk to the patients. We help with their TV or their light, or open or close their curtain, or get them something, water or whatever, if they're allowed, and work with the nurses. If they're in a room and they need help, they'll yell at us and say, hey, go get me this or that. And we do that. And we also, I might as well finish telling you what we do on North 1 and 2. We also replace the glucose product in the IV trays with product for the nurses, and get blankets or whatever. And from day one, I joined in, I think it was October of 2012, and starting in January of 2013, I've been chair ever since. So I have a team of 7 people under me, and they also put me in charge of publicity. So I run all the ads for new members, and I do membership. So I'm in charge of getting all the new members in for the auxiliary, because we're now down to 40 some odd people. And when I started, we had 150.
So I think that's the point, Linda. If you conduct yourself as a commissioner the way you do as a volunteer on the auxiliary, that is exemplary.
Plus, I
Thank
was
you.
a legal secretary. You know, you can't be doing jerky stuff. And I worked for builders. I was in sales. If I were so jerky and doing my sales, I wouldn't have had really high sales.
And Supervisor Thomas wanted to chime in.
So thank you for being with us, Linda, and I am happy to support your nomination today. I do want to offer just a few comments along my fellow supervisors' lines. I think that it's so important for everyone on our boards and commissions, and I know you know this, that the members of our boards and commissions need to reflect the values of El Dorado County, and you are a direct reflection on us. as the appointing authority. And that matters. That really matters. And certainly your work on Marshall Auxiliary is exemplary. I was a board member of Marshall Hospital for 9 years. And so I know the good work the auxiliary does. And I commend you for that. And thank you. And that speaks to your character. Let me finish if I might. Thank you. That speaks to your character, and it will be of value on the Commission on Aging. That said, I just want to offer a word of caution that, your comment this last week gave me pause on the post. And it's just a recognition that, there was a form of harassment that went on last week in our board meeting outside our doors. It was very unfortunate. What bothered me is that a third person, an innocent bystander, was pulled into that. And a vile accusation was hurled at him. He didn't have anything to do with that. And the comment was, good job. And your words matter on social media. So just be very careful with that. Thank you.
Thank
All
you
right.
for
So with
being-
that, thank you for your service. And I look forward to supporting your commission today. So
Thanks. I was going to say something, but now I forgot.
It's okay. We're going to wrap this up.
Good,
Supervisor
thank you.
Heidel, anything
Well,
else
I
to
just want to
add?
start by thanking for your service on Marshall Hospital's foundation, not foundation, but the
No,
auxiliary.
it's
Auxiliary. Mhm.
Because those kinds of volunteer community service things are something we encourage as a board because it really strengthens our community. Not everybody has the ability to do what you've done there, obviously, taking a leadership role and stuff. So I also am going to support your nomination here. But I have a question relative to the application. Did you feel that in filling out the application, your responsibility was to disclose memberships or associations with organizations that might be viewed as contrary to the needs of the United States of America? For instance, I went through background checks at a top level security. They had a federal list of organizations that if you belong to one of those, they really questioned you as to whether or not you could serve properly because of your personal commitment to some organization. Did you feel when you filled out the application, you should be identifying any of those organizations that might come into question?
No, because like I said, the Boots on the Ground Cali is nonprofit and it's run by a veteran. And he has no affiliation with any of those groups. And he has put me on sometimes to monitor some of the people who want to come on Boots on the Ground. And I'm guessing 70% of them, I don't even respond. I just call him and tell him. And the way I know Aaron is because he was Sandy and mine supervisor when we did the recall under Orrin Heatley. So that's how I got to know him. And that's what we did.
Okay,
And
so
that
I
was-
don't feel that there was an issue of failure to disclose.
Well,
That-
no,
that's been
because
one of
I asked
the
when
things
we
that's
were-
brought up, but I think from a policy perspective, the board may have to consider some of those things because
Yeah,
we seem to
maybe.
be at that point of contention that sometimes you need to know, and I'll fully acknowledge, I'm a member of NRA and I'm proud of it, but I don't think that disqualifies me from
No, I don't
anything.
either.
So,
Correct.
I mean, we all
So-
belong to associations and groups, but it's those that are actively pursuing actions against the US government that are my cause for concern, because I really don't think that best represents our community. When somebody's put on a committee or commission and they have an active engagement in those kinds of things, that's a personal opinion. The board will have to decide. But I don't think that should be, one of the things that we have to probe into each individual applicant's background. I don't want to do background checks.
Yeah, see, we do background checks at the hospital.
You have to by law.
So-
These are voluntary positions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have
We
to.
don't
have
have the
them.
same
Yes.
exposure
Yeah.
necessarily, right?
So,
That's right.
yeah, so thank you, Linda,
Thank
for
Thank you, Linda.
Thank
letting
you.
us
Thanks.
ask questions. And I think with that, nope, we're done, Joe. Supervisor
I'll make a
Turnbull.
motion that we accept the Linda Gamoli's as my Commissioner of Aging.
I'll second with the caveat that, George, if you see things going disparately, right, that something comes up that you're aware of, that you address it and try to make sure that there's a reinforcement of the things we talked about today. That needs to be reinforced as many times as we can. Leave the politics and all the other stuff at the door. You're here to serve as a volunteer on a committee or commission serving the county.
That's your second. Okay, and we have to do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor, Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you, everyone. And I appreciate everyone keeping it respectful and thoughtful in the board chambers. I do appreciate that. That's how we need to do things. Okay, does anybody need a break? Are we good? 2 o'clock item should go really well. So 2 o'clock item number 36, Kim.
Item 36 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and Planning and Building Department, Economic Development Division, recommending the board receive and file an update from the county's broadband consultant, NeoConnect, on broadband planning efforts.
Chair Carlin and board. I'm going to hand it off to Diane to give you guys a quick update on our project. Real quickly though, the city of South Lake Tahoe, if you guys aren't aware, did agree to contribute towards the grant matching funds for their percentage of the project. So that happened last week. So we're really excited and give a quick update on the project and kind of what our contribution cap may be now, which is substantially lower than what we allocated through TOT previously. So with that, I'll hand it off to Diane to get it going.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen. I have just a couple of slides to just go over with you today. Let me get this teed up here. So I just want to say that none of this information is new. This is just mostly an update on where we are in our discussions with South Lake Tahoe and with Caltrans. As you may know, we have reached out to the city of South Lake Tahoe, are working with Caltrans and the Tahoe Prosperity Group to put together a project that leverages the work that we've previously done in applying for grant funding with the EDA. So I have just a couple of slides. Just as a reminder, El Dorado County conducted an extensive broadband planning effort in the past 4 years by accepting an EDA grant back in 2017. NeoConnect was engaged to provide a feasibility study, and we did that in 2018 and 2019 and continued to do several other more in-depth follow-up studies. In 2020 and 2021, we applied for an EDA grant to build middle mile fiber for 3 priority project areas. Those included Cool, Georgetown, and Garden Valley. And we have spent the last year conducting the environmental review. Maybe I should clarify, NeoConnect did not do the environmental review, but as part of the project team, that work was done by El Dorado County. And there are several initiatives underway to leverage this grant that we want to talk about today, specifically the EDA grant application for South Lake Tahoe. So the set aside in the American Rescue Plan Act includes another $3 billion that EDA received for their projects, and broadband is a critical infrastructure that they invest in. They have a grant program that is under that $3 billion that is targeting travel, tourism, and outdoor recreation. And EDA encouraged El Dorado County to apply for that grant funding to expand upon the efforts of building middle mile infrastructure and the work that we've already done for Cool, Georgetown, and Garden Valley. So we have had several discussions with those entities in the area to nail down the project and the project costs and a discussion on matching funds. Just a quick reminder, we are looking at applying for a grant that would include passing approximately 2,489 parcels, primarily located along the Highway 50 and Highway 89 corridor. There's a graph here that shows what parcels are included in the county and which are included in South Lake Tahoe. And the EDA grant program requires a 20% match. The city of Lake Tahoe actually had their city council meeting last week, and they approved their allocated portion of the match. And so I believe the purpose of this discussion is for El Dorado County to approve their allocation of the match. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Kyle or open it up for any questions that you have.
Yeah, so that was pretty, I mean, it's just a resume file. You guys have already kind of allocated this money towards this project. We just wanted to let you know the max is probably going to be about 150,000 worst case scenario for us from the 1.6
Right.
that was allocated. We're anticipating it's going to be 75,000 as our roughly as our match, but we wanted to have some money in there in case the environmental work gets, you know, more than what we expected, because last time that's an issue we ran into. So yeah, excited about it. And Caltrans conversations have started up. We've Tahoe Prosperity is on board. They actually are contracted with the city of South Lake Tahoe to do grant writing services. So they're going to assist us in that avenue. Last time it was the CAO's office, myself and Diane who did the grant writing. So any help with that effort's appreciated. So yeah, with that.
Yeah, Supervisor Novosel's got her hand up.
Yeah, yay.
Yeah.
Great news. I'm so happy. City of South Lake Tahoe has come up and realized this is an important project for and a great pilot project, by the way, for our county to prove that we can get broadband going. It's very exciting for all of us. And especially in the rural areas, a lot of this is going in our county is going to be in very rural areas. I just had received a conversation, sat down with a constituent who was in one of these areas out past Camp Rich, who's very concerned about getting some of this broadband. So, I mean, they're going to be yahooing a lot. And, I just think it's a great partnership. City of South Lake Tahoe has come through again, understanding their need for committing to this and has done so. And very proud of them to be doing this. And thank you again to everybody, Diane and the whole group for committing to this and moving us forward in such a great way. Thank you.
Absolutely. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I'm just kind of echoing Sue's comments that the city of stepping up to commit $1.1 million. I think it's important to recognize their level of commitment versus our 72,000 or less. I mean, that shows a real partnership and they see the benefit of it. I think from our tourism perspective, we see the benefit of it. It's a win-win for everybody. It's one of those unique situations that I don't know how anybody could be against this. This is just a go forward fast.
Yeah.
So thank you.
And I'd like to just, if you don't mind, add on to that real quick. And, the constituent who I met with last week was so concerned because there was a fire out there by Camp Rich a couple of years ago, and they didn't have any way of connecting because they have no landlines out there. So the idea of broadband coming out to them is, it's what we've been talking about all day is wildfire safety. And this also gets into that. So very exciting for them. Thank you.
Absolutely. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to thank Kyle and Diane for working so hard on this. This has been a big thing that's been that we need in our county for a long time, especially when it comes to public safety, especially when it communication, especially like you say, like in Grizzly Flat, these fires and stuff that happen and stuff. People need to be able to communicate with their neighbors and stuff, especially when we have a lot of problems that are, going on. But thank you so much for all your hard work.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Good stuff. And it's still really cool in my mind that El Dorado County is in the lead on this issue relative to the rest of the state. Really, we are doing great.
Yeah, I don't know how to act in this situation.
I know we're not used to it. So, but I did want to ask though, Kyle, when is our speed test coming? Because I'm ready to promote that bad boy.
Contract just was executed. We had to do some final touch-ups with county council and their prices changed mid-contract negotiations with them, but that's executed and we plan on launching it like this spring. So it's going to be on web pages where they can just click on, hey, test my speed. From our webpage, from the county webpage, from economic developments, and I think we'll get all the chambers and our partners to.
And my thinking is just because I'm into messaging, you guys know that.
Yeah.
When we promote and ask people to do this speed test, let's put some short language there, tell them what we're doing and why, and the opportunities that we are having before us, and especially with the Tahoe and the collaboration and everything. This is just such a positive partnership. And Diane, I cannot thank you enough. I brag on you every time I'm at a meeting and other counties are just barely getting started and they needed a lot of help from RCRC and all that. So thank you.
Yeah. And the city of South Lake Tahoe, I mean, the meeting with Joe couldn't have gone any better. So
yeah, that's great. Very good.
Great job.
So do we have any public comment on
Can I
this?
just add something real quick?
Sure.
That speed test is a benchmark, in my opinion. We know what the service is now, and when people understand what the benefits of broadband being installed in, it's going to be like night and day. I mean, it's going to be tenfold or better. Well, and that's why the speed test tells you this was money well invested, and that's I think one of the predominant reasons for doing it.
Yeah, and it also helps us refute maybe the speeds that
Right.
some service providers say that they're providing.
Yes,
to
right. What's the actuality of that? Yep.
Very
Given
good.
demand period, right?
Yeah.
Data matters.
I just want to make one other quick comment if I can. So I applaud the work that you all are doing. The speed tests and the work that we're doing with EDA in applying for grant funding. This is all just laying the foundation. Keep in mind that there's a lot of additional funding that's coming in response to and included in the American Rescue Plan Act. There's another large pool of money that is the capital improvement projects. Much of that money has been earmarked for broadband. The states will receive an allocation most likely on a per capita basis. So there's a large amount of funding that's coming soon with that. And then of course there's $65 billion in the Infrastructure and Jobs Act bill. And so the work that we're doing right now with the speed tests and laying middle mile fiber and applying for grant funding as it comes available is laying the foundation to build out to all of the communities within the county. So I just don't want you to lose sight of the bigger picture. That will happen in the next year or two. And so the work that you're doing is a great foundation towards that effort.
Very exciting. Thank you for that. Now we'll do public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 36. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I realize this is centered around Lake Tahoe, this item today, but on broadband perspective on a general, I've talked to some of you and told you that I just got a new service from Rocky Ridge Wireless, where this tower has been about a mile in line of sight from my house for 17 years, and I didn't know it existed. So for all these years, 17, I have been getting 3.5 megabytes per second in terms of download and about 0.15 upload. That's why we're talking about broadband for El Dorado County. But did I know that just for 17 years, there was a tower that I had direct line to, that now I've got their service and I'm getting 19 to 20. And on a upload, 4.5 to 5. So it goes to show you, sometimes you need to know certain information in order to be able to find out that there's services that are out there readily available to us that gives people better Wi-Fi than they currently have. And that's what I wanted to comment on, because I was so happy. I've only had it a couple of weeks, but every time I get on it, I do a speed test just so I can see the numbers roll around and so I can know that it's fast. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right. Very exciting, Diane, Kyle. Thank you so much. Great board input. And yeah, we're going to be watching for next steps and all that. So this was just a receive and file, correct? No action, because we already did all that good stuff. Then let me look at what's left on our agenda. Broadband's over. CAO, what are you thinking we should?
I think we should resume back to the strategic plan discussion.
Okay,
If
the
that's
staff
okay.
ready? Very good.
We have Econ Dev. Looks like they can go now.
Okay.
And the others will show up during that
As
discussion.
that's progressing, perfect. So that's item number 34, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're going to resume item number 34. Do we need Kim to announce anything if that we're doing that? Is that? Yeah, I think so too. For clarity, Kim.
Sure. Returning to item number 34, Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive an update on the county's strategic planning efforts, which we've done. 2, approve the current vision statement, mission statement, and core values. 3, approve the current 5 strategic plan goals of public safety, which has been completed, good governance, infrastructure, economic development, and healthy communities. 4, discuss and approve recommended changes and additions. And 5, direct all department heads to continue incorporating the county's strategic plan goals and priorities into their department short, middle, and long-term goals.
You came unplugged? Okay.
Tiffany Schmidt with the Chief Administrative Office. So before the break, we went over the public safety element of the strategic plan. We heard from the various public safety departments, and the board provided some comments that we have incorporated into our track changes. So now we have the remaining 4 goals to go over, and we will start with economic development, and Kyle Zimbelman will be presenting that item.
Yeah, missed you.
So yeah, Kyle Zimbelman, economic development, and then. Okay. No. worries. So I can start off on the page I have in front of me here. So just to reiterate, the mission statement for economic development is to enable a prosperous and vibrant community. And our main goals and themes and priorities are to retain, develop, and attract businesses that provide economic sustainability and quality job creation, increase employment opportunities by improving workforce development skills, invest in infrastructure needs to improve and maintain competitiveness, nurture the county and community's business-friendly environment, provide attainable housing options, balancing those jobs with housing, and explore the feasibility of biomass and cogeneration plants. So with that, we have many sub goals within our goals. So I'll just do a high level overview of some of the highlights on those. If you guys have any questions on the rest, please let me know. So in regards to the goal of retaining, developing, and attracting businesses that provide economic sustainability and quality job creation, we continue our business retention and expansion efforts. I know we've seen J8 application come to the board this year, which has been a great accomplishment for our group. We have some grand openings that we're celebrating that we've been a part of, getting those businesses through the permitting process. So some good accomplishments there. We continue to do numerous pre-application meetings, whether it be with site selection companies or businesses that either want to learn the process of expanding or staying in the county and what processes they're going to have to go through in order to make that happen. We coordinate with EID, fire districts, all of our internal divisions as well. And then we continue to support through the Business Protection Work Group, our small businesses and nonprofits through the use of the CARES Act funding and the ARPA funds, which will be coming to the board in a few weeks, I think, on the nonprofit program. So there's some highlights from that. We have a lot of activity right now with businesses just interested in our corridors, some areas outside of those corridors, but what we're really trying to do is guide those businesses to a place where that business is allowed by right or it's an intended use. Yeah. We continue to stress that, but that often isn't the case. And so we try to find out a path to a yes, or at least a process to line out so they know what they're getting into. Increasing employment opportunities by improving workforce development skills. So this one is one where we rely heavily on other agencies that solely focus on this group, but I can say Supervisor Parlin is aware I joined the board of Golden Sierra Workforce as the economic development rep. It's a workforce is a concept and an issue that's coming up with every company, every public and private sector business. So it's always good to keep our eyes and ears out on those. And that's what I really like about that J8 that we brought to the board. It had a workforce component to it where they're training folks in a trade to get them up and running outside of normal schooling. HHSA has the one-stop agency, Golden Sierra Workforce, Tahoe Prosperity, which I mentioned. HHSA also has employment services in South Lake Tahoe and works with the advanced networks for job readiness programs. Child support services offers tuition reimbursement, checkpoint lessons, and training sessions to staff. And then, as mentioned earlier today, the Sheriff's Office ensures that all employees are provided with the most relevant training and conferences to get them up on trends. As far as conducting a survey with businesses, so we have some sub goals here: identifying the current workforce, conducting surveys with businesses. We started that effort early on, right before the pandemic, with Kruger, our consultant, and then it just turned into how can we support these businesses through the CARES Act funding or the nonprofit programs to prop them up. But I think we're about ready to enter that phase of businesses kind of normalizing and getting ready to survey them again to see where their issues are. And we know workforce is going to crop up with all of them. continue to work with Greater Sacramento Economic Council and our partners in Rancho and Folsom, because it is a labor pool that we all kind of feed off of, and we export a ton of our labor force down to that region. A lot of them come into our business parks. So having that communication open, finding out what gaps they're seeing and what we're seeing is really useful for us. And then collaborating with local school systems and community colleges. California State Library funded online learning platforms through our libraries. The availability of career online high school certification programs for adults at our libraries. And then also CDAC, as you guys may recall, is starting to revamp their efforts working with, I think they're taking it away of attracting that four-year college, but working with our existing schools and programs to see what's out there and what's the niche that's needed. So then we can move to invest in infrastructure needs to improve and maintain competitiveness. Really, we just talked about that with our broadband efforts. That's kind of the main focus of this for our group. But just a quick update, so the quick update on the Garden Valley Cool in Georgetown project is our EDA rep reached out to me actually this week. He was just waiting for final comments from our state historical preservation officer. That's a mouthful. On the last bit of environmental work that we did and our answers to them. I'm sure they are inundated with a ton of applications and projects right now. So he gave him one more week to reply. And if not, he's going to go with just pushing it through to their decision-making board without their formal acknowledgement of the final. So we're in really good stage. I think we should find out something in the next month or two from them just on the actual award, and then the real work starts with that project. We have the speed test campaign going. We have the Tahoe project as well. And then we're working on getting the final design and engineering work done for the priority areas for broadband determined by the board. And then the lower bullet point here is exploring the use of special financing districts and business improvement districts, or TIDs, which are tourism improvement districts. We've had meetings with the CAO's office and members of different parts of the community, Coloma Lotus and El Dorado Hills Business Park, to talk about these concepts and bringing in John Kruger, who's done those types of things in the past, and seeing if it's a feasible option. Those conversations were happening pre-pandemic as well, but we're starting to have chatter more and more where businesses may be willing to consider some sort of structure like that. Nurturing the county and community's business-friendly environment. I feel like this is just an ongoing effort that's going to be continuous, but just spreading the gospel that we have economic development at the county. It still surprises me sometimes when we talk to folks and they're like, I didn't know you guys had that. I didn't know you did that. Like with the ombudsman services we have, permit process improvements that we provide, trying to be up to date on our pages on Econ Dev, planning and building on any programs or improved processes that we have. We have the adapted permit processes for the victims of Caldor Fire, and agriculture has conducted outreach to ag associations to provide information on how they can make processes better for those ag associations. So there's some actual outreach going on there. And then actively participating with local, regional, and national organizations to strengthen our economic development advantage. This isn't, as Don said, this isn't just me reaching out to these and participating in these groups. It's a countywide effort. When we reach out to a fire district or EID and they participate with us and they show great customer service to an applicant, it all just helps us down the line with that. But in regards to what I'm doing locally, I finished up leadership El Dorado this year through the Chamber of Commerce, made some great connections with some leaders at other businesses through there. I participate bi-weekly in the Greater Sacramento Economic Council meetings. I attended the California Economic Summit in Monterey this year, which was great, learning about just the SURF, which is, I don't know what that stands for, but it's the money coming down through the SURF, other great programs coming down through ARPA funding. And then specifically assisting with the creation of the economic impact report for Sierra Tahoe. GSEC helped fund that for us and put that together so they can use that as a tool to get funding to reopen the park. And then we're also working on our impact report in the Coloma Lotus region as well. And then County Council assisted in negotiations with the city of South Lake Tahoe on the 56-acre property. So all of that is just building up the reputation that we're, willing to work with folks and nurture that business-friendly environment. And then quickly, we'll do the housing slide. A lot of this is stuff that CJ and our planning department works on. We do have a lot of conversations, and I'm sure it's going to be something that's going to be discussed at the board level, but conversations on what do we do with some of these R&D parcels down the business park that folks are wanting to convert into housing, and is it truly affordable housing if they do it? And then what's the mechanism of, or what's the outfall of us losing that R&D zone land? So there's big conversations that we're having, but just a lot of major amendments to the zoning ordinance from CJ's group, the creation of the temporary RV ordinance, housing element update, which you guys saw today, Caldor fire urgency ordinance, the ADU ordinance, and then what the sheriffs and EDOC are doing as far as opportunity knocks, but just a real tangible story of how that works with economic development. The HOT team has helped us when businesses are trying to acquire parcels where maybe a camp has been on there to help get the homeless people off the property, but also get them to a place like a navigation type place or wherever they take them. We've had that relationship with them where they take care of that piece of it, and our applicants don't want to just kick people off their property, but they want to get them to a spot that helps. So that's been a great relationship we've had with them. And it's just helps our business attraction where some people might see that on a parcel and not maybe want to pursue it. We've had an opportunity to address that. And then lastly, exploring the feasibility of biomass and cogeneration plants. I know we've hired on Greg Stanton as extra help. I've had great conversations with him. He's working with Rod on CDAC as well. And I've even had companies that are reaching out that have specifically asked that they want to try to find a location in El Dorado County to do a cogen plant, but it needs to be like an abandoned mill or it needs to be 200 acres. And there's like these certain parameters that we're trying to find. So working with Greg and connecting with those folks and the owners of those properties, try to facilitate that. Specifically in economic development, I've had conversations with Greg where we're going to look to for maybe grant funds within the economic development avenue to maybe come up with a business plan for some of our mills that maybe want to incorporate a cogen or biomass, and or even finding grant monies to help that happen. So those are kind of the steps that we've taken along those lines, and the work that Rod's doing in CDAC as well. So with that, I think, sorry, I didn't advance the slides, but that's it for economic development. And any questions you guys have?
Yeah, I got a question.
Wait a minute, whoa.
Pushing my button right now.
No, over here, District 3.
Okay.
That's first on my button. All right. Right. Thank you, Kyle, for boy, a lot of accomplishments this year and all that. And across the board in all of our strategic goals, I've been, really impressed with all the progress all of you have made, and our staff, despite the pandemic and a catastrophic fire. I mean, it's really quite impressive that work just kept going, and just hats off to you for that. I also want to thank you for your participation in leadership, El Dorado County. That's those kinds of relationship building opportunities are so important, and I appreciate you taking the time to do that.
Yeah,
it's
been good.
My daughter just finished Leadership Sacramento, and it's a really valuable program. So thanks for doing that. Question in terms of nurturing our business friendly environment. Of course, we all support that. And I had a conversation with Karen about how we get feedback on that. Do we send out an online survey or something after every permit application or after every project is resolved? How do we get feedback on that?
I think it is sent out. I know Katie, the ombudsman on our team, has a customer service tracking sheet that she records all the responses and sends those out. So we'd be happy to share those results with you, with the board. And then we also have a section on our webpage. But as far as Econ Dev, it's more of that relationship we built. We don't, ask them how their experience was, but oftentimes they'll offer it up. It's surprising how often they are really appreciative and compared to what the bad experiences that they've had.
Great.
But I don't know if every permit they do get feedback on it, but we do have.
We have a process for that.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Those would be interesting to see.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad we do have an econ dev department. I mean, I know that hasn't always been the case. And I think as our, community continues to grow and we look for other revenue opportunities that are appropriate, that's so important that, we're in the fight in this. So really appreciate your efforts on that to support the growth of our business community. My last question is, as far as the the goals, I noticed that in this department, Econ Dev, there's a lot more detail than other strategic goals. And I just kind of had a question, not right or wrong, but it's just kind of not consistent with some of the other strategic goals that are higher level. They don't have all the more operational work tasks listed out underneath them, and just kind of wanted to understand the difference with that.
I mean, it's been the way since I inherited the work plan program, but I think, I think Econ Dev is still a rather new concept for the county. And I think we were just getting down those bullet points so we could really stick to a plan. But as far as why that is, I'm not fully.
Yeah, I think Kyle answered it well. 5.5 years ago, I remember almost 6 years ago when the board appointed me as the CAO, our Econ Dev program was almost non-existent.
Right.
And when we made efforts to get that going, it started out in the CAO's office, and we moved it down to building and planning, the nexus with the building permits and things like that to expedite it. It is much more tactical because it's brand new, and trying to figure out and there were specific tasks we needed to accomplish to make it a productive and effective program, whereas the others are for the most part established goals and departments.
Aspirational.
Yeah, and I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
I do think that this year or next year, we do need to revisit. We're going to need to have a big workshop and public engagement session to refresh our strategic plan. And that might be when Econ Dev can shift to the more aspirational things such as that, if that makes sense.
That makes complete sense. Great. Thank you for that explanation, and I'll look forward to that process next year. So thank you, Kyle.
And District 1.
Yeah, again, Kyle, great accomplishments. I believe we're really making a lot of progress, but I have to kind of go back to where are we relative to a stoplight chart on some of these overall goals? And I'm going to address the first one, which I think is very, very important. Retain, develop, and attract businesses that provide economic sustainability and quality job creation. We all understand what that means, but in reflection of what's happened, we lost one of the major employers in El Dorado Hills, another county, Blue Shield. That was significant. I think we're going to get somebody else back in there, and we can basically work with them and make sure it's sustainable. The one thing I see there that's a constraint is our ability to turn around applications for businesses to do things like tenant improvements. Because if we can't get those things turned around, we will lose the attractiveness of that business, because most people, once they've made a commitment, we want to come to El Dorado County and we want to get this thing going. They have an expectation that we'll be able to turn it quickly. And right now, due to staff shortages and other things, we're struggling with that. So if I were to give that a score, I'd say yellow, because we've done reasonable efforts there, but there's a continuing concern I have as to how do we turn that back around, particularly to make sure that those businesses are getting their needs satisfied. So do you have any thoughts on that? How can we turn that around beyond what we're doing already? We're doing a lot, but.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we offer up really great services at the forefront, but delivering on the back end, like you said, needs improvement. I mean, I could use a senior planner back on my team. I've been without it for 6 months, and that's what that position is intended to do. And I mean, we could specifically pull those commercial TIs or whatever projects they are. And that's what we were doing. And we had great success with that. And now I'm, begging, borrowing, and stealing through down there just to get that through. But I have a lot of great support down there, and they understand the importance of the commercial projects. But I think it really, for me, it boils down to just having staff to be able to do that.
I agree. I'm just looking for how we get beyond the staffing thing. And Don and I had a discussion, and it's widespread. It's not just us. It's every industry, private and public, is having the same kind of difficulty. But I struggle with how we're going to be able to meet some of these objectives if we're not able to get the staffing we need to provide the services. It just seems like at some point we have to kind of pull back and do the things that are absolutely essential and do less of the other things that may be more discretionary. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. District 2.
Oh, my turn?
Yeah. Look, your button's on.
Anyway, Kyle, thank you for all your hard work. You've done a great job, especially working with Rod to try to get this cogeneration plant, maybe possibly even at his mill, and bring his mill back would be just great for our county. But I want to say something. Pachamama, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah.
I went to the ribbon cutting, and they are so grateful to you. The process that you and your staff has done is unbelievable, how fast and how that business came in about, especially transformed from Sacramento here to El Dorado Hills. So they are very grateful to you. And I wanted to, you know, I spoke down there and I talked about you and your staff. You guys have done a phenomenal job. You really have. And it is a fantastic thing what you're doing, especially in our county. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Supervisor Novosel, you good? I'm good.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Thanks, Kyle. You know, I just want to thank you for all the work on the Sierra Tahoe issues. You know, I've heard rave reviews about you also in the help that you've done because it's, you know, been pretty dire for them up there. And they've appreciated greatly all your help. So thank you.
Excellent. Okay, with
Thanks, Kyle.
that.
What's next? You pick it.
No. So did the board have any recommended changes to that specific goal? I didn't hear any, but
They're all
okay.
solid.
You know, one thing I thought might be a good thing if we have business walks where people can walk around and go into the business and ask for what they need and what the county can help them with.
I can, oh, come on, Kyle, you
Come on,
should
Kyle,
say
you
it,
wanna
not
talk
me.
about
Go
that?
ahead. We do that.
Like, we're going to be participating in one.
Okay,
in
good.
El Dorado Hills here.
Yeah, I
in
know I'm
conjunction
on
with the
it,
chamber.
so-
Yeah, yeah.
John and I both are, yeah.
Now
I
that
think
we're
all
back-
our chambers do that.
Yeah, they do
Yeah.
those and
All
we
our chambers do
participate in
that.
those,
Yeah.
but the more and more, like now people are just comfortable having us
Yeah.
come in their spot. So that's
Okay.
something.
All right.
But that collaboration, working with the chamber, I think is essential. If we
Yeah,
did it
it
just
is.
as the county, I'm sure from the government here to help.
Well, we don't have enough staff for enough help,
Yeah.
that's for sure.
Yep.
Okay, so with that, we will move to the Healthy Communities goal. And Daniel Del Monte will be presenting that.
Hello, board members. Daniel Del Monte, Health and Human Services. Happy to be here with you to present the Healthy Communities category. And let's see, I'm assuming that the PowerPoint will come up on the screen for me. So Tiffany, is somebody going to be running the PowerPoint?
Is it not working for you, Daniel? You can't share?
Thank you. There we go.
Yeah.
Awesome. So next slide, please. So this slide reflects the priorities, objectives, and themes from Healthy Communities. For the sake of time, I'll opt to not read them as you're hopefully familiar with these themes and objectives over the years we've discussed them. Next slide. Really excited to share a lot of really cool updates from our departments. The AQMD provided some excellent updates, their activities. They've represented us locally as one of the 4 Sacramento region air districts that were awarded a second grant to reduce residents' exposure to particulate matter. They've continued implementing grant programs to help residents and businesses replace gas and wood-burning vehicles and equipment, as well as a competitive grant program that funds some shuttle services. Transportation issues being a common theme across all counties, but especially rural ones, more shuttle services have been a big help. They deployed air sensors throughout the county so residents can check particulate matter in their community, and they're working to improve forest health by actively supporting prescribed and residential burn programs to reduce wildfire danger. Next slide. The Child Support Department also provided a lot of outreach throughout 2021, and that outreach focused on educating the community on child support services, as well as other available services such as job resources through job fairs and HHSA's One-Stop Employment Center off Brew Road. Folks may have noticed Child Support's banner displayed over Main Street in Placerville in February, as well as last August. And they participated in a drive-through event for Kids Expo last May. Child Support also staffed a booth at the National Night Out event in Pollock Pines this last August. And they continue to partner with local domestic violence and residential facility programs for vulnerable women and children. Lastly, they supported the Food Bank's annual holiday outreach program in Camera Park this last December. Next slide. Yes, even your very own David Livingston and County Council have helped us create healthy. And they've assisted us with the adoption and anticipated certification of the 21 through 2029 housing element, which encourages the development of affordable housing options for our residents. Council has been assisting with the development and adoption of amendments to the zoning code to meet new state laws that allow accessory dwelling unit development to be more achievable and affordable. And lastly, council has provided phenomenal support to human resources, all of our department heads, and all of your county staff by helping with the development of policies and response measures to mitigate risk for COVID in our workplace. Next slide, please. Next up, we have environmental management, who finished a Cal Recycle grant with the El Dorado County Food Bank. The grant provides funding to the food bank to purchase infrastructure that'll help improve their ability to offer food options for local residents. They've also started an interesting pilot project in El Dorado Hills, notifying food facilities about food donations to local charities. This project's goal is to divert consumable food from the landfill. Next slide. Next, we have HHSA, and I'll be reading just a handful of these updates from each slide because there are several slides. HHSA increased housing assistance grant funding pretty significantly for youth and seniors. And HHSA was also successful in pursuing the Housing Disability Advocacy Program, which will launch in the coming weeks ahead. And that program provides rental assistance and services to a handful of disabled residents facing homelessness, including any eligible and referred Caldor survivors. The Public Guardian helped house 23 individuals who were at extreme risk of homelessness. And as already mentioned by Kyle, the COC and HHSA homeless grants worked in conjunction to develop the EDOK's 5-year strategic plan. And this last year, those housing grants exited 433 individuals from homelessness. Next slide, please. The Elder Independent Adult Abuse Program, or EDAP, continues its outreach and assistance to adult abuse and neglect survivors. They're developing a financial abuse services team composed of APS, Public Guardian, the DA's office, county council, and law enforcement partners, all geared toward enhancing collaboration and helping identify, investigate, and prevent financial abuse wherever possible. Information and assistance in our very own senior services programs is facilitating the Dignity at Home Fall Prevention Grant for local seniors. And Child Welfare Services is partnering with the Child Abuse Prevention Council to convene a community-wide prevention planning team with support from the Office of Child Abuse Prevention. Next slide, please. This slide's dedicated to our public health division, and there are so many phenomenal staff and programs in public health that your board and the community should be very proud of. One of those is the maternal, child, and adolescent health program. And within that program, public health nurses assess families to make linkages to health insurance or other healthcare related needs. They support many of our most vulnerable residents. And one example of that is their work with Marshall and HHSA's Behavioral Health Division to elevate the care provided to pregnant women who are dealing with substance use challenges. This collaboration developed consistent protocols and assessment tools to improve the continuity of care for these women and their children. Public health was successful in pursuing over $8 million in grant funding that otherwise would not have come into El Dorado County. And those funds now can serve this region. And an example of the funded grant programs, or one of them that came out, was the homebound vaccination program, where 126 vaccines were administered upon request from vulnerable homebound residents. And public health also coordinated with local pharmacies to provide on-site vaccines for 6 residential care homes in the community here. Next slide. Behavioral health has applied for a $200,000 grant to develop a crisis care mobile unit, which, in following guidance from our IDEA assessment, as well as the funding requirements, would be intended to launch over the coming few years. This not only will have a huge impact on services, service quality, and catching folks in the community and able to de-escalate situations, that'll also provide a big benefit to our local EMS system, our hospitals, et cetera. Behavioral health also applied for several other grants focusing on expansion of mental health treatment, infrastructure, and expanding local levels of care, funds to help support crisis response and stabilization for youth, and funds to increase prevention and intervention services to perinatal women and youth experiencing substance use issues. And finally, our animal services program, which is staffed by some of the most dedicated public servants any of us will ever meet in our careers. They obtained donated vaccines and grants, which included rabies and microchips, helping to provide free services to our furry friends and supporting owners that don't have the means to afford this proper care. Next slide, please. The library slide, amazing work that Carolyn Brooks and her hub staff and all of her staff have been doing over this past year and for many years. The community hubs have been expanded to serve all ages with the partnership of EDCO, First Five, Marshall, and HHSA. And they've also added 3 community health advocate positions through that collaboration. They partnered with Feed El Dorado, Senior Services, Kiwanis, and other agencies to establish monthly drive-through food deliveries for seniors and families in need. And the libraries partnered with HHSA to host the COVID-19 testing site in Placerville, vaccine clinics in Georgetown, Cameron Park, and Placerville, assisted hundreds of seniors to make COVID-19 vaccine appointments online, and are distributing thousands of rapid tests to the community. The Community Hubs team has been able to respond and support emergency needs generated by the Caldor fire at the initial evacuation sites, and have provided ongoing support to survivors through the local assistance center and supporting the long-term recovery group meetings with community organizations coming together to coordinate service delivery for survivors that make those requests. And the Placerville Library also served as a school center for children and teachers evacuated during the Caldor fire. Next slide, please. Next up, planning and building. They've supported the efforts of affordable housing development through traffic impact fee offsets and supporting with grant funding applications. They assisted in the development of the South Shore Housing Action Plan, developed the urgency ordinance for temporary use of RVs for hardship, the housing element update, the ADU ordinance update, and they also launched permit-ready ADU building plans, an affordable housing ordinance effort, while supporting other attainable housing developments in the county for seniors, folks on fixed income, and other vulnerable populations. Next slide, please. We're almost there. This slide covers the sheriff's office. And let's see, it looks like a lot of these topics were referenced earlier when Lieutenant Lensing spoke, but the work of the HOT and the PERT team continue to reduce calls for service and connect folks with available services. Lieutenant Lensing made a reference to the 16 hours of mental health training, which really can enhance the safety of folks who are in our facilities locally, as well as our staff. And law enforcement's coordination with the SROs and schools to bring awareness, prevention, and also enforcement of fentanyl and other dangerous drugs are just some of the activities that our sheriff's office have been supporting to create healthy communities. Next slide. This last slide should look familiar to you as it pops up. The Wildfire Resiliency Group presented earlier today. And so as you heard, there's the proposed new theme specific to leading and facilitating the creation and maintenance of fire adapted communities. That concludes my portion of this presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel. Let's see if the board has any questions or comments. I see District 1 got there first.
Okay, so to follow up and the thought pattern of looking at the overall goals and how we've done, I'm going to target the number one here too, is achieve sufficient and attainable housing for all El Dorado County residents. If I was honest about that one, I'd have to rate us red. We've made some major improvements in terms of getting some projects approved as indicated by slide 12, but we got a lot of work to do. And I don't want to lose momentum and thought of what it takes to get that done. We have so many things on the plate. But this one is again, one that I think we need to recognize. We've done some good things, but we're not there yet. That's the kind of thing I'm hoping to get to at some point in time. So that was the primary comment, but I want to thank Daniel for the presentation. A lot of good information here. No criticism from the standpoint we're doing good things. It's just how do we measure, which comes down to metrics, where we really are with these things, right? And that's what I hope to eventually we'll get to that point. But thank you.
Very good. District 3.
All right. Good afternoon, Daniel. And once again, my goodness, that's a lot of accomplishments in there. And your presentation spoke to the broad efforts across our county departments to address healthy communities. That really struck me, that every single department has their role in achieving healthy communities. And so I do have a potential suggestion on the rewording of the goal that I'd like to throw out to my fellow board members to reflect the scope of healthy communities across our organization. Currently, the goal says improved health, well-being, and self-sufficiency of El Dorado County communities, residents, and visitors. And when I read that, what struck me was that we don't improve the self-sufficiency of visitors. We aren't responsible for that. And it doesn't quite speak to the breadth of what this goal is across our organization. So I did send this to Kim and Tiffany, so they're not blindsided by this. My suggestion is improved health, well-being, and self-sufficiency of El Dorado County residents while enhancing the health, safety, and quality of life for our communities, businesses, and visitors. I thought it's maybe important to get the businesses in there too, because that's been such a large part of the work this last year, certainly. So that's my suggestion. It's not a big deal, but just throw it out there.
Seems like some of the words are redundant, though. If we could get rid of the redundancy of the
Sure,
words,
sure.
maybe.
Yeah, I agree.
Just shorten it up. But yeah. I hate wordsmithing on the dais,
I
you
know,
guys,
I know.
after
Too.
3 o'clock.
I think we've got enough captured here that we can work
Yeah,
with it.
if you guys can maybe,
I did have one go back that
Just-
starts occurring to me in health and communities as a potential for a new strategic goal. I think there's a lot of information coming out of the harmful effects of vaccinations associated with COVID. And I think as more and more validity is given to those, and we understand how the individual human response to some of these things has long-term impacts on people, that we're going to be faced with a lot of additional things we have to do with respect to COVID in terms of medical assistance and attention and all those things. I hope I'm wrong, but I think that's something that we're starting to see significant evidence of the predominance of a number of people who have had serious health complications as a result of the vaccination itself. I know personal friends who seem to have had exactly that. I'm now hearing from doctors. Yes, your reaction was a result of getting the vaccination. And I don't want to make this political. I just want to make it a healthy communities thing, because I can anticipate we are going to see more work in this area as a result of that. And again, I hope I'm wrong, and maybe premature to put it in there now, but I guess it's something to just kind of track and see where the data leads us, because database decision making, but I think we're going to see a lot more information on that as time goes on. So I'll just put that out as a posturing for future. I don't think we need to do it now, but I'm really concerned about it, because that will impact all of our ability to provide services to hospitals and everybody else when there's a big run in for that medical attention, right? For that medical service, in addition to all the other things that are going on. So I'm not sure we're getting past COVID.
well,
Personal opinion.
and I'm just thinking perhaps if we were to add something, and I don't think we should today, but it might just be a more general statement about COVID. It had impacts on so many different areas of our lives, mental health and physical and economic, and that we're going to be impacted by it for a long time to come. And I don't disagree that we need to address it, but I don't know how specific. It's a bigger issue.
We need a more discussion before we
Yeah,
put something
I think we
here,
do.
But I
It's
think
something
it's
to be
in
aware of.
that posturing. It's getting close to, I think, the point we have enough data to move on. Maybe within 6 months or something, we'll know more,
Okay.
a lot more. But
So
anyway,
something to keep on a burner kind of for later. And then I just wanted to ask, because I saw something I got really excited about. You guys, I know I'm really crazy, but Daniel, and there's a slide, and I'm pointing at Karen Garner, because it's actually, it said permit ready ADUs planning is ready to launch. Is it ready to launch? Or is it almost ready to launch? We have a consult, sorry, I'll just repeat it so Karen can wait, because she's coming up in a minute, but it's almost ready to get a consultant to launch. Okay, because I think that, like we talked about earlier today about the ADUs being a big, and we've always talked about that for El Dorado County. In my mind, ADUs are a better match for us to provide affordable housing. So
Less community impact.
Yep,
yeah.
less community impact. You can accommodate families and those with special needs and all kinds of stuff. So Supervisor Novacella, I see your hand.
Thank you. just trying to lower it. There we go.
There you go.
Thank you, Daniel, for all that information. I think it's critical. I think Health and Human Services has been severely impacted from COVID. Obviously, it's been the biggest issue that we've had facing in, time I've been in office for 20 years. It's just incredibly important that we stay up on everything, but I want to make sure we stay in tune with proper data, and we're not using data just sitting out there on some weird website that we use medical professional associations and such to, if we're going to go any further, I would suggest, and I'm not suggesting that, because I think you hit it on the head, Lori, is that we need to be just cognizant of the more the macro effects of what's happened here with having a pandemic, and understanding that we need to be ready for the next one, whether that be in a year or two or in 100 years. We need to be better equipped, and that's directly something we can talk about more of in our healthy communities. I agree. So just wanted to say thank you again to Daniel, and great job. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Okay, so with that, are we going to wordsmith that more? Or can I offline wordsmith it with you? Or
You could probably take out the second help and just say, while
that work?
enhancing the safety and quality of life.
And that gets
for our
rid of the
communities.
redundancy.
Yeah, I think
That's
that
all
would
it
help.
was. It was bugging me.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I agree. 2 helps. We don't need 2.
We don't
helps.
need them.
Okay.
We're very healthy. So we could do that
need lots of
then.
help.
We need a lot of help. All right. Okay. So then I think we're ready to move on to the next topic.
Righty. So next we will do the infrastructure goal, and Laura Schwartz will be presenting that. Good afternoon. Right. Oh, that green looks a lot brighter. on this
It
one.
does, doesn't it?
All right, so I'm here today to present the infrastructure goal. Is this not working, Kim?
It was, yeah.
Oh, there we go. So I always kind of like to start off with the slide. I know I personally, when I kind of started to go through and look at everything that our teams had accomplished, I struggled a little bit to kind of figure out which goal to actually place some of our accomplishments. And it's nice to see that cohesiveness and how these goals really do blend together. And they all, help to enforce our county vision of a safe, healthy, and vibrant community, respecting our natural resources and historical heritage. So it's kind of nice to bring that all together. And I actually really enjoy going through these types of things. So it's just a huge shout out to staff, as you mentioned, Supervisor Thomas. It's been a rough year, and really did accomplish a lot. So moving into infrastructure. Our overall infrastructure goal is to provide, operate, and maintain our infrastructure, public facilities, and associated services that protect our community, environment, and economic well-being. Within that, we have several objectives. Our first objective is the broadband technological connectivity considered into county projects. So we have made some progress in that area. Information technologies extended the Wi-Fi services to Building C, and a full implementation of a soft phone solution in support of remote work. The library secured funding from the state of California for updated firewalls to enhance our broadband speed and capacity for every library. They also procured a mobile outreach vehicles for South Lake Tahoe, Placerville, and Georgetown to provide outreach services for seniors and childcare sites. In addition, our Department of Transportation, they're getting ready to present the Intelligent Transportation System pilot program to the Board of Supervisors. Evaluating conduit or cable as part of the El Dorado Hills Boulevard overlay project between Saratoga Way and Harvard Way. Evaluating establishment of new underground utility districts in Tahoe. Extra conduits for future broadband cables to be installed at the following projects: the Mosquito Road Bridge project and our Missouri Flat Road at Enterprise Drive and Industrial Drive during the traffic signal installation. Our next objective is to improve road maintenance. So again, Department of Transportation completed rehabilitation and surface treatments on several roads: Bar J, Carson Road, Sawmill, El Dorado Hills subdivisions, and Ice House Road.
They anticipate completing the following SB1 projects in 2022: Greenwood Road, Bucks Bar, Cold Creek, El Dorado Hills Boulevard from Green Valley to Harvard, and Cokie Lane, Deer Park. They completed 321 customer service requests, 565 dead deer pickup requests. Don't like that one. 950 calls for immediate staff response from California Highway Patrol. CIP projects that are currently in process. We have the Mosquito Road Bridge replacement, Missouri Flat Phase 1, the PG&E utility undergrounding, installation of recessed edge lines on Pony Express, head crossing improvements in El Dorado and Diamond Springs, and the Consume This Mine Bridge deck and guardrail replacements. And if you want any more information, Raphael is so he can help out with that.
How many bears? No.
Our third objective is to analyze need, coordinate, and plan for county facilities, parks, and trails, including ongoing maintenance, operations, and replacement. So our facilities division. I'm sure none of you have missed the generator here at Building A. If you haven't seen it behind the building, it's a very large structure. Yeah. So we now have generators at both all of our main county facilities. And we also installed at the West Slope Animal Shelter. We completed the sale and transfer of the district attorney buildings on Main Street. We completed new underground cabling, a new project. When we demoed the old sheriff admin building, we found a lot of cables that were actually running through that building. So we had to actually underground those across the street to make sure that the court maintained what they needed. So everything's underground now. We completed over $6 million in deferred maintenance projects. We completed the new space for the alternate public defender. It's very nice. If you haven't had an opportunity to go over and tour it, they did a great job. As well as procurement and contracts, which is now downstairs here in Building A. We completed the SB 84 jail expansion real estate due diligence, and we did hold our first land lease meetings with the state agencies, receiving tentative approval to move forward. And we received final permission to operate the county's new 1.8 megawatt solar farm. CAO's office, they finalized a revised agreement with the El Dorado County Fair Association for the continued use and management of the county-owned fairgrounds. And that revised agreement includes a new requirement that the Fair Association annually provide to the board a 5-year strategic plan that includes a capital improvement plan. Parks, they completed the pumper truck for the Rubicon Trail, completed the feasibility study and received direction from the board on Chili Bar Park. Worked with the city of South Lake Tahoe on the master plan for the 56 acres, continued work on the Parks and Trails master plan update, completed the fiscal analysis for the sports complex, expanded the boat launch area at Henningsen Lotus Park, started planning in the CEQA process for Four-Bay Community Park, and completed a new river map for the South Fork of the American River. DOT reviewed projects to ensure bike and pedestrian trails are consistent with the bicycle master plan. Currently reviewing and modifying El Dorado County Transportation Commission's active transportation plan. Donated fill dirt at Old Depot Park and completed the railroad flood damage repair along the SPTC corridor. IT improved our security posture, implemented 19 internal firewalls, replaced hundreds of aging devices from the network, improved security on public access devices, improved the Board of Supervisors and planning boardrooms are audio visual, upgraded video conferencing rooms, and we did install some surveillance cameras on the outer perimeter of buildings A, B, and C, and the library. County Council obtained successful results in the Court of Appeal in an action challenging environmental review to replace a hydrologically deficient bridge. Worked with the Department of Transportation to update procedures and contracts templates used in the county right-of-way acquisitions, and provided legal support and advice to coordinate with multiple state and federal agencies to allow for the funding and reinvestment of our VOIDUS grant funds for the new juvenile hall facility. So that was quite a bit of work and we really appreciated the help. Parks entered into, onto a different objective. Encourage and support through policy and resources the pursuit of local, state, and federal private and public funding opportunities to support the county's infrastructure. Parks entered into a JPA with state parks to collect funds for river use on their behalf and they're receiving a percentage of the funds and deposited into our river trust fund and received $400,000 in Prop 68 per capita funding. DOT awarded a $1 million of Caltrans SHOP money for the completion of the Diamond Springs Parkway Phase 1B, awarded a Cal Recycle grant of $250,000 and obtained TRPA and CMAQ funds to assist with paying for a new Vector truck totaling $250,000. Next objective, work I have too many big words in here. Work collaboratively with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission, cities of Placerville and South Lake Tahoe, Caltrans, and other stakeholders to develop short, intermediate, and long-term plans to address traffic issues due to the volume of traffic that travels to and from Apple Hill and the Tahoe Basin. This was an objective that I believe was actually added last year, so this was a new one. The Department of Transportation partnered with Caltrans on the US 50 Camino Safety Project, and they are participating in multiple technical advisory committees with local stakeholders on regional projects to develop new shared use paths for alternate modes of transportation. Examples include the Tahoe Greenway Project. They participate in a biweekly Confluence check-in call, and they're ready to participate in a project development team for the Confluence Grant Project if requested by the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. And with that, if there's any questions, it's our infrastructure update.
Wow. Anything for Laura on all that?
Impressive.
Oh, Supervisor Novasel has her hand up.
Yeah, hi, Laura. Well, I'll start at the end. Yeah, Tahoe Transportation District's important too, so I don't know where we can throw that in there on that last objective, but you know, it's critical when we talk about transportation projects. And I will say I'll be reporting on the latest SB1 funding for the Tahoe Greenway project that we have. You know, we really did a great job last year on doing some connecting, and now the city of South Lake Tahoe is doing some more connecting. So there's some great movement there. But in particular, I still need to go back to our roads. Raphael probably knows what I'm going to be saying. You know, our roads up in Tahoe are just horrendous. And, you know, I don't think most of them are at a 4 anymore. The PCI has not been adjusted, I don't think, probably recently, but if it were, you know, they're just in really scary shape. And I'm very concerned that we're at a point where, you know, no return, where we're going to have to be redoing these roads all over again once we get back into them. So seeing just one small project for this year as far as doing Cold Creek, that's nice, but that doesn't even begin to get where we need to go. So I just feel we need to address our roads and keep in mind that anything over the snow line, and that includes a lot of other districts too, need to have that extra addressing. Just talking about one road per district is not going to get us where we need to go as far as road maintenance, and I'm very concerned about that. We need to start prioritizing the roads that are falling apart. I don't know if Raphael wants to.
I don't know, Raphael, if you want to go there right now.
Probably not.
Yeah.
But and I guess my question would be, Raphael, when are we updating our PCIs? And because I know Tahoe is in failing shape in the majority of our roads up there.
And yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. And yes, Supervisor Novasel, you are correct. A lot of the roads are in worse shape than we would like to have them up in the Tahoe area. And the way we anticipate mitigating that is we are going to be doing much more grinding and patching and spot repairs of a lot of the roads up in the Tahoe area this year than in past years. We are still going to be allocating the SB1 funds evenly throughout the county, but we have been getting even more resident complaints and concerns from our roadways. And you just patched one over to me, I think, just yesterday. And because of that, my staff has determined that we are going to have to allocate more of our forces and our funding up into the District 5 area, and in particular into the Tahoe Basin, because of the fact that it's getting to a point where we can no longer plow our roads efficiently because they are falling apart just as fast as we are getting the snow off of them. So we do anticipate to do a lot more grinding and patching this year up in the Tahoe Basin.
And when are you going to be doing another PCI
Yes.
analysis?
I will, let me confirm with my staff. I think that's within the next 2 months. We should be getting that information again.
Okay, very good. And I know you know all this, but we do have some real problems up there. And it's when you get to a point, there's a point of no return on our roads, and we're there at a lot of roads. So I'm getting very concerned. Thank you.
We are. We are. And the good news is we are very satisfied with the surface treatment that we did on Sawmill. That is a very cost-effective and efficient method that we are going to be incorporating more into our roadway mitigation and rehabilitation up in the Tahoe Basin, now that we know it is successful, and that we can get a lot more bang for our buck with that type of implementation.
Yeah, it looks great. And I know you guys, had a lot of experiments to get there, and I really appreciate, it's great work. Thank you.
My pleasure.
All right, District 1.
Yeah, so just a couple of things. I'm following the same theme under infrastructure. The first item here is broadband technological connectivity, considering into county projects. I would give us a green on that. I think we made major strides. We were ahead of the game on this one compared to others, but just to give you a feel for what I think reflects where we really are, that's a green. I do want to propose a new strategic element, or at least discuss it, and it's called implement renewable energy sources. And by that, I mean solar, cogeneration, fuel cells on the county properties as affordability is achieved. We can wordsmith it at a later point in time, but I'm pleased to announce that the city of Auburn has decided they are going to be a 100% green energy pioneer customer. So I would hope that our county would look at those kinds of things, because they did a calculation and it turns out the differential cost is very small. But I think we do need to recognize that we need to encourage renewable energy sources where the affordability is there. I have a tough time spending a ton of money to do something that doesn't have a return on investment and requires subsidies. But where we see the technology, the affordability, the production levels, I think we need to actively say, what's the next building that we're going to put solar on? Are we willing to start now looking at investing in fuel cells as that technology matures? So it's a longer term thing, but I do think there's something important there to recognize in the strategic plan. So I can repeat it if that helps, or we can just give it to you later. Whatever.
Emma, did you kind of capture some of that? Okay. And CAO?
Thank you, Supervisor Heidel, for bringing that up. Because I get quite a few, not a lot, but quite a few emails from residents and constituents asking about the county's efforts toward alternative energy sources, feasibility, all the way to climate sustainability plans and things like that. And you're probably getting tired of me saying this, but it does come down to a resource issue to do that. Those are heavy lifts.
Yep.
But it would be nice to know if that's the board's priority. There is public interest in doing so, but if that's the board's priority, then we should add it, because I appreciate how you said it. It's a long-term thing, and if it doesn't get in there, it will never get done.
I like that you had as affordability allows. I think that allows the industry to evolve and for us to make decisions that make sense. That's a good, well worded.
So you see what Emma kind of drafted on the screen. Does that work for you? Pretty good.
Renewable energy sources. The technology development, the word technology, the technology exists today. It's just extremely expensive. So how do you define affordability? I guess.
As affordable technology development.
Yeah, what I had is as affordability is achieved, or as affordability and technology matures, or something or other. Again, we're wordsmithing. I don't want to spend a lot of time doing it. You get the thrust of what's here.
Maybe if I can just say, explore the feasibility to implementing renewable energy sources and solar cogeneration fuel cells. And then
that's more specific, and I'm fine with that.
Softens it a little bit, so there's not a firm deadline, but to start exploring it.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to talk about fuel cells. I know Chevy had implemented the Chevy Volt. And the problem was that they never really got off the ground because of cost. Cost was a big issue and stuff. So that's something we need to really look
Well,
into.
it turns out the Japanese are leading the technology. I got a whole bunch of information to share with people. I just came back from a conference full of CCA talk.
Mhm.
And those presentations were made, and I was impressed that there's a lot of things happening, not in this country necessarily. We're not a leader, we're a follower at this point,
Right.
but we need to understand what those things are and when they might mature enough to come to the United States. And I don't think it's more than 3-4 years away. So
One more, Supervisor Heidel, when you were introducing this concept, if I heard you right, you were focusing on the county buildings.
yes.
So can we add that
As
after?
I said, on
cells?
the county, I said on the
Yes.
county, on the county
County
properties, it
facilities.
doesn't have to
On
be a
county
building, it might
properties.
be a ground
County
based building.
properties.
Good
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, but I had on the county properties, yes.
It's a good clarification. Very good.
Implement renewable energy sources on the county properties as affordability is achieved is what I had. We got better wording here, so.
Yeah, that
And I'm fine with
works.
explore the implementation because we're not ready yet to implement.
Mhm.
But ultimately, the verb has to be implement and be ahead of the game as opposed to behind. Where we
Okay.
can,
Yeah.
right?
I think that works well. Good conversation
Good,
on that
yeah,
one.
good.
Next
Mm-hmm.
topic.
And yes, and then we also added in the Tahoe Transportation District
Yes.
under, okay. just wanna make
Did you see that, Supervisor Novosel, the drafting?
I
They
did.
added that?
Thank you. I appreciate
Very
that.
good.
Yes. Okay, so the last goal is good governance, and Dave Livingston will be leading that discussion.
Hello.
Hello.
So if Kim would drive for me, great. So I'm really pleased to get to present the good governance accomplishments to you. In going through this, what I realize is that many of the objectives within this particular goal, they're less tangible than the objectives in some of your other goals. And so they tend to fly under the radar. But in my opinion, they're no less important than the objectives that you have under some of your other strategic plan goals. And quite frankly, I think adhering to the good governance principles established within the strategic plan form the foundation for accomplishing a lot of the other things that you're looking to do. So I was really pleased to get the opportunity to present this again. So next slide. So this is the good governance goal in the general plan, or excuse me, in the strategic plan, achieving the best possible process for making and implementing decisions in accordance with the county's core values, legal requirements, and industry best practices. So we'll go ahead and move on to the first objective within there. That is to implement systems that improve system-wide data process, data sharing, and departmental collaboration. Within that, we'll start with the CAO Central Services Division. So procurement and contracts created a new competitive process request form to be used to request any type of competitive solicitation. And I will tell you from learning more about this, it sounds like it really streamlined the interaction between procurement and contracts and the departments that they serve. It ensured that they receive the information that's necessary to make an informed decision on the proper procurement process. And that's kind of been an issue in the past. So this was a wonderful accomplishment. CAO Central Services also coordinated training with my office and updated forms related to AB5, which is the independent contractor laws. This was one that we were also quite proud of, in that it was a culmination of quite a bit of work between our departments, but we felt it was necessary in order to ensure the county's taking steps to comply with the new laws on independent contractors. CAO Central Services also launched Planet Bids in April of last year, which allows all of their bids and requests for proposals to be submitted online. I think the board is well aware of this. I think this was a fairly high priority item for the board. And by replacing paper bids with online bids for goods and services, this allowed to streamline the preparation and review of bids and RFPs and reduces the number of bid irregularities that we see. Central Services also established after hours emergency facilities maintenance phone number for departments. And finally, they moved all DOT utility billings into QuickBooks and all non-road billings into an Excel template to replace a broken access database. And this allowed for timely billings and improved cash flow information. Moving on, the clerk of the board provided online Legistar, Brown Act, and GovQA trainings. I think that's also something the board's well aware of and would appreciate. My office implemented a new case management system that allows us to electronically manage, organize, and store our case information, facilitating remote work and increasing efficiencies. And I will say this is another one I'm particularly happy about. Our prior system was getting to be fairly cumbersome to utilize. We're hopeful that this will form the basis for moving to more of a paperless office. So we're very proud of this one. HHSA, through the Youth and Family Commission, worked with community leaders to address challenges with youth and families through data sharing and collaboration. Per AB 2083, the Child Welfare Program is working to establish a children's system of care, bringing together multiple stakeholders to create system-wide processes, share data resources, and improve collaborative efforts. And then through its Information and Assistance Program, HHSA has shared community contacts with appropriate departments that seek community education opportunities specific to the aging process. And IT, it's quite impressive what all that IT has accomplished in support of our good governance goals over the past year. Implemented a risk management process. They've improved security posture of the county by executing year 2 of a 3-year strategy. And just to dig a little deeper into that particular one, that included implementing multiple internal firewalls, filling security analyst positions, removing Windows machines from the network, removing the El Dorado domain, and implementing a telework form with processes for compliance monitoring. So again, quite a bit there. Further down the list, IT's improved connectivity in the Board and Planning Commission boardrooms in assistance with the clerk of the board as well. Improved video conferencing, has developed Phoenix interfaces, and just going to kind of go through track it test plans, deployed public or improved the security of public devices. I think I mentioned they migrated the library to a different domain, and they're planning for additional improvements to onboarding and offboarding of employees, provided support to election, and they continue with their role of developing custom applications for county departments. The recorder clerk implemented an online scheduler for the public to make appointments. This is a really nice system that allows the ability to automatically send email and text reminders to their clients, along with what is going to be needed for the appointment. So a very customer service oriented improvement that they were able to make. The recorder clerk worked hand in hand with the surveyor's office to talk about some common document rejections in order to provide a process that allows them to better serve their shared customers when recording documents. And they started to work on a map project to help them preserve and maintain some historic county records. And they did all of this with multiple vacancies, an increase in recordings. So quite an impressive feat. And finally, they work with the auditor's office in sharing a staff member to provide support on some of their fiscal responsibilities. So moving on to the next good governance objective, approach large, complex, and/or system-wide matters as one organization. Departments will collaborate on projects and efforts that have cross-departmental impacts. So here's probably one of the biggest ones that I think the board is well aware of, and this was led out of the CAO's office and in the 2021 redistricting team that comprised the CAO, the surveyor, county council, and registrar of voters, all working together with the board on a collaborative public process to redraw supervisorial district boundaries with the 2020 census population data in a condensed timeframe due to delays in the federal data release process. I just want to let this one have a little bit of room to sink in and breathe, because that one was such a significant accomplishment for this county. And even what I'm hearing from other counties who are continuing to deal with challenges to their redistricting, and that it went off so smoothly here, I think is again a testament to the leadership team that you have and was able to bring everybody together in working towards a common goal. CAO Central Services here, they were the primary lead in tracking and reporting ARPA funds for multiple county departments. And this is another one that I think we could all appreciate because we kept getting paid, notwithstanding the Kronos issues. The CAO Central Services, in conjunction with the auditor's office, helped to create and test manual payroll processes prior to the rollout to the entire county when Kronos went offline. And not to be left out, we're going to hit child support services. They have continued to share data with HHSA to determine grant eligibility. This is a pretty important thing because the child support payments can have a direct impact on the grant amounts that HHSA is paying to certain customers. They utilize the share drive in order to facilitate information sharing with the public defender for some of their mutual customers. They collaborated with probation to share data to locate child support customers and participated in probation's community resources fair. Collaborated with HHSA on CalSAW's migration, and collaborated with the library to perform outreach and provide contact materials at the libraries throughout the county. So back to County Council with this. In this one, we took the lead on efforts to provide improve the countywide process for responding to public records requests, which primarily consisted of a training and assisting multiple departments in responding to large-scale requests for records. We collaborated again with procurement and contracts. This is, I think, was touched on earlier regarding countywide contracting. So this was the AB5 issue we mentioned previously. And we also touched on guidelines for administering contracts as part of that presentation as well. And human resources risk management deployed the COVID-19 Employee Resource Center website for new information. I think that was a big lift and very helpful to a lot of county departments. IT developed project portfolio dashboards to improve organization communications related to IT initiatives, implemented the IT steering committee and its supporting subcommittees, fully implemented Adobe Sign, which is another huge accomplishment in facilitating the county's transition to remote work, established cross-departmental ERP team and developed an agile support model. They're planning and continuing to work on the decommissioning of the county's VDI infrastructure. They completed the solicitation to hire expertise for the M365 migration that's ongoing, and they're planning for that migration to take place this year. Planning and building did collaborate also with IT on improvements to the permit tracking software to increase some of their efficiencies. The Sheriff's Office. So some of this may have been included in the Sheriff's presentation earlier, but they established an exit plan for the homeless and indigent inmates being released. This will connect those customers with services through the Sheriff's Office, Marshall Hospital, HOT, and HHSA. They met regularly and worked closely with a number of county offices, including the county, as well as the County Office of Education, EID, SMUD. Again, just robust outreach to various agencies and stakeholders who have shared responsibilities, particularly in cases of emergency. And they continue to have an OES representative embedded in regional and state incident management teams, which gives the county real world experience in disaster management, building up that skill set. So the next objective within good governance, promote the development of resources to identify and pursue additional revenue, including local, state, federal, and private funding for new and existing projects. The Agriculture Department obtained $228,000 in funding through cooperative agreements with state and federal partners to continue noxious weed eradication efforts on agricultural and non-agricultural lands for the past year and including the next year. The clerk of the board, as I mentioned, implemented improvements to the audio video in the board chambers here, which will generate long-term savings by no longer requiring a dedicated videographer. And Human Resources and Risk Management obtained a $25,000 grant from PRISM for security cameras at the main county campus. Next objective, incorporate benchmarks to other agencies and best practices to provide context to decisions using data to inform discussions while promoting efforts to creatively address service delivery. And perhaps because this one is maybe was a bit amorphous, we have one contribution at least attributed to this particular objective from the Sheriff's Office, indicating that their investigators continue to establish and build up relationships with allied agencies and regional partnerships to provide additional assistance and knowledge of emerging drug trends and solutions. Moving on, we're getting closer. Evaluate requests and recommendations based on a complete assessment of the best available information with the goal of reaching well-informed decisions. So here, back to CAO Central Services, they created an Excel document to calculate and compile information required for the annual road report, created another document to compile DOT's CIP costs, allowing project managers to see full costs in real time. This was another pretty significant accomplishment in that the prior manual reports or management reports was largely a manual process. So this helps to automate and help to capture some of the information as between that's otherwise input into Phoenix so that we can get that real-time cost data. And they awarded contracts and commenced with an updated conditions assessment on the majority of county buildings. Human Resources Risk Management. They negotiated and executed multi-year labor agreements, updated the salary and benefits resolution, and effectuated associated wage increases based on total compensation market studies, conducted additional total compensation market studies for additional bargaining groups, and effectuated the Charter 504 wage increases and minimum wage increases throughout the county. And I'm going to apologize. This final bullet point is going to show up later here. I must have duplicated it or was really impressed with the fact that they reviewed and processed 890 contract requests for bargaining unit impacts over the course of the year. All right, so I think we're on to our final one here. Create and maintain a supportive culture for all employees through staff engagement in policy and process decisions and through strong labor relations. The clerk of the board has increased their efficiency and employee morale by providing in-depth cross-training of staff and encouraging professional development. The CAO Central Services Division created 2 surveys related to Phoenix training and Phoenix reporting. And the ERP team worked to establish ongoing training programs and identify ways to streamline and simplify reporting. And Child Support Services regularly involves their staff at all levels of the decision-making process for case assignments and case processes. Human Resources and Risk Management. Again, I told you I was really impressed with the number of contracts they reviewed, as I put that in here twice. Planning and Building strengthened their committees by providing Brown Act training and efficient meeting practices. And that is, I believe, an ongoing effort that they're engaged in with their committees. Increased staff recruitment efforts to continually build efficiencies and strengthen service to the public. And the Sheriff's Office, finally here, their PERT team that's done in conjunction with the Behavioral Health Division was recognized by the National Alliance on Mental Illness for demonstration of law enforcement's best practices in responding to community members struggling with mental illness. And finally, their sheriff's detectives and CSI have been purchasing the latest technology and attending trainings to learn the newest investigative tools to efficiently close cases. And that brings us to the final slide, which I just recapped all of the good governance objectives, and conferring with those who contributed to this particular objective. There were no recommendations for any changes, but I think Tiffany can go ahead and take it from there if the board desires any changes.
Very good. Thank you. Do we want questions and comments from the board now? Tiffany, are you ready for that? Okay.
Yes.
Supervisor Thomas.
All right. Thank you, David. My goodness, another impressive display of our staff's prowess and vigor. I do have 2 additional, strategies perhaps under good governance that I would like to suggest for the board. Under the last one, where we talk about creating and maintaining a supportive culture for all employees through staff engagement and policy and process decisions, I think that's really very sound, that we need to create a positive culture by working with our employees to develop that. I think it would behoove us to also add language that talks about our expectation for a supportive culture throughout our organization. This has been a topic of a lot of conversations this year. So here's what I would like to suggest we add, as it would be number 7. Create and maintain a positive governance culture for all employees, coworkers, colleagues, board-appointed commissions, and the public by operating in an environment of trust, respect, and professional demeanor at all times. And the end of that language is directly out of our handbook under norms for positive governance culture. I just think that sets the expectation of behavior throughout our organization, no matter who you are, whether you're an elected department head or whether you're, an employee, or whether you serve as a volunteer on our boards and commissions. That it talks about how we want our values to be integrated in the organization as a whole. So want to throw that out for the board's consideration.
Hear, hear.
Okay. And then the last one, I did some research on what other counties are doing as far as their organizational goals. And I realized that while we have it in the budget policy, nowhere in our strategic goals do we have anything about our budget philosophy. And so perhaps it might be beneficial to add this: develop and maintain a fiscally conservative budget that ensures financial resiliency while meeting the capital and operational needs of the organization and the citizens of El Dorado County. That talks about our desire to be fiscally conservative while making sure that our decisions are financially sustainable in the future, while we look at meeting our capital and operational needs as well, and how that balances. Once again, it's an aspirational goal of our fiscal policy. So those are my 2 recommendations for the board's consideration.
I don't see a problem with adding those here in this document, since you've gathered them from other documents, and this is kind of like, supposed to be like, I don't know, I'm too tired to think of words.
I
but
know, I know.
Pulling it all in one place with all of our goals,
Kind of ties it all together.
makes
under good
sense.
governance.
Does anybody have any other thoughts on that? Do you see any
No, I think it's great. Great idea.
concerns?
I think the 7, I'm totally agreeable to. That's the one I wanted to propose some
Okay.
language, but I like your language
There we
as
go.
well. But 8 seems to be the overriding fiscal conservative budgeting for everything we do. So is that only within good governance, or is it primarily within good governance? Is that why we put it there?
My thought is good governance is foundational to everything we do. In fact, someone mentioned that earlier. One of our staff members mentioned it. So
Right.
once again, it's a foundational principle. So that was my thought.
Are you thinking, John, we need to put it in with our core values?
That's where I think it fits better, but I'm open to whatever, staff thinks where it has the most emphasis, because it's something we definitely need to make sure is at a high enough level, everybody recognizes it. And if we put it here, I'm wondering if we lose that a little bit, but I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah, fiscal responsibility or something in there as an extra core value, I think would be excellent.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, there you
that's
go.
That's what I'm thinking as well, Sue. I think that's
Okay.
probably where it fits, because it's overriding, like we talked about. Everything involves that, right?
I think you're right. Yeah, it could get lost.
We could put it in
Like
both places. I'm not against that, but
Right.
the wording, it's just, the placement, but.
No, I
whatever-
think it is a core value. And I'm glad you all brought it up. It's good.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it fits there
Good.
pretty well.
Good thought.
All right. Good.
So I had,
You got another one?
this is following the theme. If I go to good governance and look at the implement
Kidding.
systems and improve system-wide process, data sharing and departmental collaboration, green. I think we're really doing well in that capacity, as David explained a lot, and our centralized IT and stuff is doing that. I think there's still some room for improvement. I'm not saying we're there, but I think that's a green type of rating relative to this. And then with respect to item we just talked about, which was 6, work in collaboration. I was hoping to see something from human resources and risk management on what they're doing related to that, not labor union related stuff, but encouraging policy and process decisions to come from staff. Because in my experience, I've not seen that. And I would really like to see that. Maybe it's just because it's coming from the CAO's office and I'm not seeing it as a staff thing. For instance, we have a lot of commentary for our auditor controller. And when I hear some of the things he's saying, the first thing that pops into my head, well, we probably need a policy on that. Are those kinds of suggestions being submitted from those organizations as a policy change? Is that the way we're receiving it? Or is it just as a, this isn't working well type of comment? Because I always go to the policy solution and maybe that's wrong.
I think to address that question, Supervisor, and it's a good question. Before COVID, I'm so tired of saying this, but
Yeah,
before
it's true.
COVID, we had a labor management committee of some of your department heads that volunteered to talk about some of things like this.
Yeah.
And we got away from that. It's not good we got away from it, but things happened. And actually, I was talking to our HR director about it last week. And it was on my whiteboard and it's on his whiteboard that we need to reconvene that. And it is on the agenda for this Friday's department head meeting to establish a labor management committee to talk about things like what you just described, and a venue for other departments who are on that committee to submit ideas to and vet those ideas and things like that. So I think that would be the forum to do it. But to be honest with the movements we've made in our compensation structure, the real priority of that committee was to try to get to median. And we're almost there. And it's now time to have other conversations and be more strategic in our labor relations and management and employee support and all those things moving forward. So I think it's a good time to have this conversation, and it would be through that group. It would be my suggestion.
I'm fully supporting what you're suggesting. I wasn't aware that was in the discussion, but I think that fulfills what I'm looking for the future activities there. Because I do think both HR and risk management have to be embedded in that discussion because it affects the operations, right? Significantly. It can, if we're talking about policies that hopefully will improve, but it could affect in areas that we don't recognize unless we really vet it out, really understand it. So thank you.
Very good. Anything else? Anyone? Now where are we? think we're done. So we had our recommendations. Emma, can you kind of just scroll really slow? There's only 4 pages really, and then there's how many areas of red that we added? Just so everybody can see it. And in my mind, that's really, if you're gonna make a public comment, I'm just time management.
Yeah.
You might want to focus in on those suggested changes to see if you support those or not, is my thinking. Because that's really the only thing that's changing. So here's the first page. Here we go.
So just adding this is Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. I don't think I said that. So adding to the core values, fiscal responsibility, develop and maintain a fiscally conservative budget that ensures financial resiliency while meeting the capital and operational needs of the organization and the citizens of El Dorado County. Moving along. We have nothing to economic development so far. To good governance, we have just the addition of a 7th item, create and maintain a positive governance culture for all employees, coworkers, colleagues, board appointed commissions, and the public by operating an environment of trust, respect, and professional demeanor at all times.
Okay.
Moving along to healthy communities, a change to the overall goal, improved health, well-being, and self-sufficiency of El Dorado County residents while enhancing the safety and quality of life for our communities, businesses, and visitors.
Okay.
With the additional object of lead and facilitate the creation of the maintenance of fire adapted communities, prepare countywide wildlife protection strategy. On infrastructure, we're adding Tahoe Transportation District to item number 5, which focuses on Apple Hill and the Tahoe Basin, and then explore the feasibility of implementing renewable energy sources, e.g. solar, cogeneration, fuel cells at county properties. Public safety, we're adding housing needs to support the mentally ill, homeless, and those with substance abuse disorders. And then adding the item plan for the evolution of the transfer of the juvenile justice system from the state to the county. And that is it.
Very good. Thank you for scrolling back through those. I'd have forgotten about those once we started in the morning. So. Okay, with that, then Kim will go to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 34. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Terry Case, District 3. Just for the record, since I've heard any number of people comment about age, I'm 76, so I'm probably the oldest guy in the room. It's late. You're probably pretty well worn down to a nub. So I'm going to try to make this brief. Between now and the end of the calendar year, I am going to try to make it to as many of these meetings as I can. And I am in the process of getting the paperwork done, legal paperwork done, so I can go back into the consulting business. And because of the length of time I've spent in El Dorado County, I will not be charging me what I anticipate to be charging, which is between $150 and $500 an hour for my opinions. But I do have a number of comments about various things. And one of the things to keep in mind, we'll work with federal government agencies, state government agencies, county government, and municipal government agencies throughout the United States. With regards to all this hostility, keep one thing in mind regarding most governments, especially at the county level, is on balance, most people who go into government work, whether they're elected officials or working employees, do have good intentions. That doesn't mean they're always right. My measure of a person who's ethical, and that's my primary brand, professional ethics. It's in shorter age. When I was at the University of Wisconsin, I helped organize a course across colleges on professional ethics. And it's one of the things that has been dwindling. And it's one of the things that's responsible for the lack of trust and the hostility that we have. But regarding procedures, as anybody who works in government knows, it's all about bylaws, policies, and procedures. I'm going to have some specific suggestions to make I used to tell the complainers who use me as an ombuds person, because they always do, to realize that you don't necessarily know everything. And if you got a beef about something, try asking before you raise a stink about it. And on balance, people who work in government, there's highly competent ones, totally incompetent ones, honest ones, dishonest ones. On the procedures matter, I'm going to make one suggestion here. Review your procedures and stop having public hearings on matters that are outside the county's jurisdiction. You folks have spent an awful lot of time and money allowing people to talk about all kinds of things. Vaccine mandates, that's outside your jurisdiction. Don't spend the time doing it. You are under no obligation to provide a public platform for every Tom, Dick, and Harry or activist group that shows up. They can call the governor. They can write a letter to the governor or the federal government or their Senate. You should not be using this as an arena for arguments that have nothing to do with anything you can do it about. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Chris Pace, Diamond Springs. This has been very interesting. I go back to 2014 when we worked on the strategic plan for the first time. Child Development Services conference room. We had a consultant. She led us through the discussion. People here participated. A number of you did. I thought at the time when you're going from nothing, then you're really struggling to be able to have a direction and to understand exactly what we needed in the end. Now we're there. And now we're talking about things like nuances and other aspects of what we have and how it may work, how it could be better presented. What are the word choices that we use in order to be able to explain ourselves? I mean, all of that is pertinent. Using the 2021 board approved strategic plan, I've taken today and put it into how are we doing? And I give it a green. We're doing great. I think the staff has done a tremendous job in explaining exactly what their time was used for and what we accomplished. What changes should we make? I gave it a red, weak. I would have expected that staff would have come in and they would have had that already done with the red already in it in those areas that need to be improved, that the words needed to be changed, but we didn't. So essentially it left it to the board to kind of come up with different ideas about what they thought at the time. But we didn't have anything that led up to this discussion, which I think was wrong. Second thing, why did Kyle Zimbelman do such a good job with with economic development? It's because he was an ombudsman. For a number of years, he was an ombudsman. And by being an ombudsman, he got to see everything and got to be part of working with the community. Now he's using that in his capacity as our manager. Katie Ryder is our ombudsman right now. And I read all that we have in our website related to that subject. And it said essentially, it said customer service. Isn't that a good thing? Yes. And also it said advocate for the customer. You need somebody that the advocate for the customer. And in that regard, I believe you ought to beef up that aspect of it. I don't think we're there. And I think I've heard a number of questions related to what we should be doing that we're not doing, and what better way in order to beef up that part. And then finally, this number 7 on add number 7, lead and facilitate the creation of a fire adapted communities. El Dorado County Fire Safe Council already does a CWPP. So I'm confused on what that all meant.
Thank you, Chris. Any other comments from the room? Nope. Thank you. Melody's coming up.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. It was Frederick Bastiat who said, when law and morality contradict each other, the citizen has the cruel alternative of either losing his sense of morality or losing his respect for the law. With regard to the hypocrisy of this agenda item, I will describe a small sample of factual situations and then pose a few salient questions that I expect the board to publicly address as required by law. During a 2011 quarterly meeting with Sheriff Augustini, he said, "You need a new board of supervisors, all of them. Hold their feet to the fire. Mine too. I work for you." I quoted the sheriff during a 2013 BOS meeting. That's when he ordered IT to block my ability to correspond electronically with all EDSO staff and refused to meet any longer. When it was discovered that case file reports were being falsified and I was denied access to those reports as required by law, I filed citizens' complaints of officer misconduct, but was denied due process. In retaliation for exposing EDSO corruption, the sheriff rescinded my previously approved CCW permit. He later threatened me with a restraining order and ordered me out of his building for the lawful exercise of my constitutional rights. Similarly, in 2018, Don Ashton distributed a countywide email ordering IT to restrict my ability to communicate electronically with county staff, thus depriving me of my First Amendment rights. This has all been publicly documented in the form of unrebutted affidavits which stand as truth before any court of law in America. Please explain how the sheriff's and Don Ashton's unconstitutional actions align with the county mission to, quote, provide efficient, courteous, and effective service and infrastructure for safety, protection, and well-being of our residents, businesses, and visitors. Lori Parlin has refused to respond to constituent concerns. Most notably, during a Mount Murphy Bridge Zoom meeting held in this room, Lori publicly mocked me in front of members of my community and censored my online questions. She has also abused the public trust through her violations of the Brown Act and her oaths of office. Most recently, you heard how Todd White called me, quote, a bitch, a trashy whore, and other unspeakable profanities in the presence of George Turnbull upon exiting the taxpayers meeting. HR Director Joseph Caruso and Supervisor Turnbull obviously condone such behavior because there has been no response to my demand to remove the office as required by law. For the public record, please explain what the actions of the aforementioned public servants say about your adherence to good governance, specifically the core values of accountability, responsible for our decisions and behavior, answerable to our citizens, integrity, doing what is right legally and morally at all times, regardless of whether or not someone is watching, and excellence of service. Madam Clerk, please enter these documents into the public record, and I wish the public could see the looks on your faces right now. Your response to those questions is expected.
Seeing
Anybody else in the room?
Sorry, seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
Okay. Were there any specific questions there, really? Did you hear anything to respond to?
Yes, you heard my
No, Melly, psst. We're deliberating. Stop. Stop.
There's been a lot of discussion about the allegations about Mr. White. Those are confidential personnel matters. We're not going to respond to emails or inquiries about that. I can tell you that Supervisor Turnbull worked directly with our Human Resources Director and appropriate action was taken. And I will leave it at that.
Okay, very good. All right, with that, who wants to try to craft a motion?
Would it be sufficient to approve? Let's see, where are we?
As recommended by staff.
As changes.
Yes,
With the changes,
yeah,
suggested changes.
Approve item 34 as recommended by staff with the changes
so noted,
identified at the board meeting.
Recorded changes.
Yeah,
yes.
recorded changes.
That works,
Yes.
right?
Like that.
Second.
Okay, who wants the second? Oh, I'm sorry. I am
Seconding,
really
I thought
yummy.
Wendy, I thought
Sorry.
Wendy was.
I thought I had
doing
enough
this.
caffeine here. I don't. So may we have a roll call vote, please, Kim?
Sure, just for clarification, the first was with Supervisor Thomas, the second was with Supervisor Novosel. Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. Great work. And it just shows the breadth of work that counties do. I don't know if people realize it. It's a lot there. So with that, I'm thinking we still have a department matter that we can move on to.
For all your help, you guys.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 10, Kim.
Item number 10 comes from County Counsel's Office, recommending the board deny the claim for refund of property taxes by Denise Cook in the amount of $17,207.55 and authorize County Counsel's Office to send a letter of denial to Ms. Cook.
So if you don't mind, if we could just give it a moment for Sharon Carey Strong to come in, she's going to be presenting this.
Okay. Is Sharon like on her way from your office kind of thing? I'm gonna stretch my legs, just so you know. I'm like in here really stiff.
There she is.
There she is. Oh, don't I gotta go fast. You got a second there, Sharon?
Luckily, it's not a far commute.
Sharon, do you mind introducing we've called the item if you wanted to go ahead and give the board a primer.
Members of the board, I want to start by introducing Mr. Rubin and Ms. Cook. Ms. Cook has filed this tax refund claim and Mr. Rubin is her representative. I let them know that this isn't a hearing, but that there will be an opportunity for public comment. So this is a matter in which Denise Cook, who's present here today, filed a claim for refund of taxes that she paid. And as the board's already aware, it's somewhat of a complicated situation factually in that there was initial investment and actually two partial investments, but basically a combination of $160,000 that Ms. Cook invested in a property called the El Dorado Hills Self-Storage property. And it was primarily owned by a limited liability corporation, an LLC, but there were also individual members. And during that year of 2005, although I'm not sure why, the LLC was selling off pieces of the membership and, pieces of the property ownership. So they started with about 90% ownership in the property. And then by later in 2005, they owned about 80% of the property. So Ms. Cook, who was Ms. Nutting at the time, she made a purchase as well as others, but the purchases had an impact on the assessment of taxes. So that there were multiple bills that were later issued to reflect the changes in the property ownership interests. And some of the confusion, I think, in this case came from the fact that when those taxes were unpaid, they were put on what we call the unsecured roll as opposed to the secured roll. So the secured roll is when you have tax liens that are secured by the property itself, so that if taxes aren't paid, eventually the county can say, hey, we're going to sell your property for the tax default. Or if that property later gets sold, the tax liens have to be paid off. So, or if as in this case, the property is foreclosed upon, those tax liens get paid off with the property. However, in this matter, because of these complex property ownership changes, there were bills that didn't attach to the property and were put on the unsecured roll because as you picked up new owners, they didn't need to be responsible for these earlier assessments. So, so in this case, Ms. Cook contacted the county in 2018 because she was making a real estate purchase or an investment, I'm not exactly sure. And she was trying to borrow money and it came up, excuse me, it came up on her credit report. So that was in 2018. And then I was contacted by Mr. Rubin early 2019, and they were saying, you know, can we get these liens released? These really shouldn't be applied to my client. And I looked through it in great depth then. I was in contact with the treasurer tax collector and the assessor. And by my review of the evidence and my review of the law, I didn't believe that there were any grounds so that would allow for the liens to be released. I think Ms. Cook's concern about the liens is that they were applied to all of the people outside of the LLC. So all of those people who owned the property, they had liens against them personally. It was actually, you know, the liens were filed and then all the people were listed. But the LLC later dissolved and went, you know, there was a bankruptcy action and then it later dissolved and the property was foreclosed upon. So the only people left to be responsible for the taxes were the group of owners. And Ms. Cook had to pay off the remaining taxes because none of the other owners came forward and she wanted to make a real estate investment. I should note that it wasn't the taxes for the entire property because there were taxes that attached the property itself, and those were addressed in the bankruptcy action for the LLC. But still, for an individual person, it was a sizable number. And so her claim today is for approximately $17,000. Mr. Rubin contacted me asking that this matter be continued. And it's my opinion that there isn't a benefit to the county in continuing this matter. This isn't a hearing. In some counties, the Board of Supervisors delegates this authority to some other official in the county. And so there wouldn't even be public comment. So today's the day for the board to decide on the tax refund claim itself. Our office's recommendation is that all the claims be denied. Although it's kind of packaged as one claim, there are 4 separate parts because there were 4 separate bills.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for staff?
Not at this point.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did want to highlight one other thing. One of the things that was compelling in my review is that the burden of proof for the evidence was on Ms. Cook. So you may have seen in her claim, her attorney said that, you know, the county failed to provide evidence, the county hasn't provided an explanation. Well, the county actually did provide several documents, but in terms of an explanation, the burden isn't on the county. The burden is on Ms. Cook and through her counsel to establish that there were grounds for refund of these taxes. And I do not believe there are.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. If there aren't any board questions, then we're going to do public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 10. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
And you'll see the timer up there just for your reference.
Robert Rubin representing Denise Cook, the claimant. And the dollars involved pale in comparison to the rest of the things on your agenda today. And I thank you for the opportunity to address you because I have no right to. You could just vote and that would be it. But I do think this fits in with your good governance strategy initiative, because I think it's important that every taxpayer pay the correct amount of tax. And I think it's important that your tax system work correctly and justly. And that did not happen here. And I can make a suggestion as to how to improve the system. But in short, my client thought she was investing $160,000 into the El Dorado Hills Self-Storage LLC, which owned 2 self-storage facilities. Instead, she ended up with a 1.55% tenancy in common interest in one of the properties. The assessee of property should be the true owner of the property. That is the person who has the burdens and benefits of ownership in this situation, who got the rent and who paid the expenses. And there is a deed presumption that the people on record title are the true owners, but that presumption can be overcome by clear and convincing evidence. And here it's clear, if you look at the bankruptcy filings, if you were to look at my client's tax returns, she received no income from the property. She paid no expenses of the property. She should never have been an assessee of the property. Generally speaking, real property taxes go on the secured roll. They were lien against the property. There is an exception. If you bought a home, the assessor would supplementally assess it to reassess the property. If you sold the home before the assessor made the supplemental assessment, it'd be unfair to burden the owner of the property with the taxes because the owner no one knew because the supplemental assessment hadn't been made yet. In that situation, the supplemental assessment is made unsecured roll. It becomes the personal debt of the taxpayer, of the individual. But here, Denise never should have been an assessee, and there's no way she should have ended up being personally liable for these taxes on the unsecured roll. She lost her investment by 2009. That was confirmed because of the bankruptcy. The tax collector, the assessor, no matter how many people are on title.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. You're out of time. I appreciate it.
May I?
No, it's
request?
a regular public comment item. Thank you. We all got your letter. We received it. We've all read it. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. The reason why I'm up here is because I thought this was a very interesting item. You know, I read it, I went into the background and I thought to myself, I can understand why the county's taking this position. I can understand why legal counsel is doing what they're doing. But at the same time, I think because of the type of item that it is today, this gentleman that should have 5 minutes or maybe 7 minutes to be able to plead their side, they only get 3 minutes because that's the type of item it is today. Even today, when you came in a little late. This gentleman was standing around here. Nobody said anything to him. He was standing because he didn't know where to go. He didn't know where to sit down. You know, he didn't know what the priorities are of this board and how the board was handling things today on this item. I believe on addendum, you did go into closed session earlier today, I assume, because there was an item there for you to do so. I'm just thinking from a purely governmental perspective, and you know how much I'm a geek at this kind of stuff, that it's sometimes very disheartening to see government doing government in a way that they should be doing it, but yet be wrong. You know, be wrong on the fact that this shouldn't be a type of item that it was today. I assume it's a claim because I read it. It said it's a claim. I assume there's details behind the claim, but at the same time, I'm not certain that it's getting, other than maybe finding out in the end that we're going to go to court because that's the way it's going to be resolved. I don't know that there's anything you can do here today as a board, other than give this gentleman 3 minutes to be able to explain something, like I said, should be given a little bit more time to explain, because I don't think you should make a decision on it other than, I'm sorry, but this is the best we can do today. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time today. I'm Denise Cook. I am the claimant. And first of all, we're not looking for litigation, looking for a little relief over a very complex issue. These things occurred in 2005 up through 2009. During that time, we had no knowledge of anything going on. A layman would assume that your property, when you lose it through foreclosure, the taxes and everything are taken care of. It wasn't till in 2018 that I learned of this lien when I went to sell a piece of property that I have. I was making no investment. I was making no loans. I merely was selling a piece of property and found that I was responsible for the taxes for the entire investment when I had less than 1% invested in it. We're asking today merely to not have you make a decision today on this, that my attorney could present more of the information to you, each of you, so that you can make a better informed decision. I always felt that I could go to my supervisor, and back in 2018, I attempted that, which I wasn't even able to speak with him to bring the issue to the board. I'm hoping now that you guys are willing to do that. You're supposed to be representing the constituents. That's my belief of what the supervisors do. I realize the county council represents the county, represents you individually against suits, which we're not asking. We just merely want to have the full information brought to you as to why we feel that there should be some compensation. We're not looking for $17,000. My attorney had requested even making a smaller settlement. We'd like to be able to present that to you in all fairness. So I really have nothing more to say other than asking that you make no decision today and allow my attorney to make a better presentation than is allowed in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cook.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom.
Very case. I really will make this brief this time. I have a comment about what Chris said, and I want to thank him for saying it. Ever since I've been coming to this board, there's been an aspect of these public hearings and comment, 3-minute limit comment, that has been bothering me. There's an old political saying in politics and common sense. Facts are facts, but perception is reality. That's usually true in a common sense sort of a way. When a person gets put on a timer and the timer's up there and somebody gets cut off, the overall impression that I have, oh God, I'm sorry. The overall impression that I have from watching 40 years worth of meetings is that the people are watching, the people who are up there are watching the clock instead of listening. That's the impression. You need to keep that in mind. So again, in the future, I will perhaps work with the county council and measure how to deal with that in a little bit more of a empathetic way, so that that's not the impression that some people have. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Okay, seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any more further questions, comments, anyone? Supervisor Thomas. Yes, I wrote down a couple of things. I'm thinking, yeah, you should respond.
So I am hearing that people are concerned that there isn't enough process involved here. However, I just want to clarify that this is not a hearing. There are other opportunities for hearing along this process. There's the Assessment Appeals Board that everyone is entitled to take their concerns. If they have an issue about valuation or whether or not they were properly taxed, they can go to the Assessment Appeals Board within 4 years of that tax date. And I understand that Ms. Cook is saying, well, I didn't know about it then. However, that isn't a failure of our system. That unfortunately is a failure between the communication between her and her other investors. And so I know that Mr. Rubin started out by saying there was a failure of the tax system, and yet there's no evidence provided of that failure. And we did give this the benefit of the doubt in 2018 and 2009. I can't tell you how many hours were spent on this. I had frequent communication with Mr. Rubin. We, he would throw out additional legal arguments. I would dig them down. I would talk to my clients to see if they had additional information, but we just didn't come up with the evidence that supported their claims. So at that point, Ms. Cook decided to pay the liens, but then again, when they came forward with this claim, we dug deeper this time because Mr. Rubin had additional legal arguments and he had speculation about the evidence. And, we followed those leads. However, we didn't find anything. And I want to note that this involved not just the assessor's office. This involved the assessor himself, the treasurer, tax collector, and then the specialist at the auditor's office who spent hours looking for the right records to clarify questions that they had about the bills. So their opportunity to be heard does not end today. If they disagree with the board's decision, then they can file an action in Superior Court, and there's a specific path just for these tax refund claims. So I just wanted to address that.
I appreciate that clarification because it's one of the things I wrote down. I'm like, no, you explained it when we started. No, Mr. Rubin, your time's over. I'm sorry. It's back at the board. We're deliberating. Supervisor Thomas.
I think Sharon just answered my question. My question was going to be, did the county make a mistake on this? And it, from what you have stated, mistake was not made at the county. And I hate this situation. This is just so unfortunate. And Ms. Cook, you've been with us all day. My goodness, take my hat off to you. I think where I'm coming down from this is, who is responsible in this very, very unfortunate situation? Is it the county, which is the taxpayers? So are the taxpayers of El Dorado County responsible for private investments and what goes on between investors? And, in this case, I don't think so. And yet this is a very unfortunate situation. So those are my comments right now.
Anybody else?
I guess I have to agree with Wendy because we have to look at it from the perspective that gift of public funds is something we have to make sure we're not doing. We're not giving taxpayer money to a private investor, a private entity, et cetera. And that's one of the criteria we have to. So it appears to me that the claim process, given the fact that we couldn't make findings consistent with the claim, leave us no choice but to deny the claim. I don't know how we get beyond that. So Sharon, can you help me understand what would be the process you're saying there is through the appeals board? Is that the process that would be taken?
That's the initial process when that's the first.
Turn your mic.
Oh, oops. I'm sorry. That is the initial process. That's the taxpayer's first bite at the apple, is if they have a concern about the bills they receive, their tax bills, they can take that up as long as they're within the 4-year window deadline. They can take that up with the assessment appeals board. And in this situation, Ms. Cook has said that I didn't have knowledge of these liens and what happened with the investment. But from here, then there's a process of evaluating a tax refund claim. And so as I think I mentioned in the open session that in other counties, this isn't always even held in a public process. So the representatives of the county, the board, needs to make a decision about this claim. And then once the board makes the decision, then Ms. Cook can evaluate it to see if she wants to pursue further. And then she would have her day in court where she would be able to present the case and, not have a limitation on time. But this isn't that event. This isn't a public hearing on this issue. But I do want to say that I really feel like on behalf of the county, our team went above and beyond to try to work through any ambiguity.
Is there a statute of limitations with going back to the appeals board? Does the fact that, 3 years or whatever has gone by, does that disqualify that as a process step, or is it still available?
That's correct. No, there's a 4-year limit.
4 years, okay.
Right.
So, and I'm saying, I guess if
And
this
this
goes back
was-
to 2018, this is beyond the 4-year limit?
Oh,
or-
these bills were issued in 2007 and 2010.
Okay, so it's beyond the statute of limitations.
Right,
So that really
yes.
isn't a viable process step at this point, doesn't sound like.
No.
So short of that, there is just a general lawsuit. Is that the only other
That's the
remedy?
next step. If a county, if a county denies the claim, that's the next procedural step. And, there are some situations in the law where it's established that the due process happens on the county side, but in these tax refund claims, the Revenue and Tax Code provides a direct path to the Superior Court. Okay.
I have a question, and we were talking a little bit about it, but I just don't understand. I mean, let's just hypothetically say that she does take the county to court. How much more money is it going to cost the county to represent this, this item?
Well,
that's a big thing. I mean, it could cost more than what she's even asking for.
In my opinion, this wouldn't be a complicated matter for the county to handle. And so I wouldn't be the one making that decision about whether or not we handled it in the office or not. But I do feel like if there's a claim that doesn't lack any legal merit, and the concern is that, somebody's upset because an investment went wrong, I believe that their cause of action really should be with the other investors. Had they been misled? I don't know what the issue was there, or if Ms. Cook had a responsibility to follow through on those investments. But I think that if they were to go to a lawsuit, the county would still have an opportunity to talk about settlement at that point. But I feel that if there's no legal merit, then it's difficult to see why the taxpayers of El Dorado County should be responsible for this. And then another concern is that if that's the county's pattern to just settle any claim, even if it lacks merit, then that has a residual on it where other people are more likely to file a claim.
Yeah, I just want to maybe jump in on that point because I think that's something that's worth considering. And I think that it might be helpful to think about this in a context that perhaps you're a little bit more familiar with, and that's the traditional tort liability claim context. We get dozens of tort claims throughout within the county, and you've delegated the responsibility for accepting or denying those claims to your third-party administrator. Upon conclusion of that process, there's the court proceeding that can take place if somebody continues to feel aggrieved by the denial of the claim. And certainly we could say, well, why don't we just accept all the claims because it might cost us more money to dispute them. But ultimately, our obligation to the taxpayers is to ensure that we are being custodians of that money in a way that we're, as Supervisor Heidel noted, not making an inappropriate gift of public funds on a claim where there may otherwise be no merit. And to Sharon's point, that if we were to just simply say, well, we're going to just make a pattern of accepting every claim that's submitted because we don't want to incur the cost to defend them, in the long run, what you start to see are frivolous claims that by those who have an understanding that the county would simply accept the claim rather than litigate it if they feel. And so it could have as Sharon noted, a residual effect on the county. So I think if you think about it in the context of a tort liability claim, which I think you're far more familiar with because it's something that you see more frequently, this is a very unique occurrence that we're having. But I think if you consider it in that context, I think it might help you to analyze how to process this one and what the recourse would be for the claimant should the county deny the claim.
Sorry, I was just going to add one last thing.
Go for it first.
Chair would
Go.
like that. I did want to point out that Ms. Cook has acknowledged that she received the deeds when she got her ownership, and the deeds reflect an individual ownership interest. So in terms of her understanding of what role she had in this property, she received a deed forwarded from the recorder's office file that explained her ownership interest at that time, and that was back in 2005.
Okay. I'm just wondering if this item, and the fact that other counties don't have this type of issue come to its board, do we want to revisit this policy or ordinance, whatever that set us up for this?
It's funny that you mentioned that, Supervisor
Thank you.
Parlin. Sharon and I had that conversation in preparation for this, and I think that though Sharon is leaving us and won't be able to take on this project, I actually do think that it would be worth exploring adopting an ordinance or resolution that would delegate authority for claims of this nature. So we will be exploring that.
It makes sense. It just does, given the circumstances and all of that.
Absolutely.
So, okay, very good. Thank you for that. So I'm gonna make a motion.
Sure.
Nope, we're done. Public comments over. I'm sorry. We have our procedure following county council's advice.
George, you want to say something?
No, I'm just taking a deep breath.
I'm going to move staff's recommendation to deny the claim as it was presented.
I'll second. Kim, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Of course. Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
I'm going to vote no.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Very good. Thank you for that, staff. I know that was not a good one to have to deal with that, but
Thank you. And on the board's behalf, our office would be willing to send out the denial letter if the minutes could reflect that.
very good. Thank you for that. All right. So we do have one closed session item left, and then we have to and from. So do we want to do the tos and froms and then go into closed session and adjourn from there? Okay. Does anybody want to do to and froms today?
I don't have anything. I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Heidel, if you got them ready.
Okay, so back on Wednesday, the 16th, I participated in a Zoom meeting regarding a Sacramento County Transportation Initiative. They're proposing a sales tax measure. It's being sponsored by a private entity, which means that if that is approved, it only takes a simple majority to get it approved. I've shared that information with our CAO and with our Director of Transportation, because it might be a pathfinder for us in the future, that if they're successful with that, we would have to find a similar organization that would bring a measure forward, because they're talking about a lot of money for transportation and many different things, including the Southeast Connector, which is the only reason I got involved with it and got engaged, because it's a Sacramento County based thing. But I think it's worth following, see how they do on the November ballot, because that's what they're going. We all know that most taxpayers don't want to pay any more in sales tax or anything else, but we'll see. So that's the first thing. The second thing is on that evening, Wednesday, I attended the Elder Hills Chamber installation, always a great event. The chamber recognized Sheriff D'Agostini for his many, many years of service and giving oaths of office, and he acknowledged that was the last presentation he was going to be making. So it was kind of a celebratory thing from the standpoint of not that he's leaving that role, but for all the great things he accomplished. So let's mention that. The final one is Thursday, the 17th. We had our Pioneer Board Meeting. And it was announced that based upon the misinformation, the confusion people are having relative to savings and rates and all that, the Pioneer's been working on a savings calculator that will be out on the website very shortly.
Smart.
So that anybody can go to the website, put their information in off their bill, look at what the savings are, analyze, because the methodology of how you calculate your savings is not clear to most people.
Correct.
And so that's part of the confusion. So initially, the website will probably only deal with non-solar users, because the solar aspect of it from the methodologies is
Way more complicated, yeah.
But that should be announced soon, and then later implementation on solar. So as soon as we get that, I'll share that with everyone, because I think we need to spread that in our social media, because again, there's a lot of confusion, and you can opt back in to Pioneer within a 60-day period. So this is timely. It needs to get turned around, because some people I don't think know that they're getting savings. They don't know how to read the bill, and that's part of the struggle. So that's it.
Once again, though, if you are a solar customer, you can still submit your bills to Pioneer and they will do an analysis
Yes, they will
for
do
you.
a separate analysis.
So that's still.
Yes, that's still
ongoing.
available. Yep,
Great.
absolutely. But the calculator will make it a little bit easier as opposed to waiting on the phone to get to
Nice.
somebody, hopefully. So we'll see. I think it's a good tool. and,
Nice.
We need to spread the word on that it's available when it is available.
Very good. Supervisor Novacell, did you have twos from?
Yeah, just a couple quick ones because I know we're getting tired and busy. So March 17th, yes, we met with the Conservancy. Our board met and awarded with SB1 funds $550,000 towards the Tahoe Valley Belt project, which is an ongoing project which we helped last year in. And so City of South Lake Tahoe this year will be working on that to do some connectors behind the Y area where where McDonald's and CVS and Goodwill is behind there, which is really important because that connects to our hospital. So it's a really important bike and pedestrian area in there. So really great and exciting work there. And then the other thing I'll report out quickly is that yesterday I did a tour of the Tahoe Coalition of the Homeless. It was a great tour, a couple hours spent looking at what they don't want to call a navigation center, but that's exactly what it is. They do intake. They have beds intake for people that are just dropping in, who've lost the ability to house themselves. And it's a really, really great. And they have all the different levels. They do that to people who need 30 days to be in there or whatever they need. I think it's I'm happy to help anybody come up and do a tour. Wendy was thinking about coming up, but because of the road, we'll do it another day. But any of you that would like to see this, it's really a great program. And I'd love you to see what we are doing in our county for our homeless, because we do a lot of work for them, and the county helps pay for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Trimbu.
And where do I start? Anyway.
Just the stuff we need to know.
All right, I had a meeting with Karen Coleman. It was a great meeting and stuff like that. Just a monthly meeting, what I always have. I also was at a ribbon cutting. It was as Pachamama, which, it's actually a coffee roast center, where they bring coffee in, they roast it there. So, and they moved that plant from Sacramento to here to El Dorado Hills, which is a great thing. And I got to tell you this, they could not figure out how to run these machines. Okay. This gentleman's 11-year-old son, he's working to be an engineer. All right. And he's 11 years old, but he's in high school. And right now he went through that and figured it out and got the machines running. Isn't that amazing? At 11 years old. So, I mean, my hats go off to him. He's just really a smart little gentleman and a great kid. He really is. So, and that was a good thing. And they really were really thankful to the county, especially Kyle and the staff, how they worked real closely with them and got it in place real quick too. So I want to reach out and thank them for doing that. And I did today, that. So also then I had on Saturday, I had a meeting with Bob Williams down at Heritage and Blackstone, and also Four Seasons, the group. There was a lot of people there, probably around 200, 250 people. And some of the concerns that's going on in El Dorado Hills and Heritage, the Heritage Park issue with the lights and stuff, and some of the things they were talking about. So it was a great meeting. I got to meet a lot of good folks, good people. So that, and then well, let's see, Tamara Wallace, she came in on Monday and stuff and talked to her a little bit and stuff like that. And I took her over and introduced her to Joe Harns. So anyway, and that's pretty much all I have.
Cool. My turn. Budget ad hoc meetings, many of them went great. CAO, maybe you can elaborate just a tiny bit, but as far as I can tell, there aren't going to be any surprises. Most of the stuff that was talked about, we're all going to be expecting. So kind of a non-event, I hope. And then the only other thing that I thought was noteworthy is that I've been working with Mary Corey. We talked about it at the Cemetery Advisory Committee meeting. I'm trying to connect our cemeteries, our historic cemeteries that are such an important asset in our county, to tourism more. And so Mary and I are working on drafting up a brochure to put at hotels and other cool destinations. So that's really it. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the board and the public are aware on April 25th, we will be having a budget discussion to talk about the board's priorities of what you would like to see included in the recommended budget. There will be a couple of departments presenting some more of the significant cost items to get the board's temperature on that. So the rest of the board isn't caught by surprise or anything later, as well as a conversation. We're hoping to have the discussion on the allocation of TOT money on that day as well. And that is a special meeting. I believe it's a Monday.
Yeah.
So want to be everyone to be aware of that. The only other update I wanted to share is in the cow door recovery efforts. The report is attached again, but just want to highlight, so you are aware, there's 197 properties in Grizzly Flat have been returned to their owners. So whenever they want to start rebuilding, they can. So it's slow, but there's a lot of work going on to try to make this happen that most of us don't see every day. So we're getting there. In regards, we've talked before about the cabins on the Forest Service land. Just today, we received a contact from the U.S. Forest Service to help work with the county, Cal OES, and try to see if we can get some traction in amending the Stafford Act. If you recall, the Stafford Act is what prevents the FEMA from using money to clean up Forest Service lands, and that's where the hang up comes. So now that we have that contact, and a lot of appreciation to Jeff Marcellet from the U.S. Forest Service. He was here today on the fire resiliency stuff. He's doing everything he can in his power to navigate the federal bureaucracy. I have no idea how that works, and he's helping as much as he can to try to get some assistance to those cabin owners. That's all I have.
All right, very good. Well, with that, then we're going to go back into closed session for item number 37. Thank you, everyone.